Santos. So Kelly, you have to take his place if he leaves.
Yeah, so in about 5 minutes, I'm gonna jump out.
No worries.
At the top of the hour, I have to do our Saturday weekly live Zoom. We got people calling in as well, so yeah, it's getting pretty popular actually. Last week we had about 100 missed phone calls.
Wow.
Yeah. People from all around the world were calling us. Just wait till we get on the next Zoom show. We'll have you on. Yeah, I'll bet you'll get about 1,000 calls.
All right, I'm in. Let's do it. We have a show next week, I believe, Santos, right?
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Yeah, we had Ken Wheeler last week, and there was about 100 missed calls.
Fun. This is the Tupac rocket because it's a hologram. We were looking at I don't know if they were satellite shots or whatever of NASA of their launch site, and we saw this equipment, or maybe there was just some photos on their website, and we're like, what are those spotlights? And we zoomed in on spotlights, and we got like a serial number or a company name, and we looked it up. Holographic Projection Company on NASA's lawn. Why they have a holographic projection equipment on their lawns?
Right.
I can think of one reason.
For sure.
Right.
I could think of plenty.
Right. And then this. Have you ever seen this stunt plane? This crazy stunt plane. You can when this doesn't have any sound, but if you hear the sound, it's amazing. This is complete CGI. And people just believe it because the sound goes with it. You got the smoke, you got the moving camera. It's all CGI.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mind control on steroids.
People have no idea, what they can do. It's crazy. Yeah, and then we watched. This is the landing of the SpaceX rocket on the drone ship, SpaceX rocket, right? This is a Russian movie from I think 1959 or whatever. Okay, pre-programmed. There it is, and then we see this one. Now I'm a windsurfer, kite surfer. Those waves are huge, and it's windy as hell out there. That you could probably barely stand on that thing because it's heaving and hoeing. But this thing, which is like 10 stories tall, it's landing in a windy day on a rocking raft and it doesn't fall over. Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? There's no they couldn't even land a helicopter, on that thing on that day. All right, but this thing's falling out of the sky. And if you watch the whole video, it's the same as that other rocket. All of a sudden, these little fins come out, a little burst of flame, and it stops. And it stays upright, and it lands on a raft, heaving in the ocean. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Hey, I'm going to try something, guys. I'm going to unplug from my Ethernet, and I'm going to tether to my phone. If it works, I'll be walking with you all the way to the office, which is only about 5 minutes away. If not, I'll say goodbye to you now.
Thank you, Santos.
All
Great
right.
you being able to be here today with us. This was phenomenal.
Thank you. That was lots of fun. I wouldn't mind a copy for my channel because I like funny stuff on my channel as well.
Yes, sir. I will make sure.
All right. Thanks. See you guys.
The heliocentric model is the funniest thing out there. I have a 100 Bitcoin challenge, which is a joke. Find something dumber than the heliocentric model. Anything dumber. Anything. There's nothing. There's nothing dumber.
No.
Nothing dumber at all. What is this?
Hey, this seems to be working. I'm walking out of my house and we're still on.
It's because of the satellite coverage. It's very good over the Yucatan Peninsula.
Oh, my God. I can't believe it. I'm going down my steps.
We're getting to test out his cell coverage.
All right. Okay. Let's see what happens. I'll tell you what. We'll go straight to the office.
Now
Watch-
this, if he goes down,
That stupid freaking tree.
oh, he hit it. He tripped.
Yep.
Fun.
All right. So out the front gate I go. I can't believe this, man. Wow. There's your upside down rockets, your astronauts.
Astronauts, where he sticks the microphone right into his neck. For those of you that haven't seen this, they're in separate rooms. It's a green screen set up, and he's holding the microphone and went right into his neck. And Chris was still able to sing perfectly upside down. Again, Chris is upside down, and so am I.
Wow.
Yeah. This is how friggin' easy it is. So friggin' dumb. So dumb. That's why I get fired up sometimes when I'm talking to these people. I recommend, for those of you that haven't seen my interview with the baller, you can find it on the Flat Earth Podcast Facebook page. It's the one that has 6 people in the thumbnail, and it was probably my most fun globe smashing interview ever. I needed
Nice.
I needed a Valium afterwards, which I didn't have, but it would have been good. So I ate a gummy, and that helped.
So I'm about 1 minute from the office where you will see Daniel and the crew, where we will do our live podcast.
How can people find your live podcast tonight?
So syncretismsociety.com.
Okay.
Become a subscribe member.
All right. Anything else you want to talk about before we
No, not in particular, man. I just like that Suez Canal thing there. Some people saw that, and they I did a debunking video just on that, but the Globies still came out in full force, trying to debunk.
You're breaking up
somehow
now.
the stupid idiots that they are.
All right, Kelly. You're breaking up.
All right, we can call it if you'd like.
All right. I'm good. Any questions? You can find me at flatearthdave.com. If you don't have my app, you want to check out the app as a tool. Don't get it because I want you to buy it. Get it because it's going to help you wake up other people. It's the best tool for doing that.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, Daniel, what's going on? There you are. Doing good.
Suez, huh? Good. Hit him with the Suez.
Yeah.
That's
There's
it.
no curvature. Everything merges into perspective. And you can
Like
zoom
a
in
pancake.
and see it again. Merges, zoom in, see it again.
Hey, we're
Yeah.
about to go live in 5 minutes. Everybody tune into Syncretism Society's YouTube channel. We have Rebecca Rodriguez, our sovereignty special, jumping in deep.
Yeah, they've got their marathon thing.
Oh, yeah, do they?
Yeah, they
oh,
do.
I'm so sorry about that. I thought you guys are ending.
Yeah,
No, in that case, don't log off.
Don't log
Stay
off.
tuned.
But you
Stay
can-
with
you
James Weiss.
You can see it later, right? They can see
Yeah,
it later.
for
They
sure,
can, they
of
can see it
course.
later.
Love
Yeah.
you, David.
See
All right, guys.
buddy.
All right. Kelly, I guess that's it for us, for me too.
Yeah, we're good. Thank you very much to both of you because you're still here for a moment. Thank you, Dave. I greatly appreciate your being willing to change your schedule to be able to accommodate this marathon, even with your traveling and being here with us today. It's greatly appreciated.
No problem. My pleasure. I love talking to people about this. It's all I do. I love my life. Life is awesome.
Well, you have a wonderful evening, David. Thank you very much for your time today.
All right. Thanks. See ya. Bye, everybody.
No.
Get the f out of here. You're fired.
No. Get the better solution. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. And in exchange for my salary, my job will be never to tell people these things that I know. I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
Yep. Yo, if Earth's flat, why don't you fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl, let's just crawl in the bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead. Can you hear me, Siri? Swallow instead. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Thought my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space, time bends and how. After blasting through warp speed, we get to plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't gotta fight in chat. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent. To the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing, about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later, shot up for later. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't never mean curved, it never means curved, and meta, from the metaverse, playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up, insurance policy paying you, they usually bluff, I'm not saying they won't do it, but it's usually tough, the last few years I've seen some unusual stuff, but if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat, so now I'm beating off to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, they'd have no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there'd be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds, egg be no hatching. And if it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no traffic. And if it wasn't for hurts, there'd be no passion. And if it wasn't for learning, then why all the classes? If it wasn't for your purse, yo, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level, don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta, pause from the meta. All these atheists must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is suspect, cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast, faster than faggots fasting at a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how I met your mother loving murder, she wrote. The spin of the earth should've made your vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke, you couldn't refute it. Water finds its true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute it.
Who the f do you think you are, you crazy little shit?
Security? I am Jack's smirking revenge.
Hello, hello. Greetings, everyone.
Howdy, howdy.
How's it going?
Distracted by another random educational video. I'll just throw it in the chat. They got me. They got me. That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
You been got.
Yeah, I fill my brain with so many videos like this. It's ridiculous.
So your head hurts, huh?
That doesn't happen really. Sometimes there are certain topics that, yeah, it can get intense, I guess. Sometimes, not stuff like this. Even though there's a handful of things that I've never done in this video, I can still follow along. I mean, I couldn't make what he's making because I lack a handful of the different tools that he has, but like the spot welder, for instance, I don't have one of those, but I understand the process. Pretty neat.
That's right.
Ugh.
Be right back.
Did you see Quetzal or anybody else that's listening, the hacking godhood video I posted?
Hacking.hood? No.
Hacking godhood, transhumanism, and mysticism.
I haven't seen it, no.
Okay.
Anything particular that
more of the same. If you're already familiar with how many connections there are between new science, allegedly called science, and transhumanism agenda. If you already know, then yeah, it's just more of the same. But if it's a video I haven't seen before or whatever, it's the one I'm watching, I usually try and post it in the chat.
Okay.
Out of the 500 videos, I probably will still be watching. I probably watched at least a third of his videos so far. At least a third, maybe as much as half. My goodness. I just got an email notice from a GPS device I used to have years and years and years ago. When was that? 2014, 15? They're telling me that my account is going to be deleted. Garmin. I haven't even had that GPS for like 5 or 6 years. It broke, and I never bothered doing anything about it.
Oh, you're not able to disable it?
What's that?
You're not able to disable the old device?
I had a GPS many years ago, and it it melted or something. I don't know. I don't know if it got too hot or what, but it just stopped working. It just got garbled. You turn it on, and it'd just be all jumbled up on the screen. There was no ability to I tried the resetting and all that, but there was nothing to do for it. So I think I just put it in a thrift store bag and gave it to a thrift store or something. But it was just kind of funny to get an email years later saying your account will be deleted in 60 days when I haven't even had the device for 5 years, at least 5 years, probably more. Kind of funny. It's probably been 7 years.
I was yesterday I was watching an interesting Facebook clip about the sun being above 2 clouds of layers. If that's even possible.
The sun being what?
Up on the second layer of the cloud, basically way up high. Like the bottom was covered, the first layer was completely blocking the view of anything above that, where the sun was even. And then the airplane kept going higher and higher in the altitude, and there was more clouds up there blocking the sun, making it change in size as well. Magnification effects from the clouds.
Mm-hmm.
Like really distorted really badly. Like it was going big 1 second, next second really small, like fast through the clouds. And then some kind of object 1 o'clock next to it. It's like something showing like next to the sun, basically. I don't know. I have to dig in, analyze that video kind of better. But that's what seems to be anyway what I got out of it when I saw it the first time. Not sure if you heard anything similar to that before, maybe. Any?
I've heard people make claims that the sun is below the clouds.
Yeah. This is not the case. It's above, but there's another deck of clouds way up higher from the below one that's blocking the whole view of anything up there. And then, yeah. Okay.
I've seen that a lot.
Seem to happen. Okay. Is Facebook working, or is it just me?
No, I said I've seen that a lot. What you're describing, I've seen a lot.
Yeah, I hear you, man. And?
So the bottom layer of clouds is from spray.
No. It's completely like a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
It's
so what they do, they do their lines, right? And then they have another plane that comes behind it and hits it with a frequency and it spreads it out. That's how they get all spread out like that on the bottom for the lower layer. The flashing thing, I think, is like they have a technology that's really not that advanced at all. You know when you know those like that material that when you run your fingernails on it.
Facebook is not working. Oh, well, I will try to get that video. Once
Okay.
Facebook is up and running again for me. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but when you see that video, kind of not describing what you're saying, to be honest. It looks way different. You have to
I
see
wasn't
it to
done
understand
talking,
better.
but
Yeah. No, I'm just saying. Yeah, go ahead.
no. Well, I was saying, like, you know, the material that's like how you can walk behind it and not see yourself.
I'm not following your analogy here.
So, like, you know those baseball cards, the old baseball cards that used to turn one way and then it would be a different picture?
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm talking about? How you turn them back and forth and it looks like somebody's moving or a different person or something? Like a hologram. But,
Yeah.
like, inside the card, though. Like that material, right? They have that material, but huge. And that's what they make some of their high altitude platforms out of. What they're doing is they're doing things with crafts up in the sky. It's just high altitude platforms. It's just the helium. They use helium and they have huge drones that are like unmanned aircrafts and stuff. Watch, I'll post a picture of it in the link.
I think you're talking about this stuff.
Which one? Oh, that one.
Is that the material you're talking about, Flatter?
Yeah. Testing real invisibility shield. Yeah, but you have to be facing it. This plane was way above the cloud decks and going kept gaining altitude and coming to the point where the sun was basically covered by another deck of layer of clouds out of nowhere. So the bottom was like a huge ass coverage below the airplane, like a bigger than a football field, whatever, like way huge area covered. And you couldn't see the sun at all from that below that deck at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I just saw it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
But this, I'm not sure how this invisible shield is even talking about.
Is related.
Distorting the size?
Well, they have like, watch. I'll post a picture of different ones that they have. Yeah, it's probably a little more high tech than that, but yeah, they perfected it. Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, this is something else. This is not what I'm talking about, though.
All right.
Yeah.
This is just visual appearance. Distorting the lights of the object. But this, yeah, I will try to get the video so you can guys watch it and then
thanks.
All right.
Give your opinion about it, like what you think it might be. Might be better that way, yes. But all I'm saying, just an interesting observation from the person recording this from the airplane from that altitude. What's going on really up there? But yeah, can talk about it afterwards once we see it together. Yo, Trinity, watch out with the buzzwords, man.
What's that?
Trinity is typing scamdemic.
Oh, is that a buzzword?
Might be, yeah.
Yeah.
It's relating to the, the
oh, man, I've got to get more cryptic here.
yeah, more cryptic, more than that. Remove the demic word. or just
say the thing. Everybody.
Yeah, I mean, we can understand from the sentence itself. So you just say the thing.
Yeah, you don't need to say that actually.
Because we're all on board on the same. We understand what you're talking about. It's not like you're talking to normies that hasn't gone through this or whatever. I'll be scanning those words, but it's just rephrasing part of it.
Yep. Don't say it. Don't talk about Bruno, right?
Yeah, man. Well, what can we do, man? This is the society we live in. We got to follow the rules. Yeah.
Don't talk about Bruno. Don't talk about Bruno.
Got to follow the rules.
You just can't talk about certain things. You can just talk about certain things, but certain things never.
Yeah, you get used to it.
Whatever you do, don't tell anyone the solution, how to get out of the problem. That if you start doing that, then you're really in trouble. Yeah. Never tell the people the solution. Just keep talking about the problems, and then they're happy. That's part of the plan too. Talk about the problem and never come to the solution. The problem itself will make you so fearful that you'll either go crazy, turn to drugs, or lose your mind. Yeah, exactly. Go crazy. Because the fear will won't be able to do anything about the fear.
What the hell? Wow.
So don't talk about the solution, just talk about the problems. That's problem, reaction, solution. And then get their solution. They got a solution for you. They'll create a nice solution for you. It's probably going to be like 6 feet under the ground in a coffin.
You kind of, poking something there.
You got to have the solution.
Get ready. Oh. Oh, I didn't know Westworld was still being aired. Season 4 coming out this month.
Of what show?
The Westworld.
Oh yeah, I chose not to engage in that tomfoolery. I did watch the original movie.
Yeah, I think I
Which
watched
was
the first season, and then I was like, yeah. Got
Yeah,
creeped
I
out,
just-
guess. I don't know. It was just too much for me at that point. So-
I keep a handful of particular content away from my input.
Yeah. No, it's just too creepy for me anyway. I don't know. It didn't feel right. If that's what they're trying to show us, like as some sort of a pre-program, like, you know, eventually accepting it in the future, once, you know, something like that will come out when they
Sure,
present it.
yeah.
So it doesn't, you know, straight off give you off a rejection. Like, you don't reject it straight away because you have seen something similar in a movie or whatever show. You're like, oh, I've seen that before. Interesting that they can do that now. Or, you know, these kind of things.
No, I'm just talking about the sexual deviancy that I heard about was going to be included. That's why I never watched Game of Thrones. That's why I never watched that show. I just hear that they're perverted, and just not interested.
You talk about particular scenes in that show? It's perverted? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Mm. Yeah, there's some. Yeah, there were some scenes that was kind of obscene, I would say.
A lot of nudity, like.
Yeah, that's all. That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah. Where's this?
Did anyone witness my snoring on the live stream last
Your
night?
robot in every 2 seconds. Actually, a little less than 2 seconds.
Repeat yourself, please.
What about now? Still roboto?
Nope. Coming through fine. That worked.
Okay. Did anyone catch my snoring on the live stream last night?
Not high.
No,
I fell asleep with the mic open. Miguel gave me the heads up, and then Lou ejected me out of the call, thankfully.
Nice.
Okay. No globe.
I just look at YouTube videos with titles like this: "The Everything Shortage," "Global Food Shortage," "Global Famine in 50 Days," and it's got 150,000 views. 2-day-old video, and I just think, will you say sorry? No, you won't. In 48 days, there won't be any, "I'm sorry, guys." None of that at all. They'll just be like, "Well, I'm really glad it didn't happen. Really glad it didn't happen. See, it's because I said something." I just take the credit. Win-win. Keep raking in the grifter money. I mean, does anybody else roll their eyes every time they see some type of fear porn on a YouTube video thumbnail?
Every time.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I share what kind of videos. I mean, I don't think that learning how to make your own solar generator is, I mean, certainly could be used alongside fear porn. Do this or you'll die, like they could definitely go there. But the video that I posted, it's like that's why I called it educational. Like he kind of, for instance, I had no idea of the technique that he used in order to get all the lithium batteries. Old phone components or telephone components or something like that. Like there's all these things that exist in bulk that you can somehow get your hands on, and it was a neat out of the box way of achieving. I don't know. If you watch the beginning of that video, you'll know what I'm talking about. It just seemed pretty neat. Think outside the box, basically. My glasses. Ugh.
Did the Globers have an explanation for the top-down shadow above the
Telling Alien?
No. The straight line shadows occurs where the cloud deck is. It's just a straight empty line in between those above the mountains, basically.
I don't know what you're. Do you have a picture?
Let me get the image. One sec. Post it here in the voice text. There was a guy filming that as well from a rooftop of a building, observing this as well.
Yeah, I mean, their explanation for that was actually a photo that was going one of a handful of different photos that's gone around from the Globers as what they point to as globe evidence.
That's globe evidence with a straight line like that all the way.
Yeah, because they say that the only way that that's possible is for the sun to be at the edge of Earth. That's what they say.
Okay. Yeah, as a
I mean, you may be surprised to learn that red herrings are extremely effective.
Yeah, when it's hard for others to explain really what's going on.
So if they point to one thing, like, well, the only way that that's possible, it's like, is it? Is it though? It's the same thing with the long distance observations and them saying ships them saying ships go over the horizon, right? So that's only that statement only makes sense with a presupposition that it is curved. That statement doesn't make any sense if you ask the question, why do things no longer why are things no longer visible? If you ask that question sincerely, you'll be able to come up with a handful of different potential explanations. Presuppositions mess up everything, long story short.
I found the video I was talking about. 1 second.
Cool.
Download it. Yeah, I posted another short clip of the guy. You know, you see this guy above when he observed the same phenomena there.
Desperately trying to clean my glasses. Struggle.
Let's see. Save video. That video is related to the picture above. I'm gonna post the video about the sky with the sun in a second here. Just downloading it.
Got you.
Hello.
Hello, mister.
How are you guys doing today?
Good.
Yep. Same.
That's nice.
Yes. Just doing some research. Looking through some materials. Seeing what's
About
out
to head
there.
out and listen to a radio show real quick.
All right.
Oh, it'd be
Have fun. So what you're researching?
Flat Earth.
Yeah, but like anything specific?
I'm just looking out there what people are observing, sharing, information, materials, videos.
That shadow picture is pretty cool that you posted.
The shadow, yeah. And below it is a video of a guy recording it with a video camera.
It's funny how people are like, what is that? But okay, I probably, if I wouldn't know, I would react the same way.
Yeah, the cloud deck is perfectly leveled.
Yeah.
Or the so-called, that layer anyway. Gospel up, I posted the video now. It's in the recent one. It's
right.
8 minutes long. But yeah, I guess try to pay attention to what they're saying. But 1 o'clock next to the sun, something is showing there. There is some kind of a glaring from the window itself, from the window. But that one is moving as according how when the camera is panning to the different angle, and you can see that. But the object itself, it's there. It's not moving. It's next to the sun, basically.
I'll check it out.
But yeah, have a look. I don't know. Maybe something interesting there. I don't know. Might be something or not. I wish the format was kind of bigger though. The small screen is kind of tiny level. Clay, are you watching the video as well?
Sorry, what video? The last one?
Yeah, the recent one.
Oh,
Watch it
no.
and let me know what you think. Interested in hearing, thoughts and ideas, whatever, opinions.
I'm watching it. It's really unfortunate when you're a pilot and you have been indoctrinated and you're really missing out on what you could actually observe if you would know.
Mm-hmm.
Because the normal pilots, they're so focused, probably that's why they're trained this way, so focused on the instruments and stuff. And indoctrinated. Like, if you look at briefing rooms for pilots and so forth, there's always a globe and so forth. Globe maps, globes everywhere. Lufthansa, etc.
Yeah.
But that video is crazy. I'm still watching it.
There seems to be something behind it. An object. 1 o'clock.
Yeah, right now we're still not past the second layer. Watch the sun as we climb.
Yeah, at 3 minutes and 50 seconds, you will see.
Yeah, I'm at 3 minutes now.
Kind of looks like the moon, maybe? I'm not sure. It's not a really...
What did you say?
Oh, that's a different... Maybe the moon, but I don't think so, though. I have to pause the video and say. Could be a different.
Okay, now we're breaking through the layer.
Yeah.
Super high cloud cover looks definitely like chemtrails.
Yeah. That's what it looks like. The CloudX. The spreadsheet, like.
Yeah.
Look
at the object next to the sun. What object is he talking about?
Yeah, it's right above it.
Oh,
Can't
right
really tell
above
what it is, though. Don't think it's the moon. Could be the moon.
That looks weird. Yeah, could also, could also be. Yeah. I understand, but it could also be because in scriptures it says the sun is within the sky or in the firmament, and I might think that these lights are some kind of like as if you would shine a light on your glass bottle and you see that kind of I don't know the term, but if I use this glass bottle that I have here and I shine a light on it from the outside, you get like this hotspot, right? Unfortunately, I can't show it to you right now, but what if the actual light of the sun is within the firmament, so it's a little bit more distorted, so the actual light source of it is above what you're seeing, that object that you're seeing above, and because of shining through that glass dome or whatever dome is made out of, I'm just speculating, I don't know, it's creating the actual big round light that you see. Because if try to use a glass bottle and your camera phone flashlight, and you will see what I'm talking about. So I get like two little dots, one that is not as bright as the other, and is right above it. I wish I could show you this, but it's just an idea of mine. I mean, somehow he must have created it, right? To make the sun work the way it works. But it could also simply be because of the phone camera that you have that object, right? So what's your thought on the video?
Give me a second.
Yeah, this could definitely be because of his camera.
Sorry, can you repeat the previous sentence you said before that?
Oh yeah, it could also be because of the camera that he gets this weird object. Like if you put your camera into the sun in a certain angle, I also get a certain dot.
Yeah, but he used a filter as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the video he used a sun filter, so you could actually see the object still there. And yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting.
At 5 minutes, let me see. At 5 minutes and 5 minutes and 9 seconds. But he says he's using a filter as well to block out the any anomalies.
Okay. Is there any video or like
I will see more videos of this though? But yeah, this is one of them I found.
Yeah. Like any video from the ground, maybe I mean, sometimes we have pure blue days, right? Blue skies.
Yeah.
I mean, I once captured the sun glitching. Weirdly, let me show you. I'm gonna post it. I mean, I don't know. It could also be because of my camera, but I wonder why everything else is not glitching. Like with the astronauts in the ISS.
Yeah.
You know, they always glitch, but everything else remains normal. So you see the treetops below. I just wonder why. Also the clouds. I just wonder why the sun is the only thing that glitches. But I mean, it might have just been my phone. Who knows?
Maybe something with the shutter speed maybe glitched out there or something.
Yeah, it could be. It's hard to tell, you know, like.
Not sure.
The sun is definitely a mysterious thing. Like, I mean, we can only do assumptions when it comes to how it is created. Unfortunately, it doesn't say much about it in the Bible, right? It just says it's light. So, and I personally have not come along any other text that really gives me a hint of what the sun is actually made of. I do not actually believe the Masonic League thingy where someone tells that there's a black sun and you have that weird hole in the middle of the disc or whatever. Like, that makes no sense for me. That, like, have you ever seen that?
Which one?
Like, there's like a video of some supposed Masonic a Mason who shows a black sun in the middle of the known realm, and then it just like it's like a projection of the black sun projects the real sun onto the dome or something. I don't know, but it doesn't make much sense for me personally.
Yeah, unless we can, you know, if you can't observe the so-called black sun, then there's not much you can, you know, prove anything.
It's just weird. Oh wow! No way!
But the interesting thing about the moon part, every month when it has the moon, what's it called?
Wait, can you repeat that? I'm so sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
The moon cycle every 28 days, you know, when it disappears every time it disappears for a certain time as well. You don't see it anymore. Then it comes back.
Right.
Like a crescent shaped. Start to lit up again. Gradually. I don't know. If it's a physical object, as they claim, the Globers, where does it disappear during that time? It's not even possible to see it anymore during that time period of the moon cycle.
Yeah, that's also
an explanation for that. Even the Globers.
Yeah.
The lunar phases.
Yeah, the explanation is retarded because you can literally see through the moon sometimes. So it's not a physical. Like, I personally think it's not a physical object.
No, not from what we can observe. It doesn't look like a physical object. It disappears completely.
Yeah. On the other hand, it's so weird.
It comes back again.
Yeah. It's just funny how the moon is the only light you see during the day, which for some reason penetrates the so-called atmosphere, the blue sky, and also always looks like it's within the sky and not the distance that it's away. Like, it's just retarded. Absolutely retarded. What the whole globe thing is, like,
Jimsy, man. What is that?
I think Mr. Actor Elon Musk also knows that the Earth is flat.
I mean, clearly, when you can't send any rockets, where they should be going, according to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, yeah, they should be knowing about that. A screen shadow.
Yeah.
How long have you actually like? What was the entry point for you into understanding the flat Earth?
I was watching the Moonhoax documentary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then I came across David Wise stuff, and then he mentioned about the Discord somewhere in one of his videos, and I was like, "There's a Discord, dedicated flat Earth Discord." I was like, "Wow, I have to check it out."
Nice. And
yeah, I was just analyzing the material basically of things I researched, and I came to my conclusion it didn't make any sense. They didn't have the means to do whatever they said. All the failures in between that as well.
Yeah.
The hell, man. Who's breathing like that?
Night of Christ.
Yeah.
Are you okay, man? You sound like Darth Vader, man, coming in here.
I
am your father.
I have hay fever. Sorry about that.
Oh.
Yeah. Can you mute yourself, please, if you're going to be breathing like that?
I'm sorry.
No worries, man. No worries. I was just wondering what's going on.
Okay, I'll do it one more time. So, how have you guys been doing lately?
Oh, pretty good.
Yeah. Keeping it up, I guess, I
mean, sometimes getting a bit kind of frustrated about how crazy our society is at this point. Like, I watched some Pride celebration stuff, and I just almost got me, screaming inside.
It's a group of predators. That's what they are. Like,
yeah, but that's what they do with the kids. It makes me so angry.
Yeah, just go ahead and smash their balls with a hammer. Like, the solution is pretty easy. You might think I'm joking, but a hammer solves 99% of the problems.
Yeah, and I mean, on the other hand, you just would use the same weapons as other people.
No, like, it's a rusty $2 hammer. Everyone has one in their shed, and if you don't have it, you can like literally buy one. Like, it might sound like a joke, but I'm dead serious. Like, and also, do we have a counter for like the second law of thermodynamics? How many times that argument has been used so far?
Oh, their new thing is gradient.
Nice. Like some. So we have a new child in the family.
Yeah.
The gradient.
Yeah.
It's always
they will invoke a gradient if you bring up second law of thermodynamics violation. And combine it with gravity.
I see.
Yeah, yesterday.
That's their first thought at the moment when it comes to that.
Yesterday was Sticks and Shadows with some guy. Like, they also rudering back to things from 2015, definitely.
I mean, the thing is here, like, many arguments are recycled on both sides. And I can give you credit to some extent here, because if you get the arguments from the Globers, right, and they're always the same arguments, you're kind of forced to give the same response. But it would be nice to hear new arguments once in a while.
Yeah. They don't really have anything new, to be honest. It's mostly recycled stuff that people here over the years has been going through over and over. So
yeah, like, it would also be nice to have like something new on our end, if that makes sense.
Like what?
I don't know. Like,
are you gonna make up things now?
I mean, we have everything we need, right?
Yeah, we have it. Everything has been explained against everything they're bringing up, basically. There's nothing of that sort that hasn't been, explained and whatever.
I mean, yeah, like, but it's like killing a rabbit, right? Like, you can kill a rabbit in many ways. Like, you can hit its head with a rock, you can hit it with an arrow, you can literally put him in a room and, like...
I think that has been done many, many, many times over and over. the same arguments they're coming over with. Unless you have any interesting angle to look at from as a globe skeptic opponent or a glober, or the case maybe.
I'm a water earther. Like,
if you put yourself in their shoes, I mean, like, have you thought like anything of new that someone hasn't covered? I guess.
Let's see. You actually are trying to make me think here, right? Like my brain is lazy here.
No, that's cool, man. If you don't have anything, yeah, come up with later.
Yes, I do. Hold on.
Yeah.
The lights in the sky. Why is the sky not white at all times?
Okay, that's what kind of argument is that? Is that going to?
No, hold on. Like, if the universe is ever expanding, right? Like, if it's infinite, and there are like a close to infinite amount of stars in the sky, should the sky not be white by now, since the universe is like billions of years old? And if it's expanding, right, and everything's moving away from each other, would all the light not be here? Like, let's say, if everything came from singularity, everything was at the same spot eventually, right? And let's say a light, for the sky to not be white, the planets and the stars or whatever need to be moving at a speed higher than light away from us, if that makes sense, right? But that's not the case. So why is the sky not white? Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, imagine this. You have like a bubble, like a balloon, right? And you start breathing into that balloon. For the light to not reach, let's say from one object to another, that object needs to move faster than light away from you, so that it will fade out of your view. Otherwise, it will be constantly emitting light to you, and it will never leave your perception. Right? So all the stars that were there, all the light sources that were there from the beginning of the universe, according to them, they would be filling up the night sky. Unless they would falsify their claim that, nothing moves faster than light.
Okay. I
know, like...
what's the argument behind it? I don't get it. You're talking about things in the sky, then what?
No, hold on.
This,
like, I'm using the Terra paradigm.
Yeah.
Like, I'm using Terra hypocrisy here. Right?
All right.
How do I put it? I can't be lazy. I get it.
But again, you have to come down to the ground. We anything out there in the sky, we can't verify. We can only observe and record the things that's happening. That's all we can say. And everything else, you can just
like,
speculate
if you
about
point
why
out
it's not bigger, why is the sky not filled with more stars, covering more, due to we have billions and billions and billions of stars. Why is there some gaps between the stars, a lot of spaces in between them? But this kind of thinking.
Like,
but what's going to prove?
No, hold on. Their argument, right? It's basically a fairy tale. So let's say I'm telling you, right, a fairy tale. I'm in Japan and Europe at the same time, right? That's my fairy tale right there. How are you gonna falsify me? How would you falsify that I'm not at two spots at the same time? Right? It's basically their own religion, their own cult. So what you're gonna do to try to falsify my quote-unquote religion of like the universe, in this case, I'm playing the devil's advocate, you would have to like point out a hypocrisy within that system. They would either have to deny their religion, or they'll stick to their contradiction. Even if they stick to their contradiction within their own mind, they know it's BS.
Yeah.
So basically what I'm saying here is that they claim an extremely high number of stars in the sky, right? Like in the universe. So according to that logic, let's say you take a ruler and you point that anywhere in the sky, right? According to their system, it doesn't matter where you point with that ruler. There should be a star at that exact location, right? Doesn't matter where you point. But how am I? So why are we not seeing it? Right? And they claim, yeah, they've been atmosphere, yada yada yada. Okay, we're gonna follow your same. We'll grant that whole space bullshit. Okay, why does the footage of space not show a fully white sky either? Isn't space a vacuum? So there's no interference, right? I mean, perhaps gravity, yada yada yada, but it should be majority white, not majority black.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do you see my point here?
Yeah, it's like I said earlier. You can't prove anything that's up in the sky or beyond that.
I mean, you can prove their hypocrisy. That's what you can do.
Well, when it comes to them, yeah, it's a story. I said we cannot prove anything merely just observing anything up in the sky and record it.
It's not about proving the subject at hand. It's about proving a hypocrisy. It can prove someone to be a liar, for example.
Yeah.
Like, for example, if I give you, let's say I'm in a police interrogation right now, right? Someone asks me for my age today, right? I say, let's say I'm 20, and tomorrow they ask me again. I say I'm 26, right? I gave 2 different ages for me, right? I am proven to be a liar. Would you agree?
I mean, if there's no evidence backing it up, then yeah.
Not only evidence, like I can make up, even if I make up my own quote unquote evidence, right? If the evidence does not fully go through, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What type of evidence?
I would still be a liar. It's not like a lack of claims, right? It's the fact that the claims contradict.
If you claim something and I can't repeat it, then it's just your claim based off nothing.
Yes, basically.
Yeah. So if I can't repeat it, then it's pointless of claiming anything that is something. If it's a
That's
phenomenon.
a fair point, but sometimes these people have cognitive dissonance, right? So you grant them their facts, right? And then you move on to the next step, and they'll be surprised. You take them with a surprise attack, like in an army, right? Like you have a war going on. What you want to do is to take your enemy by surprise. So you grant them, sure, we grant that. And then you try to argue within their paradigm. But hold on. Even that proves to be inconsistent and paradoxical. So it doesn't matter how many things you grant them, they keep falling on their face and blundering.
Yeah, so what they're holding onto is a belief just at that point, a story.
Yep.
Something they can't prove to anyone. If they wish to follow that, then they go with that, basically. Not much can you do. That's them.
And I'm a big fan of judging people by their own rules and treating them according to their own rules, because I believe that hypocrisy is one of the biggest sins. You can be an atheist, you can be a theist, Christian, whatever. This rule applies to all. Hypocrisy is a sin. Like basically one huge flaw within anything. Like, for example, I set up rules, but I don't follow the same rules, right? That's hypocrisy right there. If these Globers come in here to troll, why not troll them back? Judge them by their own rules. Like, I would even make a game out of it. Like,
Wait. I can't tell if you're doing that just like pragmatically or you're just doing that like asserting that as like an axiom. Like the hypocrisy.
judging
is a
people.
sin.
Yeah.
No.
I believe hypocrisy to be a sin.
I think that sounds a bit silly.
No, it's not.
Have you ever heard of like Gillian Russell?
Not really. And I don't really care about big names either. Like, I look at the claims. I don't really care if like some nobody in some corner say something or like some high figure. For me, it's about what they say and why they say it rather than who says it, if that makes sense. Like,
I mean, that's valid. I'm just like referencing a pretty famous person in logic, right?
I mean, yeah, sure, but hypocrisy, like, I don't think there's anything inherent wrong. Like, let's say two people, right, agree to each other. Yeah, I can punch you and you can punch me, and that's a non-hypocritical agreement between the two. They chose it with their own free will. As long as they don't involve anyone else, like any innocent person or anyone who's innocent and vulnerable, I don't think that's a sin. I don't think that's wrong. Like, they can do whatever they want to each other as long as they don't involve anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
But when they make a high ground, right, where they say, yeah, it's only one directional, I can punch you, but you can't punch me, or like they try to force an agreement, and the other side doesn't agree, or he doesn't want to live by the same rules as he sets up, yeah, that's wrong.
What about like in a philosophical like sense? And also I just want to like inform like I'm happy to have this discussion, but if anybody here wants to have a discussion about flat earth, I'm happy to step down. Like, it's clearly a more important topic. And nonetheless, and the more relevant topic too. But nonetheless, how do you feel about like that in a philosophical sense? Like something that is and isn't. Do you reckon that's like sinful or no?
Is and isn't? Like,
yeah,
two state of beings at the same time?
Like, let's just say, I don't know, hypothetical rock that is a rock and is not a rock.
Then it's a play of definitions here. Like, if you play on ambiguity, I don't count that. Like, some things are defined and something either falls under the category of a rock or it does not. Like, there's no superpositioning to be seen here.
And let's say, like, in this particular case, like, that's just the case. Like, this rock is rock and not a rock at the same time. Like, the hypothetical,
be,
possible world.
I'm sorry. Like, that's like asking, can you be 20 years old and 50 years old at the same time?
Yeah.
You either fall under one category or you don't. Like.
And why would that necessarily need to be the case?
Why? Because that's how definitions work. Like, objects did not spawn out of, how do I say it? Definitions. Definitions were made to describe objects, right? Like, definitions serve to like point at a certain object or idea.
They do their best. Definitions do their best to probably represent reality to our feeble minds. Now, I got a question real quick. Cloud, are you a glober or a flat earther?
I would say I'm neither.
Okay, thanks. That's all I wanted to know. Go ahead, guys.
Like, I am definitely not a glober, but I don't have a developed position yet, so I don't think I'm comfortable calling myself a flat earther yet.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Yep. Where was I? Oh yeah, so I think like what the other person said about definitions is probably correct. Like, definitions seek to like help us and assist us like understand things in like a very basic sense, but I think definitions fail when you like run into a dilemma of a rock that is not a rock, right? Like, I think this rock can exist. I just don't think we have like the adequate like information about it to like properly define it.
Can I give you? Can I interject? Like, really quick. Like, I'm gonna hold the position. I am an idiot chicken sandwich, right?
Okay.
Try to prove me wrong.
Why would I need to prove you wrong?
Just for the sake of the dialogue. prove me wrong.
I don't know how I would go about proving wrong that you are an idiot chicken sandwich.
So, like
what
when you
makes
eat a
one
chicken,
an idiot chicken sandwich? How would I go about doing that?
okay, let's take an idiot like a chicken sandwich, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you cut it in half, is it still a chicken sandwich?
Yeah,
I
probably
believe
half
it
as
is,
idiotic
yes.
though, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
So if you cut that in half once again, each side,
It's
it would still
quarter
be
idiotic chicken sandwich.
all right. And if you do that in an infinite amount of times, hypothetically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would it still be a chicken sandwich?
I think
It would be
depending on it would depend a lot on its composition and structure. Because if the chicken sandwich was sort of mashed into a bunch of pieces, yeah, if you cut it infinite times, all the pieces would be infinitely small. And if we're going on the model of the theory of atomics and atoms, then technically that would cause a lot of nuclear fission, and it would become a giant energy explosion instead of a chicken sandwich. I thought I would just mention that.
But where down the line does it stop being a chicken sandwich? Where would you draw the line?
There wouldn't be like a specific point in the line. It's like asking, hey, okay, so you've got a chair, you take off the chair's leg, right?
No,
is this still a chair's leg? And you say, yeah. Okay,
I
now
would
you
agree
take
to
a
disagree.
stick and
Personally,
chip it.
Sorry to interrupt. I just personally believe that it's actually 267 divisions of the chicken sandwich when it stops being a chicken sandwich. At that point, it becomes what you call a fine chicken mash, or even a sort of a chicken bread salad.
And based on what do you base that on?
I'm basing that on the Word of God. I'm basing that on my own personal experience. I'm basing that
That's
the Word of God describes chicken sandwiches now. Like,
Wait a minute. Lexi, I just verified you, yeah? So just be chill. We're all right for a laugh, but they were having a conversation, so just be cool, yeah?
Yes, yeah. Well, I'm giving my take on things. I mean, I'm not trying to interrupt. If you need me to,
Yeah, no, they're obviously having some kind of, conversation.
I think the idea of where down the line does it stop being a chicken sandwich, or where down the line does it stop being like in the ship of Theseus argument, for instance. I think it's pretty tautological, because there's not really much point in asking where down the line does it stop. The only point is that it did stop. It's not that it stopped any time down the line; it just did.
Just did.
That's how I put it. Yeah.
It just did, right?
It was not a temporal. It was not a temporal or, I guess, linear thing. It just did stop eventually.
Yep.
So it's kind of circular, right? I don't mean this in a bad way, right? I don't want to be rude. Like, I'm just gonna give an example here, right? Like, if I walk up to you and punch you in the face randomly, and you ask me, why did I punch you, right? Why did you punch me? And I say, I did it just because I punched you, right? I just did it because it was good. Do you not see how circular that is? Like, if it's pointing at itself, if it's self-justifying, it's basically fallacious.
But it sounds like it's.
Can someone quickly explain me what the point is that you guys trying to accomplish? Like I don't understand the conversation.
Yeah, let's tie that back.
We're just talking about logic right now. Yeah, so
about flat Earth.
Like we're not trying to. Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, it ties into it eventually. Like I was trying to make a grand conclusion at the end. But feel free if it's
summarize it. No. You can summarize it, right? So they're making circular arguments, towards Earth being a globe?
No, it was a matter of like Alexi saying that it stops being a chicken sandwich because it just does, right? And our argument about a chicken sandwich is rather about terms, right? Definitions. And the definitions arguments started from hypocrisy, and hypocrisy started from us talking about like the hypocrisies within the globe.
Okay, that's what I mean. Let's just tie that back to the globe, and then we can have the new guys ask some more questions about the Earth.
Right, I think we have a global in here.
Ooh.
Well, I just verified Lexi. He's new. Cloud? I don't know.
I don't believe in the I don't believe in the fallacy of the globe Earth. No.
Oh, okay.
Why not, Lexi? Haven't you seen the pictures from space, bro?
I don't think. I mean, they don't look very realistic to me.
Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? To keep control of the population. It's all about the control.
Hide God. So why do you think so many people do believe in the globe?
I think in a lot of cases, it's easier to believe a convenient lie than awaken yourself to the truth.
So how would you go about discovering the truth?
Well, I mean, there are lots of good resources around. I mean, like I've just found this one, which is very big. It's great to have all this information in one place. Like I wasn't even aware of, like, there's a channel here that says Challenger Hoax. I wasn't even aware of this, you know. And
yeah, no, there's a lot of good information on the server. But what was it that made you start questioning the globe?
Well, I mean, originally when I was just coming out of high school, I had a girlfriend at the time, and she mentioned a lot of these theories to me, and I feel bad because I shrugged her off as crazy at the time, but I can't help but admit that, you know, it always had a slight tingle in my mind. I think that there could be possibly another alternative, is that she was correct, and, you know, I feel very sorry now that I, you know, shrugged her off for that.
Well, what evidence was she presenting to you for that?
She told me about some. I'm not entirely sure. It was quite a long time ago. I don't remember exactly, but I remember there being some interesting photos she showed me. So, like, discrepancies between different proposed curvatures of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember there was one image which she showed, which was related to. It had 8 kilometers of curvature in one picture, and I think 4 or 5 in the other. And it didn't make too much sense to me at the time, but.
So which was the real one?
I don't really believe either of them were the real one if they had curvature. Seeing that the curvature is not a truth in our society.
What's your biggest flat Earth proof, or what is the argument for it being flat?
The argument for it being flat?
Yes.
I couldn't really put it on a single thing. If I were to be honest.
Yeah, like I think top 3 of your biggest. That's
top 3.
You know, the
well,
case.
the first one is probably the discrepancies between, you know, different things that they're telling you about the curvature of the Earth. The second one is a lot of it's like a lack of transparency about this kind of thing. I've noticed that the government, like, I'm not entirely sure why this is, because every flat Earth related content I've seen online has been sort of clowning on. Again, I'm very new to this whole thing, but a lot of it, the content I've seen about it online, like I've seen, you know, like crazy flat earther owned by scientists or something, which is just, you know, just quite disrespectful stuff, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized that if they had no reason to censor this kind of information, why would they be doing it, and why would they be calling us, you know, why would they be doing that in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
Did I come up with my third reason?
It's just because we hear the oh yeah, I'm a flat earther thing so often, and it's just like,
yeah.
come on, you can just admit that you have believed in the globe, you are maybe questioning the globe, you've not really looked into flat Earth, you've come to hear what it's about, because otherwise it's a bit like, come on, we're gonna have an honest conversation or what?
No, I'm trying to be as honest as I can. It's just, you know, very.
Yeah, well, just be honest then. I mean, you know, you're not going to.
Well, I mean, I've already. I don't know I don't know what else there is to admit. I've already said I'm very.
He's probably very new. Yeah.
I've only been looking into this for about a week or so, and join this server, I just typed in discord.gg/flat earth to find a...
Lexi,
Yes.
do you mind if I ask you a question here?
Yes, go for it.
So, you thought it was unfair that people make like videos like flat Earth for being destroyed, stuff like that, right?
Yes. I've seen
But
that a
on
lot.
But on what basis? Like, let's embrace the paradigm of the globe, right? Like, let's say you started off as a glober.
Yes.
So, in your mind, you would claim that a flat Earth is something stupid, and usually when people make fun of something stupid, they would just go along with it, right? So the very fact that you thought it was unfair, right, also shows that you had some doubt in you. But what made you doubt it in the first place? Like,
I've always been a skeptic of many things. I am I guess slightly religious, but I am still I'm not, because my parents were like, only my father when I was growing up was a Christian. My mother and I our relationship isn't great, but my when I was 14, I started questioning the ideas of religion, and when I was getting through high school, again, I was a very rebellious teenager. I was dealing with a lot of stuff at that point, and as well. And I also think that it's just always been in me to be, I guess, skeptical of whatever any kind of authority presents you with, because what I've noticed with authority is that it hates being questioned. Every time I've tried arguing against any kind of authority, whether it be on a small or large scale, they always try to infer that you're crazy and that you're stupid if you question them.
Right.
I think it's a form of gaslighting, personally.
and I don't know about the rest, but I personally hold the belief that psychiatry is a tool used by them to like discredit people, right?
Yeah.
Like once you come up with like criticisms, they start to like take your voice away basically on public platforms by saying you're either schizophrenic, you have this mental disease. I don't even think that mental illnesses are a legit thing. Like if you look at how mental illnesses are presented and how they quote unquote prove that they exist, they basically look at certain behaviors and then they also go with the presupposition that that behavior is wrong, and then they form a whole theory about it.
Yeah.
Like for example, they look like at your brain zone, like this brain zone is related to XYZ, so XYZ has been confirmed. Do you see what I'm saying here? Like for example, schizophrenia, all of that crap.
I think so. I'm
Since you also have like a Christian background, if you look at the sign of paramedics and psychiatry, it has two serpents, right? I'm gonna send a image, like give me 1 sec. I'm gonna send it in livestream voice text.
Yes.
3 load.
Let's try and keep this onto the earth, though, rather than the medical side, if we can.
Sure, but it ties into it. Like it's a whole system. It's not.
Yeah. I get it. Just for the server and YouTube and all that.
Like if you look at the live stream voice text, you see like two snakes surrounding one staff, right? And that staff is basically an ice pick. And the ice pick, like what psychiatry in the past has done with lobotomy.
Yes.
Basically making people vegetative. Like right now, they're doing more subvertly with their whole mental. What they basically do is to gaslight people. Right?
I'm not entirely sure why you're talking to me about this mental illness. I'm not sure if. See, I know that a lot of sort of dogma and kinds of, I guess, stuff is disguised around science, but I'm not entirely sure why they would have reason to lie about mental illness. Again, I don't.
Yeah, I don't want to go into the mental illness side. I mean, that's not.
It's also very complicated.
It's not the topic of the conversation. Yeah, we're going to keep it to the earth. So, Lexi,
very complicated.
Why doesn't Lexi come up with some questions that he's got, since he's new to this?
Okay, well, I'm first of all, I'm wondering how Elon Musk and SpaceX fits into all of this. Are they on our side, or are they secretly Yeah, I mean, what's their deal? My question.
Smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
Smoke and mirrors. Yeah. Well, I mean, of course, but I was just wondering how they fit into. Yeah, is Elon Musk using this as a ruse to make more money?
You want to put a microchip in your brain that connects to your computer.
Yes. No. I've heard about that. I'm very suspicious of that.
Well, let's just start with: Can you verify anything that you see on TV about SpaceX and their launches?
I don't personally believe, unless I've seen it with my own eyes, I can believe in anything anymore. I've been lied to so many times in my life.
Right. Okay. Well, the point is, no, you can't verify any of those stories. So it doesn't really do anything for us if we're trying to figure out if Earth's a globe or not. But I mean, contextually, if you want to know what it's about, you could argue that the more they try and move this quote-unquote space exploration into the private sphere, quote-unquote, rather than the public, then it's even harder for the public to actually gain some kind of information about what's going on. With NASA, it's a government, it's supposedly subject to the public, to serve the public, but with a private company like SpaceX,
I'm seeing
any chance of auditing those kind of things is gone. That's one potential reason. But
I'm seeing a lot of discourse in here about religion and fundamentalism and this medical. I'm not entirely sure what that's about, but was another one of my questions: is where does religion fit into all of this? So, is any religion?
One second, just for consistency question. So you said you typed in Flat Earth Discord like a few minutes ago, but now you said you already listened to it. So you already listened to this Discord, right?
No, I just was reading this just now. If you look in live stream voice text, I'm just reading what's been said.
If I can answer that. I'll give you metric.
I'm
this
not
is a
sure why
geometric argument. Nothing to do with religion. Religion can stay out of it. I'll give you this about religion. Flat Earth is in the Bible everywhere you look, but you don't need the Bible to prove flat Earth.
Yes, but is it in any other religion or just Christianity that hints?
It's in the Quran.
It's in the Quran.
It's in the beliefs of all old ancient civilizations, so it's going to be in the Bible.
Yes.
Another place.
Someone's robot hard. That might be you.
Yeah, he's muted too, so it's already over. Yeah. Sometimes conversations get wrapped up. Lexi, are you already aware that we see too far in, for the Earth to be the ball they claim it is?
Yes.
Okay, so you understand that the radius has been falsified?
I think so. Isn't the radius believed to be something like, I think, 6,000 or so kilometers, which doesn't seem,
Around about 3,959 miles.
If the Earth was if the Earth was a sphere of that size, then I feel like there would be a lot. You would be seeing a lot more curvature, but there's a lot that we don't.
6,371 kilometers approximately is the claimed radius. Yeah. What's that?
I would like to add something to the "we see too far" thing. I don't put it that way anymore because sometimes we don't see far enough, but we do see past the supposed geometric edge of a physical sphere.
That's why I say the entire sentence. I don't just say we see too far. I say based on their claim.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about the people who just say we see too far.
Speaking of we see too far, I think in our society we feel too much and think too little.
Yep.
Well, we see as far as the conditions allow us to see.
Yep.
We see exactly what we're seeing under the conditions that we're under. But when you throw a geometric physical edge or a physical object in the way, such as a hill or, a downward sloping water, or however you want to put it, even in reality with hills, that obstructs your vision. So you can't see through that. you would never see past the geometric hump of water or earth or wwhatever they're saying it is. So have to be
Yeah,
careful
I
there.
think looking over, I've experienced this before. Looking because I live in Australia, so I live in very flat land in a lot of places, and looking over many verdant landscapes and hills and deserts, and it's quite alarming how far you can see. I mean, I remember being hundreds of kilometers away from a coast, and then being able to see the ocean there, and it was quite striking.
Well, they're given the reason that under normal or standard conditions, and I guess they're calling that standard refraction, is that the distant object is being loomed up slightly. That is what I hear a lot these days, and yeah, I don't buy into that.
Not buying it, yeah.
Well,
there's no basis for it. Sorry,
it's a both and situation. They want to eat their cake and have it too.
I mean, the thing is that if you try to present any kind of cognition on this, I guess, idea, then it's almost like a slaughterhouse for thinkers. It's like you mentioned the word flat earther, and it's almost like a firework of people calling you crazy.
Yeah, it's used as a trigger word. That's why they call it the same thing they did with conspiracy theorists after JFK. They've done with flat earthers, so that anytime the words flat and earth are together, people are programmed to spaz out.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's on them.
I don't personally see anything wrong with conspiracy theory.
Observing reality.
I think thinking far into things and seeing things through a different eye, or at least making connections, it's a bit of a virtue. It's very rare in today's world, I think.
Well, this is the funny thing, right? Because you were talking about being a skeptic, but the majority of these people would call themselves skeptics whilst arguing that in 1969 3 men went to the moon to play golf, and they're skeptical. Give me a break.
Yeah. Getting back to the optical way we see, when you have a horizon, but you have an object that's taller than you going past the horizon, then perspective is going to play a part. So that apparent, ramping up of the horizon due to how we see, how our eyes take in information, and then how perspective is viewed with our eyes and brain, how that taller object, such as a power line or a ship that's taller than our horizon, once it gets past the horizon, is going to appear to get lower and lower into the distance as it goes away from you. And then the horizon is going to obstruct the bottom information from getting to you for various reasons. Angle, reduction in size, you can't resolve that information. And then you're looking through the more turbulent medium closer to the surface, so that's going to block some information. That's why you get the bottom-up obstruction on most days of distant objects that are above you as they go past the horizon. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, maybe someone wants to go into the geometric horizon in some depth, and then the black swan.
I'm new to this. I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about.
That's what I mean. It's going to go over his head if we don't go into this at a basic level.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about a geometric horizon. I don't like begging the question or giving them a model that doesn't exist. To me, it's just what
he doesn't know what the concept of the geometric horizon. Well, he does, but he probably doesn't know exactly what we're meaning when we're talking about it.
Yeah, we'll go ahead.
Lexi, you understand when we're talking about a geometric horizon, we're talking about the point that they say on this ball that we can no longer see beyond because it's gone around the curve of this ball.
Yes, I think
so. They say.
So, like the line of sight coming from your eyes down through the over the side of the ball, you would expect it to be at a certain place, but it's not. I think I know that. That's a very common argument I've seen on places like Facebook and stuff. That's one of the things that got me intrigued because from personal experience, I've seen so many times
Well, this is it. And once you understand the globe model, you can start to compare what you're seeing against that globe model and say, should I be able to see this according to the globe model that I'm told I live on? And you'll find in a lot of cases that the answer is no, which is why people are saying the Earth is not a globe, because what we're seeing is not what they're predicting we should see or shouldn't see. So they say boats go over the horizon, right? Like ships disappear bottom up because they're going over the curve of a ball. You heard that before?
Maybe someday we should all meet in the middle and, you know, go for a dodecahedron Earth.
But you've heard that before, right? Where they've said the boats are disappearing bottom up because they're going over the curve of a ball.
Yes. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't really understand. I mean, I feel like it's just because the photons or something similar could be, you know, the photons.
No, you understand what they're saying. They're saying as a
they're saying that because yes, because it goes over the curve and you can't see it. But I mean, I personally think I think it's because you know the photons or something is degrading or something similar like that.
Right. Okay. Well, the point is, what they're claiming is that there would be a geometric position where that boat would be disappearing bottom up, like a physical place on a distance.
But
so we
it's
can
never at that point.
that. We can calculate that. Yeah. That's the point, right? We can calculate where that point is supposed to be.
But
so can you get on Google right now? Let me just give you a demonstration. Are you on Google right now?
Yes, my internet's quite slow, so it might take a minute.
That's all right. Type in distance to horizon calculator. Let me know when you've done that.
Yes, it's coming up. Do I go to ring bell?
Just pick pick that first one or whichever one.
Okay.
These are just calculators that have been made based on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, which is what they tell us it is.
So the observation.
Or your observer height. Put in 1 foot.
1 foot.
Okay, and how far does it say the horizon should be?
1.2 miles.
Right. So they're saying your horizon, the line where the sky appears to meet the sea or the ground, should be at 1.2 miles. Okay, so are you looking in live stream voice text?
I am about to.
All right, just look in live stream voice text. I've just posted an image, which is a still from a video.
Yes.
You see the 2 oil rigs? All right, so this guy just takes a camera, puts it on his tripod, sticks it on the ground at 1 foot, and zooms in. Now, those oil rigs, they have the distance on them. Can you read what those distances are?
9.41 and 6.21. Wow.
Okay, and where do you see the horizon?
Well, it's definitely past that.
It's past 9.41.
Yes.
Yeah,
that
so not 1.2.
Uh-huh.
So this is what people are doing, and they're realizing, the geometric horizon is not there.
That's crazy.
So where is the curve of this ball that we're told we live on? So this is the kind of thing that you can do yourself now. Now you know where that calculator is. You can go to.
My question is where if the ships, where the ships are, right? Like the how the boats, how they disappear in the first place if it's not throughout.
Yeah, right. So that's to do with perspective. Right, so I'm going to link you another channel.
I thought it was to do with the photons, because the photons.
Well, I mean, if you want to get deep on it, I mean, it's to do with the angular resolution limit of the eye, and as the angle gets too small at a certain point, your eye is unable to resolve it. Okay, well, stick to one at a time, right? You've just asked a good question. What is this apparent observation we have of things disappearing bottom up then? And it's to do with perspective. Right.
I understand that it's to do with perspective, and now I'm
okay. Yeah, but he was explaining the aspect of perspective, and you didn't let him finish his statement. So because you acted like you already knew all about this topic, how about I quiz you? What is the limitation of angular resolution? What is the specific degree of angle that is the limit of our perspective. Do you know that number?
No, and I've already told you
I
that
do.
I'm new to this. So okay, well,
Okay,
I'm
so don't cut somebody off in the middle of their sentence and act like you already know everything about what they're saying if you obviously don't. How about that? Sound good?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not attempting to. I'm just.
You did though. That's exactly what I'm telling you happened.
I really apologize.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get you to think on one topic, right? Because this is an important point for you to
100.
It's not a P. That symbol has nothing to do with the letter P.
It's a what then? It's a
Chi Rho. It has nothing to do with the conversation, though.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
Right, Lexi,
Open mind,
are you ready to pay
open
attention
ears.
again?
Open mind, open ears, closed mouth until people are done talking.
Right, just let me give him this demonstration that he can do himself so that you can understand what we're talking about here. So if you look in live stream voice text, I've just posted a GIF and it's someone who's put a camera down to a table and he's pulling an object across it, a coin. And you can do this yourself, put a camera down or put your eye down to the table level and have someone pull an object away from your eye and you'll see it will sink. It'll appear to sink bottom up. But the table is flat, right? So this happens on a flat surface and look, this is the same camera. And when the coin is at the back and he zooms in, you see the coin again, right? So it's to do with the optical limit.
I see.
Perspective. Okay, so things will appear to disappear bottom up over a flat surface because of perspective, not because of curve.
I see. That makes more sense. I apologize for interrupting you.
That's okay.
My other question was just to do with the moon. Is if it's I mean, what the deal with that is, because I don't really understand how the moon would move independently without any form of. Because I mean, I'm not entirely. I mean, I talked with you earlier about this in the VC check-in 1, that there was gravity was not the force pulling things down. It was because they were denser than air, which makes sense. But I'm just confused. Then, if gravity is not in motion, then I'm wondering how the moon.
Yeah, you're wondering what the moon is.
Yes.
If it's not the spinning ball of rock they told us, what is it?
Is it a projection?
How would you know?
Well,
how would you verify it? Well, no, that's the question, though, right? Because obviously we all have questions about the luminaries. What are they? Are they physical? How do they work? But how would you test any of that? You can observe them.
Do we have no real explanation for what the moon is really?
Well, we can give you an explanation. We could give you countless stories, but what would that prove about it?
That's true. That's true.
I mean, explanations are only as good as the evidence you have to support them.
I guess the only
all we can do is observe them.
The only true way that you could, I guess, prove that the moon is, is to go there yourself, and that costs a lot of money. So I don't think you could, and I'm not sure they would want you to go there anyway.
We destroyed that technology, and it's too expensive a process to build back.
Yes.
I mean, if they could go to the moon, they probably wouldn't have had to fake going to the moon.
It's quite sad.
Well, it's just one of life's mysteries, isn't it? Right? The luminaries are not within your testable reach, so you can't.
Okay. Well, I have another question. What about the sun?
Same thing. What are you going to do? Travel to the sun?
No, I'm just questioning what the main sort of believable story here is about the sun and what.
Well, we're not really big on telling quote unquote believable stories. What we're interested in is empirical evidence, verifiable evidence.
I understand.
Telling stories about the sun and the moon. I could tell you the chariots drag it across the sky. That's an explanation. It was good enough for people
that is a very good explanation.
It's as good as anything else they've given us.
Also, looking at things in the sky doesn't help us determine what we're standing on.
That's true.
Yeah. What you really need to focus on is why is that horizon beyond those oil rigs?
I mean, I cannot explain. I cannot explain why the horizon would be beyond these oil rigs if the Earth was really round, like they claim.
Yeah, because they say it should be at 1.22 miles, don't they?
Yes.
According to the calculator.
According to the calculator, it should be 1.22 miles.
So is Earth lying to us, or are the people on TV telling us a story?
I think it's the story. I think it's the story.
Yeah, me too.
And it's detrimental to all of us. In many different ways.
And just think about it, right? In 5 minutes, we've given you a pretty confounding piece of evidence with regards to the horizon being in the wrong place.
Yes.
Now you must be wondering, well, why, when this is on TV or the news and they're talking about flat Earth, why have I never heard that they're observing the horizon in the wrong place? And instead, I'm hearing that they're shooting themselves into the air in rockets and dying, or any other misinformation junk. They're talking about Earth being a disk in space that's rising at 10 meters per second. That is another clue for you that they are trying to deceive you into thinking that this is something that it's not. We're just talking about.
They're trying to deceive me into thinking that the flat Earth theory is more ridiculous than it actually.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, precisely.
If I may postulate this, by lying to you the way they are, they're not just hiding God. They're making you feel like you're insignificant. You have no purpose to be here. You're as significant as a grain of sand on the beach, and an asteroid could come and wipe you out at any minute. So,
well, I'm a bit confused how God came in here, because I'm looking more for I guess.
Well, this is the point, right? This is where you start to get to. It's that if the Earth is not a globe, as it appears to not be, since we're measuring where the geometric horizon is supposed to be, then the story we're given about how it got here, the Big Bang, is also consequently false, right? If Earth isn't a globe, then the Big Bang isn't the creation. So
I see.
Basically, the two options we are given for creation is the Big Bang or intelligent creation.
Intelligent creation. I see. So there are two
that's
options.
That's not to say that you should be subscribing to a specific religion, or you should think. I'm not telling you what to think. I'm just telling you this is the dichotomy that's always been presented. It's either intelligent design or the Big Bang, essentially. But the Big Bang gives us a globe. We don't have a globe. So what's left on the table is intelligent design, and there's a lot of evidence for it. But that's not to say I'm saying who did it or what you want to call it. That's kind of your journey to figure out, right? But that's essentially where this is coming from. When you're asking, oh, why is everyone talking about religion or whatever? It's just a consequence.
Well, I just don't see why I don't see why it should be a compelling argument that the reason that they. I mean, I don't see the logic in the reason that the reason that they're trying to lie is to make me feel insignificant, because I don't really see any kind of, I guess. Again,
that's all right. You're free to assume any motive you like. The horizon is still beyond those oil rigs. Okay.
Yes.
The motive for the lie isn't of consequence to us. I mean, we can speculate about it, and I'm sure we have pretty much the correct ideas about why they do. But at the end of the day, it's not necessary for us to simply observe and realize the horizon is in the wrong place.
Then why was this man here telling me that that's the reason?
Because he's taken you along a bit further, because once you realize the Earth is not a globe, like I said, you've got to reconsider a number of stories that we've been given. And he's kind of leading you along that path. Whether or not you're ready for it, I don't know. Probably not. You've just been hit with the black swan. So.
I have another question now that I guess now that this is, I guess, revealed to me, this information, is why should it matter, and why should I act on this information? Because it's physically not exactly going to change my life in any way. Like if if it was
That's the
suddenly
ironic
revealed,
thing, right? It doesn't change physically because what it's always been physically is what we're telling you.
well,
What it hasn't been is what the story that they tell us. But why does it matter?
Well, I'm just
it depends.
confused
It depends
as
if you
to.
care about truth. Do you care about the truth?
Yes, obviously I care about the truth. I'm just
so
confused.
that's one
as to-
reason.
Yeah, truth matters, and you don't want your children to be raised deceived like that.
Do you also, another point, do you live on Earth? Yes, you do. So
No.
do you think it would be good to know about your environment?
Yes.
Probably, because you live here. So there's another reason.
I
Truth,
don't live here.
reality. Yeah, so truth and reality, two pretty good reasons.
Right.
Yeah, so we care about truth and reality here. We want to live in reality, not in someone's story or imagination. If that's not enough for you, I mean, I don't know. What do you care about? Do you care about
No, this is all enough for me. I mean, what I care most about is, well, currently at the moment I'm searching for a girlfriend because I've been having a lot of trouble in love lately, but that's what I've really been, going.
You need another server for that, I'm afraid. We're just here about Earth.
Yes. No, and that's not why I came here, but I'm looking for another girlfriend who's into this whole business with
reality.
With reality, yes, with not with getting caught
You
up
should try
in.
and find a partner who has a good grasp on reality. That's a good idea. But this isn't a dating site, so.
Unfortunately, I have a lot of trouble. I've had lots of people, or I've had lots of crazy. I've dated many crazy women, and they tell me I'm gaslighting them, and I just tell them that they're making that up. I mean, it's just a bunch of made up
that's very
nonsense.
compelling stuff. So, what other questions have you got about the Earth? Or do you need some time to think about it? What you've just been shown?
I think I need some time to contemplate about what I've just heard. I'll let you guys have a conversation here.
Yeah, no worries. Pop yourself on mute, and if you've got questions, feel free. Right. Anyone else wants to jump in? Feel free. Thank you for that respectful minute silence for the globe. You can continue.
Can I get someone to either confirm or dispute what I said earlier about the horizon being stationary if the viewer is stationary, and when something like a boat is moving away from the viewer that's stationary, it's following perspective, but the viewer's view past the horizon is following, some optical challenges or things that affect what we see and how we see and what information we're not able to gather, especially bottom up. Anybody want to challenge that or confirm that?
Mic check. Or Roboto.
I have another question.
Go for it, buddy.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there were any female flat earthers between the ages of 17 and 25 in this chat.
Okay. I mean, just make up a Craigslist and see what you can find.
I was just
play under surface.
Just a bit curious.
Play fits.
There's none.
You're cutting out, Flatty. Your body. All right. Here's Flinder. Yeah, is that a thing actually?
Are you joking today? No.
Let's see.
Yeah, okay.
We didn't catch that, Flatty. You were cutting out all the way. Sorry. I can, if you want to find flat earthers, possibly, find that matter. Get the Daywise app. People met through each other there as well. Maybe you can see someone in your local area.
Good, because I've been looking for a girlfriend lately, and it's been pretty tough.
Yeah, Yeah, just get the app and try to see whoever you can speak to and come across in your local area. Might be something within that radius. I don't know any other Flat Earth apps, whatever dating apps you want to call it.
And the application, the Flat Earth Blog application, has a feature where you can find people around your area or country and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a particular dating app is per se, but I mean, like you can talk with people, and if you find someone interested, goes both ways, and maybe you meet up somewhere if you're in a local area, like nearby. Yeah, take it from there, I guess. I don't know.
Or just be straight, man. Just be straight, dude.
Yeah. Be honest and flat about it, man. Yeah, I would say that's a great app to be starting with. I don't know any other apps that's genuine about flat earthers. There's so many trolls and whatever out there.
Yeah, man. I mean,
give it a shot.
I want my world flat, but I don't want my girlfriend's boobs to be. You feel me, bro?
Yeah. So take up the device, go for it, download the app, and see what you can find from the friend finder.
It's a lot easier if you. Never mind.
I have another question. It's pretty stupid. You might laugh at
Then
me. I'm just
why?
Well, I'm just a bit confused as to how do planes fly from one, because I've been when I was a child I flew. I used to do a lot of flying. I'm just confused as to how planes sort of fly around.
All right, before you go on, Lexi, once you see the post at 32 minutes after the hour in the live stream voice text.
Yes. I see it. So when am I supposed to be? Yeah.
Did you notice that the question that you just asked is in contradiction to that that post? All right, he muted and deafened himself. How about that? Here, let me put my surprise meter. Where's my surprise? Oh, he even left. Yeah, no big surprise there. Here, surprise-o-meter.
Oh, the 33 minutes past the hour. That's what you said.
32, but the thing that you posted, Quetzal.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly where he went to. It was.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's where everybody goes to. That's a great post. I read it and I was like, wait a second. Did I write? It looks a lot like something I wrote before, but it's not me. Somebody else wrote that.
Yeah, I found this somewhere. But yeah, you don't have to go anywhere else. Just stop at the one fundamental piece of the whole thing. And if you can't prove that, then what's the point of asking if other things are proving the globe or not?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty much. Surprise-o-meter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's just the brain just finding excuses, trying to find. It has to be something else. What if that.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta plug the hole, something. But did he realize the argument behind the black swan, and then that it falsifies the claim of the radius, like of all that? Did he concede on that part?
Did he
just brush it off?
He kind of he kind of did, but he also really and truly brushed it off. So
no surprise then.
I don't think that person is actually genuinely interested in fodder.
No, it was pretty obvious.
Once he started talking about his girlfriend having big boobs, I kind of just zoned out.
Yeah, I'm glad Wolfgang shut that down.
Yeah, obviously, and then there.
All right, here. He can come back. Just DC him.
Yeah, did you watch the sun clip?
Oh goodness, bro. I'll get to it right now.
He uses the normal lens, like viewing through the airplane window, and then he uses a sun filter later stage as well to prove that's not by the camera doing the tricks or whatever.
Okay, I'm looking.
Yeah, just an interesting observation. I don't know. Maybe you have some more information about that. I'm not sure. It'd be nice to hear if anyone has anything about that. We got Dandelion in the house. Hello. Dandelion, you there?
Oh, hello. Yeah, I'm here. Good morning. How are you doing?
Sorry for dragging you out like that.
Oh, no, I appreciate you saying hello. Good to hear you. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Thanks. Did you check that presentation out from the guy who made?
Oh, the Zarn. I got somebody sent me the link. I guess it was Flatty that sent me the link. I was
Yeah.
actually afraid to click on it because it's a download, but you're saying I should, it's okay for me to.
Are you on the computer or PC? Right
Yeah,
now?
on the computer. Yeah.
Okay, I can send you the PDF.
I got it. Yeah, no, Flatty already sent it to me, so I'm opening it now. Oh my gosh! Oh, just the beginning graphic is quite outrageous, isn't it?
Yeah. Straw manning at first hand, first page.
Did he actually display it on the screen, or you had to open it to look at it?
We had to basically. Well, I downloaded the PDF and I shared it with others in the chat, and whoever tagged along will follow the pages within that.
Okay.
And he would call out the page number presentation wise.
So he actually did do a presentation because I said after years of disappointment, I just didn't even remember. I didn't even turn on the computer all weekend. in the old days, I would have been like ready to go because I was ready last week, and then he didn't do it. I'm kind of like, oh, I'm not going to show up here every Saturday waiting for this dude. He's not really going to do it. So now he actually did it. I told him I'm impressed that you showed up. I am like I should have known better because he was different than your average Glober. You know, he was. I don't know. You know, at least he made an attempt.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, even though based on I don't know what to call it, false assumption or like the wrong idea about flat earthers. I
Right.
guess.
He actually made a presentation. I feel really bad now that I wasn't here. I don't even remember what I was doing on Saturday. Gosh, I don't even know. I probably could have been here. I don't know. I can't remember. I think I went to the dump. Yeah, I brought this old box spring to dump with my 10-year-old. That's what I was doing. Yeah, don't tell him that. No, I went to the dump instead of watching. I did. Now that I remember, it was free day at the dump, so we hauled this box spring there. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we had fun in a way. So then after the presentation, the guys tried to explain like the things they presented was not accurate because that was straw mans here and there, and then I don't know, going through the sticks and shadows explanation, how that works on two, both the same assumptions of a flat surface or a curved surface and so on. Pretty much. Yeah,
it's the sun light passing through the lenses of the glass or whatever material of the window.
Yes, and then he uses a filter at 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Into 5 minutes, you see the filter that changes color.
Yeah, I understand. But that thing that he keeps calling an object, at the 1 o'clock position and so on.
Yeah, right above. Yeah,
that is the sun refracting through the lens of the.
But it's not moving though when he's moving the camera.
It does, and you can specifically tell at about 5:10 to 5:30.
There's another one to the right of it that's moving, but there's the one right above it. It's not moving though. It's there with the sun. When he moves
does move in a parallax manner between 5:10 and 5:30. When he shifts the camera with a left to right position, like when he moves it horizontally, left to right, which he ever so slightly shifts the camera, and you do notice this spot parallax in relationship to the sun, which indicates to me that this is merely a refraction through the glass and not actually another object out beyond the plane.
Which what's the timestamp you said? 5 minutes and 30?
Yeah, between 5:10 and 5:30 is where I noticed it most clearly. Especially at the 5:11, 5:12, 5:13, 5:14. As he shifts the camera around. And then when he zooms in, it becomes even more evident that it's the curvature of the window that causes it to be out of a direct line with the sun itself. Because, it's double paned or triple paned, whichever the case, it's not a single pane of glass. So oh well. Got a spam call. But yeah, anyway, that's my analysis of that video.
Old dude says Zarn tried way more than nearly every other globe defender. One of the most genuine attempts I've ever seen. Was it recorded? I wonder if it was recorded. Probably was, right? I just probably have to dig for it. I could that probably have done that. Yeah, I was thinking about that yesterday because people like Zarn and pretty much any person who clings to the globe, they think that we're like them, that we're trying to like convert people to flat Earth. That like all we want are like numbers. You know what I mean? You know the type I'm talking about. And like to me, it's kind of like, yeah, if you want to stay fooled and deluded, I mean, joke's on you. It's kind of like a lot of people choose to be deluded, right? Like Gospel Bear gives the example of the person whose wife's having an affair. Like there's many people who would see, you know, man or woman who would, you know, subconsciously realize something's going on here, but not actually want to follow that evidence through to the conclusion that would inevitably change their life and, you know, destroy their worldview and so on. Another example, which I've observed, are parents whose, you know, children are clearly on drugs, like, you know, smoking pot all the time or drinking, you know, whatever you want to call it. I know a lot of people are marijuana advocates around here. Let's say parents' children are alcoholics that are clearly underage drinkers, you know, drinking all the time, which I think Europe has the better idea, actually. That's what I've observed, where, you know, they occasionally even, I don't know, it's when they're 18 or whatever, they can drink a little bit, or even younger than that, they kind of have a glass or two. Like, they don't freak out. When we had an exchange student from Spain, she couldn't believe how much kids drank over here where it's illegal, right? Because in Spain, they can drink, so it's like no big deal. You know, like we have a lot of children with alcohol problems. Anyway, point being, it doesn't even matter if it's a child or an adult person who has, you know, someone in their life has a substance abuse problem and they just ignore it and do nothing, you know, because actually addressing it is hard, right? So it's the same thing with addressing the delusion, you know, where you're being fooled by the globe delusion. You know, it's another addiction, right? We all know it's a psychological addiction to the globe. Like, actually addressing the problem and facing reality is a lot of work. A lot of people don't want to do it. So, and that's fine. That's your choice, Zarn, and anybody else. You know, if you guys want to continue to be fooled, to be a child, a mental child, accepting the cartoon globe fantasy that's as it's presented to you, perfectly fine. Like, it doesn't affect my life anyway. We offer here your opportunity to actually use the brain given to you and to, you know, actually use the blessings and gifts you're given of reason, will, logic to actually realize that the globe is nothing but a, you know, superstitious delusion cartoon for children, you know, and you could grow up and become an adult and face the world on its own terms, but you'd prefer to take the easy route, the lazy route, just accept whatever comes across your screen as being reality and let other people dictate your life, your reality, and your world. Just plug yourself right into the matrix and just sit back, you know, eat your steak and your cake and whatever else. That's perfectly fine. Like, I'm not your mother. I'm not your brother. I'm not your wife. I'm not your anything. Like, if you want to wreck your life on a globe addiction and waste your life by letting other people dictate your reality, you know, that's your choice. We're just offering an alternative to anyone who chooses to take it. But it's not like we're sitting here counting up, you know, we need to convert more people. Why would we? Like, you know, it's very obvious and easy. They show it right on NASA.gov, the globe's Photoshop CGI. Like, not our job to fix their mess. You know, you guys should do it if you care enough. If you don't, stay deluded by all means. Oh, there's Zarn. He's back. He answered me. Go ahead. Who is going to respond to what? Is that you, Gospel Bear? No, Gospel Bear is God. Somebody is going to respond to what I said. Go ahead. Because I don't think Zarn's actually here. He just typed to me.
I mean, he's welcome back and to have a, you know, more discussion.
Oh, he said, yeah, get back in here, Zarn. He's claiming you weren't civilized. I got to listen to the tape.
I think, yeah, we're too many people going, you know, pulling the strings basically here and there. I think one-on-one would be better to explain.
See, that's why I feel like I'm sad I wasn't come and talk to us. Come and talk to us is what I'm trying to say.
But yeah, he's welcome back to have a discussion about the topic.
I let him down So I let him down because I told him I'd mute everybody. I'm sorry. Like I don't have Discord on my phone. He wrote to me like 3 times. While it was happening, I put the it's because I work on the computer. He doesn't understand because he's a child. They like technology, right? Like I literally put the laptop in the backpack and put it in the closet. Like I don't want to work on the weekends. Like that's like when I used to come here for precious metals to help out. Sometimes I made a special effort to do that. Like I don't want to turn on technology when I don't have to. So I know young people don't understand that, right? Oh, he's got to do his homework. Okay, we support that, don't we? Correct Gamer is showing us a link to something called Worldview. I don't know what that is. Most accessible voyage to the edge of space. Limited flights available for 2024, right? Of course, yeah.
Can we?
Yeah, they claim you can see the curve after rising up 15 minutes, and it takes like 2 hours to get to like 100,000 feet.
100,000 feet?
Yeah, I want to see a flat earther go on that thing.
The windows is gonna be really concave, probably giving out that distortion of.
Yeah, you can see that they're round just on the display. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see the curve 20 feet up.
Say, I want to put my head out. I want to hold my breath. I'm gonna watch the curve in my own eyes, not through an object. Is it a one-way ticket?
Oh yeah, I see partway through the video where they've got it. Yeah, like distort view there.
Yeah. Yeah, the windows are concave or whatever. The ship. And then to the point when you see the curve.
So I noticed when I was at the aquarium in Chicago last month, they had a virtual reality thing, like a machine there, whatever. Like you were going to sit in the thing, and it probably was like underwater diving, I assume, since it was the aquarium. I don't even know what it was, the experience. I didn't look at it that closely, but what I noticed was all day, every time I walked by it, like nobody was in it. Like nobody wanted to do that because you're like there, you want to see the real fish that are there. Plus, you could go and see the live like dolphin show. They had beluga whales. Like. I was actually, that was very enheartening to me. I was very inspired by that like literally no one wanted to do the VR, like, and you had to pay extra, but a lot of people there have money, a lot of people in Chicago have money. Like, I don't even think it was the money. It wasn't even a huge amount, the amount you had to pay to do it, because they paid extra to do other stuff. But, they want to see real fish, they don't want to go look at a screen when they're there to see the real fish. I was actually really happy about that. I think that's what we're going to see in the future, and hopefully, especially the younger generation that have been raised on these screens. They're like, reality is going to be so exciting. That can you imagine one of these kids who's like like stuck in the city, like always watching a screen, playing video games, so on, like. And then they get older, they decide, hey, I want to see what this world's about. They go on like a backpacking trip or something. They'd be like, wow, this is the most exciting thing ever. Their screen would be like so boring to them. You know what I mean? They'd have they wouldn't even care if you took away their stupid phone. They'd be like, why would I want to look at this thing? I mean, I can't even imagine. It'd be like bringing someone, it'd be like having a rebirth. Like if you had no experience with nature and you, which a lot of these children don't. I mean, it's not, that's not even, you don't even have to go that far. Like we have a nature center down the road. The lady even told me that 15 years ago, that when the kids came from the inner city, they are so excited to see birds, flowers, nature. It's, like very, very fun for them.
It's forming new pathways. That's why.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, new experiences. Yeah.
Oh, so
Oh, Bree says he thinks most kids don't like nature until they become adults. I don't know. See, I always did, but like I'm weird. I know that. I've always been weird. So I was always like trying to find the nature wherever I could, even in my parents moved me to the suburbs, which was like, but it's true. I did start out. We moved from like living at the end of a dirt road in the like right next to state forest where I just wandered through the forest all the time. They moved me to this suburban neighborhood. It was like, oh my gosh, what is this? My poor dog. We both had parallel experiences. Like told me I had to use a leash for the dog who used to always just run around, He was like, she was dragging me around the neighborhood. We went through all the yards. Like none of us knew about sidewalks. We're supposed to stay out of other people's yards. And it was just a wild experience. But anyway, we found the nature. It was at the end. Sometimes we go to the golf course. Even that was like more natural than this, the subdivision. But then we also found the very end, one of the roads, you went and you found the creek. There's a forest there. On the other side was the farmer's field. Like, of course, now, sadly, I went and took my children back there. And now that place where we used to go is now a gated community. Fancy $1 million homes, even they don't even have, those children have to go even further, I guess, to find nature. But, I don't know. I guess it depends on the child. Some people, maybe some children don't like it. I don't know. Oh, Bree says you were in Girl Scouts 10 years. You were in nature lab, but didn't respect its beauty till it was older. Yeah, I guess it depends on the personality. And then like respecting it's probably different than just like going in it and playing it and getting dirty. I mean, that's what we were doing. I don't know if we were respecting a lot. Yeah, I wonder about that, Rec Gamer, about them putting the people up there because, yeah, I'd be curious to know, like, have they had people that have already done that, this link that Rec Gamer put up there, or is this like a new thing they haven't done yet? This reserving your flight thing.
Yeah, I have no idea. Sincerely, Brittany showed me that yesterday. Thought it was pretty interesting.
But everything they're going to be looking at is going to make.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who, if they don't like the long distance observation, because that
They can enter
requires
butt. I ain't missed that, Reggie.
It's it's just reaffirming the globe for people. That's what the whole reason they're doing this, I would assume.
Bruh. I just got $1 million, slightly unscrupulous plan, but not immoral, just wrong idea. But I don't want to say it on live stream. I don't think it exists yet. Let me see which voice channel is going to make the most sense. All right, if anybody wants to join me, they'll see me down below. I'll hang out there for like 3 minutes.
Oh, I totally want to know, Gospel Bear. Come on.
All
I'm
right.
coming down there. Where is he going? I don't know where he went. Maybe he just went to the live stream too. Oh, yes, I don't see him at all. Yeah, I was just going to say before I find Gospel Bear, which I don't see where he went. People, if they don't accept the long distance observation because they don't want to use the Pythagorean theorem, a tiny little bit of math, they can get a weather balloon kit. I mean, they're not really that expensive. Like a young person who says they care about this, like our dude who was in here a few months ago that was building a robot. It's like, yeah, just get a weather balloon kit and send a normal camera up there and see what you see. I mean, we see tons of. I'll just put a video up here of one of the ones on YouTube. I mean, it just when you have a normal camera lens, it looks flat. That's just the way it is. I mean, isn't that what we see here all the time? That it is flat. It looks flat. It's just a matter of whether you're capable of psychologically accepting it or not. Oh, there he is. He's down in the chill chat. Okay, I got to find out this exciting idea.
Well, in other news, the Earth remains flat and stationary. If you don't agree, come on in and talk to us about it.
No lo pueden
way to kill the live stream. How dare you? I'm trying to compete with Dave Hinkle in the world record for fastest way to kill the live stream. He affectionately calls himself Dead Air Dave. It's not true. It's always really quiet and already dead. He just pretends that it's his fault.
Always took it that he chimed in because it was Dead Air, and he was just saying this is Dead Air Dave. He just chimed in, letting everybody know it was Dead
Air. He's accused himself of being the cause more than once, so that's why I'm saying that.
I don't know, man. I like it when he speaks. Of course, speak a little bit more, man.
Yeah, Dave's cool. Yep.
If he's listening, you hear that, Dave? You speak a little bit more.
Lionel, you've been hot micing over and over again. I just keep disconnecting you, but you keep coming back and leaving your mic open.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's just like we can hear the ruffling noise in your microphone. Whatever activity you've got going on, we can hear that, and that's why I keep on disconnecting you so that you can. But I'm telling you,
thank you for letting me know.
Yeah. Let's see. Hey, Elijah, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going? Hope all is well with y'all.
Mm-hmm. Pretty well. I everything was going well, and then I got a potentially brilliant idea that I can't necessarily act on because I lack the means and expertise, as is typical, when you have an idea that could render great reward. Means and expertise are oftentimes the encumbrance from success. But anyway, I ran down to the chill VC to tell everybody about it, and then came back and everybody was like quiet.
What a shame.
Yeah. So
You need,
I blame myself.
But you need you always need the person with the idea, and you need people to work with. It sounds like you have an idea for a project or something.
Yeah, but it's upwards to potentially like a $5 to $10 million project based on my knowledge of other similar projects. But it's the sort of thing that could render potentially hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue.
What's the main challenge? The money or the people?
No, I mean, with these sorts of, the thing is, sometimes pre-existing structures can just add a feature to what they're already doing. So technically, the idea could be, quote unquote, sold to someone that's already doing a similar thing, and they just simply need to add a component to their active plan. That would actually be the most feasible way. Interesting. Now I'm basically just handing over a golden ticket to anybody that's interested in attempting that solicitation. The tricky part with this, and why I went to the chill VC to talk about it, is about IP or intellectual property. And technically, it would be recorded and all of that, but at the same time, I'm not sure that it would really stand up as proof, where you'd be able to sue or whatever. Hold on. The square foot of land in Scotland also comes with a certificate saying the buyer is a lord or lady of their 1 foot plot of land in Scotland. Yeah, Laphroaig. I thought it was square inch that Laphroaig was. Laphroaig property purchase. Friends of Laphroaig. I know my Scottish pronunciation is probably just cringe-worthy to wait, whoops. 0. There we go. You have to verify your age to go to their website. All right. Where's their thing that you... These grounds are lifetime lease of an unregistered plot, which is recorded in the distillery. Yeah, I'm trying to see what the plot... Yeah, I was pretty sure it was a square inch. I just can't find. Honorary square... Oh, no, yeah, it's square foot. Honorary square foot. Not that it means anything, really. I mean, whatever, but... Friend of Laphroaig. In terms of pronunciation, I do the best I can. I know I sound like a Southern American. Yeah, some square foot. One I saw. Yeah, you were right. Slow-mo moon buggy. You were right. My pronunciation is. Thanks, old dude. Thank you. Yeah, I listened to one of the spokespersons for that company, And I was like, man, this guy's accent is top tier, as good as it gets, best pronunciation in the world. Subjective statement, if I ever heard one or said one. Are there any globe believers so I can stop rambling about goofiness? I guess the answer is no. Not seeing any in the chat.
I don't think so.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad they're not frustrating or cringy. I try to not ramble too fruitlessly.
Yeah, the hardest thing about any project is gaining momentum. You know, starting and gaining momentum. Starting little. I don't know if that makes any sense. Starting little. Talking about it. It's can be positive, but most of the time, people are you're gonna receive. You know, most of the people are gonna be like, no, it's too difficult or this and that. I don't see a lot of people making money with flat Earth. I don't really understand. Or some people are, right? Some people are, but more people, I think, in my opinion, it would be really nice if more people start making money with it. You know, like maybe doing courses, providing courses or things like that. Or even selling things, you know, related with like merchandise.
There are merches above Flat Earth, clocks and other stuff, tables. They're on the David Weiss app as well. The merchandise, things like that. They're very expensive though. Some of them, you know, it's handcrafted, handmade. The quality is good though. Yeah, but something out there. T-shirts. People sell other stuff. Stickers. I think KJ does a little bit of that as well. Flat Earth related merchandise. So yeah, we got people doing that. Surely there's others as well. Maybe we're just not aware of them. They're not in here with us.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of promotion, you know.
Yeah.
What's up?
I just had a customer that thought he bought something, but he never did. It's not the first time this sort of thing has happened. And I never know whether or not it's dementia or just like a mistake. But, and I'm not saying dementia as an insult. A type of customers that I have are statistically more likely to have dementia.
What did he do?
He thought he bought something and he didn't. Same thing as what I think I just said.
So he came back. He came back in to the store.
No, I don't. I work from home. I don't work in a brick and mortar. Communicate with people over the phone and via email.
He came back to you and said, "Where's my product?"
Yeah, he was asking where his thing was that he never bought from us. It's not the first time. Not from him. It's the first time from him. It's not the first time that such a thing has happened. A case of mistaken identity. Or something like that. Persia. Is that the black? No, that says Russia over there.
Yeah, I'm currently looking through the website, through the maps of the world, old world, or old map world, whatever you call it.
It's Persia and then China. Yeah, so that Tartarian Sea, is that the Black Sea? Or is that all the way up to the Arctic that they're portraying? Oh, by the way, Quetzal, did you see my ridiculously long graphic?
Which one?
I'll post it again.
Sorry, I wasn't.
No, don't be sorry. I worked on that for about 5 hours yesterday.
Did you put it to an end now?
What's that?
Did you put it to an end? Like the whole argument?
Yeah. That's 1,000 pixels by 8,000 pixels, which was the maximum limitation of Canva which I was using to make the graphic.
Yeah. I saw you had an argument with loggers about it, I guess.
Yep. So
some sort.
I was able, and it can be demonstrated by viewing the graphic. I was able to determine that very many etymological dictionaries and otherwise actually get their information wrong, but not wrong, just part wrong. So, it's like saying that the root word for will is ABC, and the root word for turn is BCD, and BC is the commonality between the two of them. but ABC and BCD are not the same thing. It's like that. Whereas ABC represents mentum, or the word for projection, or chin, or cope, or there's another word in there somewhere. But and whereas the other word, mentis, or mens, is the word for mind, and whereas mentum has declensions that overlap with mentis or mens, because of overlapping declensions, this is where low energy etymology researchers make a false conclusion and get some of their information wrong. So technically, this graphic that I've made can be a guide to other people in how to do research properly.
Yeah, it looks great. Yeah, I'll go through it. I guess it's not what we supposedly understood the word of government.
Yeah, that Satanist guy, Santos Bonacci, or whatever, that was one of the very first, apparently one of the first people to mention this, but not necessarily the first. Whatever the case, he actually did some very intellectually negligent or purposely subversive things in his. He either made accidents like a major stupid person, or he purposely was being subversive and disingenuous in disinforming people regarding this, to make himself, as people typically do, to make himself out to look like a really smart guy, but he's a charlatan and a fake. So anyway,
yeah, I don't know his history about that, but yeah,
there's a lot of French in there, which is probably tedious to anybody that's trying to manually translate, but it's not too hard. I put all the resources in there, so you can actually go to those websites, find the details yourself, pull it up on your Apple iPhone or whatever device you have, and click translate, and it'll do half of the work for you. So it's a doozy of a graphic. The largest the bot has, as far as I'm aware. Desmond. Feel free to say hello. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I'll just ship you up to VC check-in then. Nice.
Thanks for mentioning that Santos is Satanist. I was like watching one of his videos a week ago, but he sent it to me, and I saw Santos, like years ago, and learned a bunch of stuff. Learned a bunch of flat Earth stuff from him, but nobody's pointed out that he basically is a sun worshiper.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of different flavors of the Mystery Babylon teachings and fractalizations of them.
Yep.
But they all accomplish the same end goal, and that is apotheosis, to become one with the universe and or to become God of the universe or some flavor of that ideology. So I'm the guy that annoyingly brings this up over and over again, and people are like, I don't want to hear this anymore.
It's just so stupid what people imagine.
Well, here's the thing, though. I don't disacknowledge or I don't ignore the fact that some of these people, like Eric Dubay or this Bonacci guy or any other occultist, I'm not saying that they only tell lies. They tell things that are true, but so do other crafty charlatans. Like, listen, a deceiver is not going to be effective if they only tell you absurdities. A deceiver is only going to be effective if they incorporate and lace their truth with their agenda.
Yep.
So that's how it works. Or vice versa. They could literally lace their lies with some truth. Both methods are utilized. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they just have each shill has their own amount of truth that they mix in, and usually it's like 98% truth, so it sounds awesome, but the end game is completely wrong.
But I'll be honest, man. Most of these people are not doing it purposely. They themselves think to do someone a favor, even because they're deceived. So they're deceivers deceiving the already deceived.
They're demonstrating their loyalty, and here's an extremely diplomatic way. Oh, what?
The Santos guy or whatever his name is, definitely. I mean, just look at every video with this huge sun worshipping curtain in the background. So it's the same as Professor Dave.
Yeah, check this out, though. Check this out. This is the diplomatic way to say it. Instead of saying that somebody's wrong, because, gosh, who are you to say somebody's wrong? I like to demonstrate just what they are about, and you make up your own mind. If your loyalty is to the substance, the effect, the creation, then that's your loyalty, and I'm going to demonstrate that that's your loyalty, and that's what you are choosing to elevate above all other things. Now, in contrast to that, you might be the type of person that has loyalty to the one who made all those things and consider yourself separate from the one who made all things. And that is the great distinction and dichotomy, and it is a provocative and controversial dichotomy.
So when you say he's a sun worshipper, is he on the which model is he going for?
Luciferian, not satanic. See, the satanic agenda is not always, at least on the exoteric, they're not usually focused on the light or your inner light or any of that. remember as above, so below, and you've got this darkness within the Church of Satan where they focus on your will and the elements and alchemy and material world and those sorts of things. And I know I'm blending. That's not just Church of Satan stuff. There's other groups that focus on the dark, so to speak, the dark side of the yin and yang. Somebody like Bonacci and Dubé and other ones that are focused on the sun or the light or energy or vibrations or any of those sorts of things. That's the white side of the yin and yang, metaphorically.
Yeah. No, I understand. I don't subscribe to that part. It's just the part about flat Earth that got me to the point where they all co-work like that, in podcasts, whatever. So that's basically that topic I was following, and I liked this stuff was coming up, flat Earth and stuff like that. But other part, I'm not interested. I have no interest in other things he's been talking about. I watched his Synchronicity podcast. I don't know. It seems interesting at first because I don't know, talking about certain things about the body and the mind and. But then goes, I don't know. It didn't resonate with me, basically. So I left it at that. So, I mean, you don't have to automatically subscribe to everything else that he does or anyone else. But I would just pick out the very particular information that person has to share. And if that goes along with everything else what we have been researching up on, then I think that's okay. From that point of view, I guess. I don't know. That's my
he's like a nice stepping stone for your buddies that are into yoga or something. You can use him as a stepping stone to get flat Earth explained, and then smack him with the truth afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's gonna have their own beliefs in other stuff and whatever. So that's up to them. So
how is Santos Bonacci a Luciferian exactly?
His overt and covert worshipping of the light.
He's a sun worshiper. He wants to say that Jesus is the sun in the sky and the stars are the wise men, and just make it he says that your spine, and that's the Kundalini rising up your spine, and it's all like Hindu beliefs.
It's all fractalizations of the same old thing.
I watched a
article.
I watched a
channel for. Go ahead.
Oh, I was watching. It was a Tinfoil Hat podcast with Santos Bonacci and Eddie Bravo, and Santos was just like, "Oh, Bravo, you're the best in the world. You're so good." And it's like, it's cool, he's got the right idea, but he doesn't explain flat Earth at all. He's just like, "Bro, the Earth's flat because it's freaking flat." And doesn't really give a really good explanations. He's like okay at it, but pretty funny. But that whole podcast is just if you actually know what's going on, you can see a lot of holes in their arguments for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the same thing with the Masons. They keep the very secrets to themselves. They know what is up with the world, but yet we see them as devils or in a negative aspect. But yet you want to take the information they know and take the pieces from that. I guess you don't have to like the person itself, But if there's information about the world that they hide in, I don't mind getting that information out of it. No matter.
Yeah.
So doesn't mean like you have to practice the very same thing they believe in their beliefs and their rituals, whatever the case may be. But just information about the world. That's the part I'm more interested about. That they're hiding from us.
Yeah, my friend was like, "Oh, you should look at all this stuff because the Freemasons know what's going on." And I'm like, "Well, I know they know what's going on, but they don't tell us everything straight up." And so, yeah, you have to like listen to everything and filter it for yourself, and then have some beliefs that make sense. I gotta drive to work, so I'm gonna mute myself, but I'll be listening all day, boys.
Alrighty.
All right, see, man. That ending, his mic was closed and he was still talking. Yeah.
So good.
Yeah. So everything about the rituals and the satanic stuff is inverted from the other side. That's how they do it. So just basically that's what they do. Yeah, the inversion of everything and poison and the information around that. So if you can see beyond that, see what they're actually turning and twisting around, comes out from the other side, which is they have inverted. Then the real side from the straight off the inversion of itself. So that's how I see it.
Rob.
Yep.
I'll keep on posting it every now and then because the non-duality video I posted the other day is now one of my top favorite videos of the Truth is Stranger Than Fiction channel. It's just
the non-duality. What is it about?
Yeah, superposition, unconditional love, and the duality of non-duality. It's a good video for understanding the big picture in a really concise way without spending hours and hours. Understanding the root of these teachings, if you call them teachings, is relativism and the duality of non-duality, and or the acceptance of the rejection, or just rather the rejection of the law of non-contradiction, essentially, which this video points out is in itself an ironic acceptance of the law of non-contradiction at the same time. It creates a dichotomy in which case invalidates the base claim. It's an ironic, interesting thing if you watch the video. Nope. Meet at discontinue in this BC.
Time to segue away. You can pay PayPal with Bitcoins now.
Yeah, I think that's been a thing for a while. Well, maybe not. I know that. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
A year or two ago, PayPal introduced the ability to buy and sell Bitcoin. So now they're allowing transfer. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Did you read the terms of their buy-in of Bitcoin?
Just a second. Inker and Clay, this voice text, I have put your link. You can continue your conversation, and Jonathan, continue the conversation in the provided hot link of religion and spirituality. Okay? Discontinue in this voice text. If your comment, Jonathan, has anything to do with religion or spirituality, okay, just making sure. Be careful. Be careful.
They really get triggered so fast. They should be. I don't know.
You need consciousness to do science, right? You need what's wrong with spirituality?
Ain't nothing wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong with it. You know, be an open-minded creature.
Internal knowledge. You said the word consciousness?
Yeah. Consciousness is spiritual, no? Consciousness is spiritual.
Yeah, I mean, if you're open-minded, seeking information, whatever, that can enlighten yourself to a higher being or whatever the case may be.
Well, yeah. Well, the word consciousness is the state of being aware.
Yeah, the spirituality part.
Consciousness does not necessarily invoke any spiritual anything.
No, I didn't mean that. I was talking about the spirit. He was talking about the consciousness. I was talking about spirituality. By gaining, certain knowledge and information to enlighten yourself of a state of being.
And to answer the question about its importance is not the issue. The relevance is, and the narrowing down or exclusivity that this voice and text chat are meant to be targeted in on. Inevitably, these topics do come up, but pretty much the moment that people have difficulties or are arguing back and forth is around the same moment when it is required to be relocated for propriety's sake.
Yep.
Let me know if you can listen to this motorcycle going. Yeah, we heard it.
Was that a test of your suppression noise?
That is correct, Flatty. No, that is correct. You don't own the keys. You don't have the private key, therefore you don't own the coin. There's a lot of platforms that operate in that way, so it's all fake. Yep. It doesn't mean that it can't work out, you know. It works out until it stops working out because it's all not. It's all fiat stuff, as opposed to something of real value.
Anybody located in the southern hemisphere?
Flat Earth Solar is, for sure, and then all the Aussies are, obviously. But I don't know if any of them are here, being that it is 2:10 a.m. on the east side. And I think that means it would be 11:10 p.m., I believe, or 11:11 on the west side. I think there's a 3-hour difference between the east and west, but something like that. But it's in the middle of the night in Australia, so it's unlikely for any of them to be here. They're in the daytime here. Well, daytime in America, at least. Wow.
Okay, seems we're having more quiet time. Low, it's not.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, gospel. No heliocentric enthusiasts as usual.
Correct.
Maybe less people. Maybe more people are becoming less enthusiastic about that model of our cosmology. So
It would appear so. It would appear so.
it just popped in here that Godric give us a full report from California, if you want to.
Weather will be warm today in Cali.
You went with the weather report. He gave us a current state of California or whatever.
It is still flat.
Is there still a large percentage of people wearing face diapers in California?
About 20%.
20. Come on, people. Quit suffocating yourselves. Anyway.
And those 20% people wear them in their car.
Alrighty then. Anyone has a topic they want to strike up, feel free. Right now, we're enjoying silence for the non-globe. It does not exist. Anyway.
Families that come to the park, like 3 of them with the parents and the kid, they all have face masks. Just, there's nobody around them.
Yeah. I see a little bit of that around here in Kentucky. It breaks my heart when I see these kids muzzled. You just want to go up and say something to them, Anyway. Just worry about this generation of young people with all this fear being pushed on them. It's crazy. Anyway, we'll go back to globe silence till somebody's got something they want to say. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. All we need is reality-based demonstrations of this globular object that everybody thinks they live on. Starting with the curvature of the Earth, we need a direct measurement of that. And if I have to explain to you what that really means, then you're lost already. We need to see the drop over distance from point A to point B. Go 20 miles, show the drop 267 feet or whatever it is. Thank you. Then we need to see the motion of the Earth detected properly, scientifically, and the proof of how we exist with air pressure system next to nothing. So 3 simple questions, you can shut this server down. Come on in with any of that. Thank you.
What is the waffling about in the chat?
It's waffling.
I don't know. It just came back.
I'm not looking at the chat. Sorry, somebody else can talk, maybe.
Why don't you start and tell us about the flat Earth?
Who?
Zarn, I'm going to stop responding to you in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, let me hop in.
You.
I found, I found this just a little bit ago on We See Through a Glass Darkly, which is Truth is Stranger Than Fiction's blog. And it's beautiful. Here, Glober Logic Fell is the keyword for this meme.
Glober says, or is that a flat earther, Ed Garrett?
That's a Glober.
Okay, Glover says, my problem is that I see curvature. I can't show it to flat earthers because of their presuppositions of no curvature. At any rate, flat earthers' assumptions are making the physical into final reality. What?
Is it Glober that said that?
Yeah.
I think I'd have to read that like 50 more times to even come close to... I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, it's beautiful because he's doing two different things in this short statement. He's doing the presupposition thing, which is so hilariously ironic, and basically he's admitting that the only way that you can see curvature is with the presupposition that it's there in the first place. So he's admitting that, which is hilarious. But then making the physical into final reality, bro.
Yeah, that's the part I got lost. I don't know. Final reality, like
they love nothing more than to gaslight themselves.
I know. I was like, so is there a non-final reality? Like, who finalizes reality and when?
It's a Glober Logic Fell. It's
oh boy,
pretty funny.
Yeah, it's good.
Who is this trying to friend me? Mist Weeper. Yeah.
Should I take a guess? Can know. I think I know what it is.
Mist Weeper, why are you always trying to friend me? I don't get it. I mean, granted, I don't try to abuse you very much.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm nicer than some. I don't know.
Mr. Weeper, why don't you go ahead and give me a request?
I've been pretty fair and square with him. He doesn't want to understand what it's all about in the right way. He's making up his own things.
You guys think volcanoes
I
are
see Zarn is spiraling in chat. That's nice to see.
He doesn't get sarcasm, does he?
It's like, let's see, what do we have today? Oh, yes, another Glober spiraling in the chat. Moving along. Next.
Wow.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
Satan worshipping pedophiles in the government. God damn.
15%? That's actually quite a bit. That's a chunk.
In the government? How many are there?
No. 1 in 8 people that were surveyed, if this is true, right? If this is true, 1 in 8 people that they surveyed believe that. Now, how did they do their selection? How many people did they survey? What was the specific question?
And which did they round up or down? Because 15 is a clean number.
Yeah. So I would love to know their sample size at the very least, and I would hope that it was at least 10,000. I would hope that it was a bare minimum of 10,000. That would be the absolutely anything below 10,000 would just be like so ridiculous. There's no, and then of course randomized sampling and all that other good stuff is important, but. If you could somehow do a survey, you know what? One of the good ways to do it, I've said this before, somebody like Mr. Beast could do incredible statistics. Like, you know how the YouTuber allows you to do like a poll? Like those guys, somebody like Mr. Beast. Now, I understand that the sample population of who you've got people all the way down to probably 7 or 8 years old that are watching Mr. Beast. So there's that to take into consideration. But still, I think it would be a really interesting method for doing a poll. I don't really remember what his current subscriber count is, but I know it's a big number. Let's see here. 96.5 million. Yeah, that's what I mean. Now I know a lot of those people aren't in America, but yeah.
Yeah.
The dude gets 20 million views a day.
This Mistweeper guy's amazing.
Where?
Wait, why?
Lobby?
Well, he's random, and I'm just playing into it for fun. Yeah.
What?
I mean,
here, I'll post the picture of it real quick.
Oh, okay. Because I was pretty sure it was
He's a troll for sure. He's just messing around.
I thought it was a ammonia laden person that we're familiar with already.
Oh.
But I sure know.
Yeah, it might be.
Government.
Ammonia. Nice.
Yeah.
Where did you post it? Flobe? You said you posted it where?
No, Glatt said he was going to post it. He's DMing him.
Oh. Ask him what is dirt. I mean, what is earth?
What is dirt? That's funny. Yeah, I'll ask him what dirt is.
No. Earth. Sorry, ask him what earth is.
No, we've gone past that here.
Here, we'll do this. I'm just gonna give Mistweeper listening pass. There you go.
Yeah, that's
all right. There's the first part of the conversation.
Yeah, that's definitely our ammonia friend.
And he just goes on from there, just random, nothing, points, not even points. This is fun to do sometimes.
Yeah.
Don't judge me.
I'm not.
Okay, fine. You can judge me. It's fine.
Whatever spins your wheel.
He says Earth is dry land suitable for cultivation. That's what. So Earth is dry land suitable for cultivation.
Okay. He's upping his game a bit.
He's deflecting. Still, though, he's not talking about curvature or the lack thereof on Earth.
Say Earth is flat. See the response.
He says rocks don't grow trees. Mm-hmm.
Rocks don't grow trees. What?
I don't even know if that's true. I've seen some nutty shit in the woods.
I don't understand how someone has so much time to write things instead of coming in here and talk.
To be honest, he wouldn't.
If he types instead.
He wouldn't be productive in the live stream. The live stream.
I think Clay is talking about Zarn, not Miss.
Oh,
Zarn.
Yeah, Zarn, get in here. Come on. Stop wasting people's time. Typing is horrible. Come talk to us.
Hey, he's probably even listening to the live stream.
For sure.
This is what I see when I hear Zarn, I think Zoltan. So I imagine Zarn is one of these guys in the bubble wrap.
You even have plants in the background.
What?
Dude, what does mine say? Sweet.
What?
What?
What does mine say?
What does what say?
My tattoo. Have you seen Dude?
Dude, what does mine say?
Okay, Flatty. It took me a second.
What does mine say?
I don't get it.
It's a quote from the movie. It's a
okay.
Yeah.
I don't know the movie.
Yeah. I think that Dude, Where's My Car is a metaphor for how messed up you get after an MK Ultra experiment. It's actually just a metaphorical mind trip of the victims of MK Ultra.
If you guys couldn't tell, I'm making fun of P Drinker or whoever that is in my last post.
You know what? True.
Really lean into it, pal. You know, there's puns there. There's puns.
It's so funny. Yeah, Zarn, think about what you did or didn't do. Just come talk to us, man.
Illogical and a hoax.
Was that your attempt at an impersonation of the Trump accent?
I didn't. That was not me.
No, Quetzal.
Oh.
Trump? Who?
When you said illogical and a hoax, it came off very much like a Trump accent.
Really?
Yeah, it kind of did. It was funny.
I just did it. I don't know what happened. It just came out of nowhere.
It was definitely raspy,
I was reading
like
Zarn's,
Trump. Yeah.
Sentence there. I was like, okay, I'm gonna make it make it sound funny or something. I was like, okay. Well, that's new. I never heard that one. Trump.
It was there, close to it.
Oh my god! All right.
There's a future in that impersonation for you,
bro.
Yeah.
There is a guy. I mean, people do impersonations, but there is this comedian that really he's spot on. I'll find his name. I've been watching him every now and then. I'm annoyed by most of the modern comedians. They're all pretty garbage, but as far as skill goes, Tyler Fisher does a great job.
No.
Some globies will join you, true comedians, but they don't even know that. The way some people got me laughing sometimes by what they presume.
Well, you can see them as clowns coming in with their spinning wet balls.
Yeah, but sometimes off mic, I'm just laughing. I don't know, especially when Matthew is around and people are starting to ride with him in the voice. It's not like that I'm laughing about him. It's just I like him in a way that he makes me laugh. I don't understand how to describe it.
That's pretty decent, Gospel. That's pretty decent.
Yeah.
If you close your eyes, it's Trump, right?
And it's not the best I've heard. He actually, in this video, sounds higher pitched. He usually is a little bit slower and a little bit lower, which is better, but I gave him some sewing needles. Nice.
It's certainly better than I've heard in a long time.
Yeah. Tyler Fisher's all right.
That our cartoon president was a show, and the guy who does Trump in that cartoon show is the best I've ever heard. I thought it was Trump doing it. I was like, Trump would probably sign up for something like this.
Oh man.
So
pronunciation, yeah, it's pretty close. Yeah.
Let me point out, in my opinion, the funniest thing Tyler Fisher has ever done is his sketch series on Man-Boy Unit. You can look up Man-Boy Unit Undercover Cop mini documentary by Tyler Fisher. And as far as comedic, sketch humor and stuff, that is some high, that's some big brain hilarious. So because he's a really short-statured adult man, his whole comedy sketch is about him playing on the swing set at the park, luring in the pedos, and then revealing that he's actually an undercover police officer and arresting them.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
The premise is pretty hysterical, and how he pulls it off is So that was probably the best. That's probably what made me go, all right, this guy might have a little bit of promise. But yeah, it's tough. It's tough out there. There's a lot of quote unquote woke comedians, and they're just trash. But
it's like when craft beers started to become a huge thing amongst cool people. Like most of them are terrible, and then. So to me, it's the same thing with woke comedians.
You're not a big fan of New Belgium and stuff like that?
New Belgium's awesome. I'm talking just like so my stepbrother and stepbrother-in-law and stepsister, they make craft beers in their garage, and most of it's just kind of like, I mean, I'll drink it. Well, I used to drink it. I'll say, yeah. I mean, I see what you're going for. I couldn't not be honest about it, but yeah, I mean, I used to live in Austin, Texas, and I've had a ton of really good ones too. So it all depends.
I got you. Yeah, Foster's and New Belgium variety packs tend to be the bee's knees as far as specialty stuff goes. No, did I say Foster's? That is not what I meant to say. I am not talking about that.
I was just going to let you have it.
Foundlings?
No, Founders. Thank you.
Founders, sorry.
Yes, Founders.
Founders is definitely what I meant. I've never even. Maybe I have had Foster's once, but it was an unforgettable. I mean, wow! It was. There you go. I'll roll with it. It was so unforgettable. I forgot about it.
There you go. It's spinning so perfectly in line with not feeling it.
Yep.
Yep.
The reason you don't feel it is because it's going so fast.
Well, now they say it's going so slow, right? Because they know that the it's going so fast argument is destroyed. Now they're saying, well, you don't feel it because it's so slow from your vantage. Because again, you're just an ant on some big dirt ball.
Mm-hmm. I'm doing that hot mic thing again, Lionel.
What? I'm at home right now. What's going on?
You're hot micing?
Oh, damn.
Yeah, you're humping your mic in the home. Take it easy, man.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize.
No, just letting you know. I mean, there's nothing but silence right now. I'm watching a low budget stories video, the Wojak story, story stuff. Maybe y'all don't know. Here, I'll post in the chat. Nothing else is happening.
Jesus.
Where are the globes? All right, here we go. Living in a metaverse. This guy is the Wojak memes, man. Some of these, I don't know who this low budget stories guy is, but he's
he's the man. Yeah.
He does some good writing.
He made it.
But if I play it now, will everybody hear it in the chat?
I don't think so. But especially not if you are you talking about if you just click the video?
Yeah.
No, that's not how Discord works.
Ah.
It's independent on your own machine.
Right.
Yeah. Dustin O'Daffer is the other one. Does a really great job with these Mojack videos.
They are so funny and so simple. It's genius.
Yeah, and they're using voiceover or the electronic voiceover voice readers or whatever they're called. Still a decent amount of work to put the animation together, but I assume that it's also pretty straightforward, click and drag type stuff.
I watched the one about cryptocurrency before, or at least one of them so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, they do really. I mean, they're educational as well as funny. So good stuff.
So, Gospel, you work from home?
Yeah.
Nice. Because I have the mic, that's why. Give me a second. There we go.
D5. Excuse me.
Gospel, I just watched the video.
Yeah, I haven't finished it yet. You finished it?
Yeah, I just see the ending. Oh, I'm like, there's like 1 minute left. I'm sorry, 1 minute left.
Oh, gotcha. Like I'm still working through it myself. I was like, how did somebody beat me to it?
Okay, all right.
No, it's fine.
Oh man,
Wow.
this is so good.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, he has other ones that are like on the crypto stuff, but I saw his thumbnail for growing up in a metaverse. I haven't watched that one yet, but the living in a metaverse, man, he nailed it spot on. Is really good.
I'm gonna watch 2022 so far. That's the first picture. Oh man, have you watched 2022?
You talking about more of his videos?
Yeah.
Uh-uh.
Okay. Watch 2022 so far. The first picture will make you laugh. Are you watching 2022?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
Man.
Jacob Rothschild.
Mm-hmm.
Masterpiece.
What's that?
Masterpiece.
Oh, the
video.
living in a metaverse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big brain stuff. Couple of questions. Appropriate for that use this purpose.
Why do you think people have so much rejection for the metaverse?
Rejection?
Yeah.
Well, that video was a good cautionary tale as to why people would be rejecting it. Preference of the actual over the artificial.
No, it's like an implement. It can be like an implementation, no? To reality, like we are doing right now.
Yes and no. I see. Like, I'm when you're involved in VR, it is different than. This isn't a virtual reality; it's an actual, real conversation that we're having. In a virtual reality system, like Second Life or whatever different versions of things that there are, it's an immersive experience, right? I'm able to multitask. I'm answering emails. I'm taking phone calls. You know, I'm having real conversations with you and other people. Though we don't know each other, there are similarities and overlap, but VR is a different thing because it's immersive. It's exclusive of your tangible reality. Now, when they incorporate AR with VR, I think that will be the very appealing to a lot of different people.
Yeah, I can see that.
Augmented reality, which is demonstrated in like the movie The Sixth Day, Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. No.
No. Anyway.
Yeah. So in that movie, he's at his friend's house, and his friend is doing VR, but it's not just VR; it's AR, VR crossover stuff, and I think that's where it starts to be a little bit more appealing to people.
If it like, I think it could be a great tool. No, I don't mean to contradict. I understand the consequences that it can have in society, but
Cool. For what? What do you think it could be used for?
Yeah, no, like blending it. Like you can just blend reality. Like for example, you can be in your house. You can still you're like kind of blending. No,
yeah, that's what AR is. Augmented reality. That's what I was talking about. I agree with you that will be very appealing to very many people. There are certain people that have an aversion to that appealing thing. And I'm sure different people would explain different reasons for why they are disinterested in that.
As long as it's functional, as long as you can continue living your life.
Oh, what's your plan for that part?
You know, like you can still do things. You can be in both realities at the same time.
Uh-huh. So you want to escape reality to join another reality?
Not like escape it, but like just add something to it. Add something else. Like,
like help you cut the grass or do your dishes. Like every time you have your VR AR headset on and you're mowing the grass, and like at the same time you're also like carrying around a bazooka and playing some version of Call of Duty while you mow the grass, that sort of thing.
Yeah, probably.
And then when you get done, you look at your yard and it's just
it's just a fucking mess.
Just a garbled up mess. But somehow you mowed everything. It just looks like garbage. I don't know. I think that there probably are ways that you could gamify different day-to-day activities like weed whacking.
What is weed whacking?
What's the other term? Trimming.
Uh-huh.
Doing edging and trimming of your yard So typically you would mow a yard and then there would be spots where the mower couldn't get to. And you go over all those spots with some people call it a weed whacker, some people call it a trimmer. Weed eater, weed trimmer. Trying to think, what's the other more? String trimmer. String trimmer, I guess, is another term. Grass trimmer, weed whacker. Got a lot of different names.
If I'm being honest, if I'm being honestly, I think this is the best. To me, I'm so happy with just being able to interact. I mean, and I don't think. I suppose that when you're having a presentation or something with other people, you are meeting in a room, kind of. Can be kind of cool. But they're doing it now. They're doing that now, no?
Back in 06, or maybe 05, I got started with Second Life way back when. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. I thought it was going to revolutionize the world. It was, the world wasn't ready, apparently. I have a different perspective now, but yeah, I don't know. I think that they would certainly have to incorporate real life necessities somehow. And then a lot of people would end up being disillusioned because they would feel like they were being manipulated into doing unpleasant tasks for the sake of the pursuit of fake pleasure. I don't think it would work out. I think it would fall apart. But I might be wrong. I mean, some people would love it.
It might turn out in a way that it's useful in a way. I don't know. I'm really old school, I work from home also. And I do it on the phone. I teach English, and I don't even connect myself online to teach English. I have a server, for example, where I do weekly group lessons. Where I just allow all my students just to meet, and just a chat, just to do something similar like what we do here. But my private lessons are on the phone. Just and I help them. Communicate in English, maintain a conversation in English, and everybody lives here. All my students live in different parts of Spain.
Yeah.
Cool.
I just watched a video about Spain recently about the vast amounts of arable land that are completely uninhabited.
Yeah, I was watching that too, dude. I was watching a similar video, if not yesterday.
The train system and everything.
Yeah, what about it? What did you hear?
No, that's it. Just that basically the consequences of the high-speed rail system resulted in wide areas of land being completely uninhabited or extremely low density of inhabitation, and that's coupled with lack of internet access and different things like that. So it's very hard to even try to get people to move out to these different rural areas.
Makes sense.
So it's just interesting to think about all these different countries that are fairly large. They have a lot of land, but their land is not being made use of. And then you've got this competing narrative, contradictory narrative, that we're running out of space.
Yeah. Doesn't make sense to me either.
Yeah.
At all. For example, Argentina, right? You see in the map how big Argentina is in South America?
Yeah, there's a lot of square miles.
check this out. Check this out, right? So Argentina has approximately like 40 million people, apparently, has a population of 40 million, and half of that amount, half of it is in one city, right?
Wow, Buenos Aires.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
And it's even more empty than Spain.
Wow.
But
yeah.
Kind of makes you think, like, yeah. And I hear of people, and some people, for example, are actually. I was watching a documentary the other day where people desire to move to, because check this out. There are a lot of ghost towns. So the population is everybody's moving into the cities, and so there's a whole bunch of like ghost towns, like where pretty much like you can buy houses for like, I don't know if you ever heard about this, but you can actually buy houses. I mean, the government just can buy a house for like nothing. But a lot of people are like moving to these places, but I don't know what, like the government doesn't seem to be happy about it. I don't know what, doesn't want people to be sprayed out in the country for some reason. They just, it seems, maybe it's just, it seems like they just, probably government seems to want to have them all like clustered, like in just centers, you know, like.
Yep. I did that thing that you're talking about. I moved out to the middle of nowhere for a very low amount of money. Very, very low amount of money comparatively.
To where?
North Dakota.
Like in the middle of nowhere? In a small town?
Very, very, very far away from any big towns. I'm pretty well situated, remote. So if you were to make a list of the most remote cities in America, I would definitely be in the top 50, maybe in the top 20. So like, for instance, the closest Walmart to me is an hour and 40 minutes away. Just as an example, the closest grocery store to me is 32 minutes away, something along those lines. The closest gas station to me is 25 minutes away.
Wow.
The town I live in is just around 100 people. And
Sounds like paradise.
The average age of the people where I live is above 65, if not above 70. So in the next 10 to 20 years, the population will likely be in the low 20s or so, 20s or 30s.
You're there at the moment?
Yeah.
Or,
this is where I live. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's nice though, peaceful. I just went to the town meeting of the town I live in last night.
No way.
And got to see the local politics. And I tell you what, big city, little city, they all have the same. They're humans are humans, and even if it's a very small town, they still experience a lot of the same political drama and what's the word for it? Clicky behavior, backbiting, judgmentalism. I mean, sometimes people call that small town behavior, but
happens everywhere.
It happens everywhere. Yeah.
It's amazing how you have internet.
Fiber optic, 100 meg for a pretty good deal, I'd say. I don't know. Does anybody have symmetrical 100 meg for any less than $70 a month? Anyone?
I paid 210 Danish kroner, which is like a lot less.
You have 100 meg or more symmetrical fiber optic?
Yeah, 100 up, 100 down.
Danish.
210, that should be like a bit under $30.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, $30 monthly.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really good.
I pay 20. Unlimited internet and unlimited phone calls. 20 euros.
Yeah. Europe has some different systems. Do you think any of that is subsidized by your tax system?
I have no idea.
I mean,
There are a
in
lot of
Denmark,
competition.
definitely.
We have a lot of companies here competing with each other. Like, come with us. You know, we have the best deal. You can choose.
Yeah, that too. Like the tax pressure in Denmark with everything is like 48%, like 38 to 42 in pure taxes, and then there is some other shit on the side. But pretty much 50% of what we earn is taken somewhere.
Gotcha. Well, let me give you an example. USD to Danish. Give me just a moment. Here we go. So, a week's worth of groceries for my family of 5 is about 2,800 Swedish krona. I'm sorry, you said Danish, huh?
So it's a bit less. I think the Swedish crown is less worth than the Danish.
All right, give me a second. Trying to find the conversion.
But I mean, already there, like a family of 4 cannot do it for that unless they're like scraping the bottom of the treasure chest, you know.
I guess it's saying DKK is 6.9 here, so I'll just do it this way. 2,000. About 2,000 Danish krona per week.
Yeah, I mean,
how much? Yeah.
I guess that could do like a single or a bachelor that is not living like luxurious should be able to do it for like 1,500 Danish kroner a month. But then again, like inflation and other stuff. But
well, that's what I'm saying. It was half of that a year ago.
Yeah.
Just in 1 year, things have almost doubled in regards to going to fill up your shopping cart with the exact same items.
Yes, 100%. Like here, like 500 grams of ground beef was normally 20, 25, 15 on sale, and it's like 45 to 55 at the moment.
Wow,
it's so dumb, like literally. And that is just like, I mean, I have like paid attention, and it's like 75 to 150% inflation on everything, from gas prices to food to, I mean, basic, like, I mean, maybe not clothings and stuff like that. They pretty much stayed the same, but all essentials, you know? And they dare to blame something like the Ukraine war, because this happened long before that. Like, this is aftermath of the 2008 crash. It's the aftermath of all the decisions up to that, you know, all the bank packages and stuff like that. It's a side product of printing money out of the blue air to pay for the COVID show. It's a lot of these things. It's the fractional reserve system. It's the the money creation on banks. What is it called? On the bank's hands instead of the people's, aka the government's hands. You know.
Well, I want to address a new guest to our voice chat here. Nomar, welcome to the VC, Nomar.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome, man.
No more. You got any
No
grapes?
more, no more.
No more. You got any grapes?
Hi.
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
Batman.
No. Got any grapes? And he
Grapes.
waddled away. You don't know the Got Any Grapes Duck song?
No.
Oh man, here I'll put a bump bump bump. Got any grapes? I'll put it in the chat. It's the graphic you have for your profile picture. It looks like the Got Any Grapes duck.
It's from Avatar.
It's from what?
You know, Avatar, the series. Oh, with
Yeah.
the airbenders and stuff.
Sorry, I'm not familiar. It's all good. Hey, what do you know about the Earth?
A lot.
Yeah? You're pretty familiar with the heliocentric model?
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, for kicks and giggles, do you know how many miles they say the radius of Earth is?
Not out of my head, no.
Oh, okay. What would you say you know about the heliocentric model?
The sun is in the center.
Okay. That would be the heliocentric model basic explanation, yeah. Like it's in the name. So there's that. Okay. Anything else?
Just the basic stuff. Planets and stuff.
Alrighty.
But
Shoot for the stars and you'll hit something,
Yeah.
right?
True.
Yeah.
I gotta go though.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Just want to check this out. I have an exam tomorrow.
Okay, well, come back when you want to learn about physical reality and the fact that the ball has been falsified and that there really isn't any curve. It's a lie.
I'll do. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you next time.
All right. So, bye.
Good luck.
I guess the bear is set pretty. Oh, guess the bar is set pretty low for him. Just the basic stuff. I know, just the basic stuff. Planets and the sun is in the middle. Wow. Really aiming high there, bud. Wow. Hey, you ask somebody, how much you know about the heliocentric model? And they're like, oh, yeah. Oh, I know the model. And they're like, they have a good kindergarten level understanding. Maybe not even. Maybe.
I mean, I'm
We'll give them
impressed when they
kindergarten.
say they know the heliocentric model at all, like the term heliocentric.
Yeah, his proof that he knew the model was that that he knew what the word meant. Sun in the center. It's good. Good job. Somebody give that guy a cookie.
Basic stuff.
What's that?
Basic stuff. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, gravity.
Yes, I do.
Nah, it was an addition to basic stuff, you know.
Okay. You know what I wish? It's just I wish there would be like we would have available like some sort of like just like a mini quiz type of thing that you can complete to see what score you have of the flat, the flat Earth theory, like kind of like a basic quiz.
That should be relatively easy to construct. Just 10 questions from each side.
Yeah, I mean that would be a challenge for me. That would be a challenge.
Well, I guess I know what you mean, but in theory,
yeah, and after doing it, like they should, the moderator should give you like a recognition, like pass the exam, that type of thing. Graduated.
19 under 20 questions correct.
I would do it. Dude, listen, I would pay. No, listen, I would pay. Somebody wants to do that? Like I would pay to do the test and to get a recognition, like good job, Leo, like, or like you're certified. I would pay for it.
Like a mini app or something like that?
Not even, bro. Like a PDF file type of thing. Answer the questions and pass the test type of thing.
I mean, the idea is good, especially because this Discord is so huge and they are going through the introductions every single time. So before they can actually get access to all the voice chats, they should, do this 10 question thing. So you guys have.
We do. And we've had paper and online quizzes and all sorts of things in the past. It's also tedious, and it's a little bit easier to just get to know people. And,
I mean, I guess the way you're doing it now, with starting off with personal one-on-one contact, is evenly great. I think I said that to you 4 or 5 days ago when I met you the first time.
Mm-hmm.
That it was a good way to break the ice, if you want.
Yeah. But yeah, to answer your curiosity, Leo, we definitely have had these types of quizzes, but it still exists in the form of the 3 questions.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the form that it still exists in. You utilize the word theory. So most people would disagree with the use of the word theory, because that is referring to some type of speculation. And sure, people have all sorts of speculations, but there's not a singular agreed upon speculation about all things. That's what personal speculation is all about. This server and its communication on the topic of flat Earth has to do with what is empirical, able to be seen by all people, not just speculated on or what might be. It's about what really is. The really is questions, not the what might be questions.
Mm-hmm, exactly. You're talking about the test, no? What the test should be?
I'm also talking about the nature of the server, in that we don't really deal with theory.
You don't under the what do you mean exactly? Theory in the good sense of the word, under the concept of. Oh no, wait. What do you mean by theory?
Yeah, so what I mean is the Earth having a smooth and planar surface that over the course of the entire face of the Earth, it's level and straight on average.
Mm-hmm.
That isn't a matter of theory.
Okay.
It's exclusive of theory and inclusive of measure and observation.
It's a theory, right? I mean, a theory can be scientific. A theory can be valid. There can be a theory that is invalid as false, and there are theories that are valid. Oh, he went to probably to a phone call.
Yeah, that's probably true or something. But hey, did you know that the Earth measures flat with no curvature to be found anywhere? that crazy?
How we call flat something what measure flat?
One more time.
How we call something what measure flat?
What is something that measures flat only? Is that a globe? Or not?
How we call that? When measure flat.
Trying to keep it simple.
I don't know how to answer the question.
That something is flat if it's measured flat. Or we cannot say that.
Objects can be flat. Like, no? Like, only an object can be defined as flat. And you need to, you have to prove the whole surface in order to prove that it's flat.
Okay, let's prove whole surface. How we measure mountains?
By a system of measurement.
What is the reference frame for to measure mountain?
A mountain?
Yeah.
To measure a mountain?
Yeah. Elevate. How high it is?
Yeah.
What is our base for that?
Oof.
Sea level?
It would have to be the ground, obviously, but
does we use sea level for measuring mountains?
We sea level for measuring. You need level, right?
Above sea level.
For example, Mount Everest is 8,000 blah 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 meters. What that mean? 8.
To be honest, I don't really know what it means. I suppose that's the altitude, right? From the base, from the bottom.
It's usually measured from sea level.
Oh, what? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Sea level is assumed to be the universal baseline off of which you get elevations everywhere. Because
dude, that's
topography, it rolls, it goes up and down. It's not as good a baseline as what's assumed to be otherwise flat water.
That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. From
the universal baseline, you have to use sea level, and most people more or less assume sea level is flat, unless you're a glober and you try to wrap it around a ball.
Dude, it's the first time I think about it that way. Actually, Thank you for that.
No problem. So, do you think that sea level is flat, or do you think that sea level is curving around a ball?
How can you think it's curvy, man? Like, I have a hard time, like, just thinking about that.
Me too. I assume that it's flat, since water in my glass tends to lie flat and not curve. If most of the world is this flat water, then by logical extension, most, if not all of the world is probably flat. Otherwise, we'd have to prove that water has convexity, that it curves in some way downward. A convex surface tends to curve downward. A concave surface curves upward.
I have a very difficult time conceptualizing the water going around, because I try to think in terms of it's very I don't know what the word is. I cannot conceptualize that.
It is inconceivable.
and I want to understand it. I consider myself a curious, open-minded person. I have a difficult time conceptualizing that.
Well, we usually think of water as flowing, and that flow essentially being one part of the water climbing over or under another part of the water. This process of flowing with one part climbing over or under another part would continue until all parts of the water are next to each other with no part above or below the other. This would tend to be conceptualized as a flat surface on the top, not a curve. So philosophically, we're not even really prepared to think of water being anything else other than a flat level. I think people try to think of water curving around the ball out of necessity for the theory, but I don't think they actually treat that as fact. I think they treat water as a
Right.
flat, not a curved one.
What is the statement that normally we use in order to invalidate the concept of water bending? You know, like not leveling. Like, what is the how do we invalidate?
We need to check how much the water curves or deviates from a straight standard. We need a laser or something like that. And we'd have to shoot the laser over the water to see if the water is curving down and away from the laser or some sort of straight standard.
Mm-hmm.
As far as we can see, we're not seeing 8 inches per mile squared of curvature down and away from some sort of straight standard, some sort of straight level. Most of it is deceptive optics, curved lenses, or just perspective. If you're low to the ground, eventually the sky and the ground are going to meet at this place we call the horizon, but it'll be optical. It's just the point at which you get a vanishing point for the sky and the ground, essentially. The place where the ground appears to flood out the lower half of your visual field, and the sky just floods out the upper part, essentially. And these two zones come together and make a line in the middle called the horizon, but it's just optical. Anything that's too tall beyond this zone appears to set bottom up, not because it's going behind a hump of Earth curvature, but because of the limitations of perspective and vision. That's it. It's like looking down the train tracks. The train tracks will appear to ramp upward, but they're not actually physically rising. It's just perspective. The sky will appear to ramp downward. It's not actually lowering. It's just perspective, like looking down a really long hallway. And eventually the ground will meet the sky and a line will form in the middle if you're close enough to the ground.
Or seeing an airplane flying over the sky. You know,
same thing.
In the same height, yeah. It really does give you the impression that the airplane is like going up and then going down.
Yeah. Taller objects like the airplane need a further vanishing point than what the eye can give at that low height, that low altitude. So it will appear to set behind the horizon that forms in the foreground because it's looking for a further vanishing point than what the eye can give it in the background. In the foreground, you get a vanishing point for basically your low height. If you're like 6 feet off the ground, you get 6 feet up, down, left, and right from the level of the eyes, and a horizon tends to form for that zone. In the background, you're going to have vanishing points for taller objects. So they're going to tend to appear to set bottom up, but it's just optical.
Anybody? I've posted this website in the chat before, but I'm going to post the little snippet that's interesting from this blog. They say 211 miles is the farthest you could see in any direction from the top of Mount Everest. And then they say, interestingly, the world's longest line of sight is not from Everest, but from Dankova, Kyrgyzstan. to Hindutog, China, a total distance of 334 miles. And then, of course, they provide the height. Provide the height. Curve calculator.
Okay, real quick. I'm so sorry. If we look at this, is probably not going to fly very well, but interestingly, the first word in that paragraph is spelled incorrectly. My OCD is going nuts on it.
Oh yeah, it's definitely
Look at
that. Annoying.
Yeah, and you know what? It doesn't discount or discredit the information at all. You know, typos happen. It's just funny.
Yeah.
It looks like sorry.
Go ahead.
It looks like they use the curve calculator because when you use 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height, for the Mount Everest thing, you get roughly 29,000 feet, which is the height of Mount Everest. So you take 1.22 times the square root of x, which is what you're trying to find. And you set that equal to what they say 211 miles and solve. So you take 211 miles divided by 1.22, that gives you roughly 172. And then when you square that to get the x under the square root sign, you get roughly 29,000 feet, which is the height of Mount Everest, 29,093 or something like that. So basically, it looks like they said 1.22 times the square root of, what was it?
I threw it in the calculator there.
Yeah, 29,000. 1.22 times the square root of, 29,000 equals 211 miles.
I'd like to see this observation that they reference, because according to this, 6436, 1,000 meters of the Hindutog, China, whatever mountain they're referring to there, 1,000 meters should be visible. And the horizon is supposed to be at only 275 kilometers. So it'd be nice to see if we could find that observation and see where the horizon actually is. And if the horizon is beyond Hindutog, then that would be obviously a falsification of their little claim.
They're probably using the same thing just in meters. I think the meter version is 3.71 times the square root in meters to get the number of kilometers to the horizon. So
well, I used the Earth curve calculator that I used doesn't use that type of mathematics to do what it's doing. You've seen the formula that calculator, the GitHub calculator. You've seen the formula before, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I can post in the chat if you want. Copy. Well, I'll do it anyway, just because I mentioned it. So the other method is certainly accurate as an alternative, but it's supposedly using this other more long form method. So anyway, I need to find the name of this place. Let's see, Dankova to Hindutog. Dankova to Tog observation photo. There it is.
I'm sorry, 3.57 times the square root of the height in meters to get the number of kilometers to the horizon.
Oh, this website doesn't get it.
Sounds like a good deal, man. Where do I sign?
Huh?
Is that your writing, Gospel?
No.
Oh.
No.
Look at me.
That comes from the GitHub of that calculator.
Crazy. Wait, so what distances do we have here? Oh, this is a formula. What? This is interesting. But I find it very difficult to conceptualize. Target. This is related with the previous image, right? That you sent on the how far you could see from the top of Mount Everest. How far could you see from the top of Mount Everest?
(1.22) times the square root of 29,000 feet from Mount Everest equals roughly 211 miles expected to the distance of the horizon at that height.
Yeah.
But how much can we? Oh, so I'm kind of like. So that's in theory how much we would be able to see
On a ball, yeah.
on a
1.22 times
ball.
the square root of your height and feet. That would give you the
Okay.
number of miles to the horizon.
But we cannot like invalidate this, right? Because we would have to be able. Can we can we see further than that? It's
Yes.
impossible, right?
Yes, we have seen further than that.
No way.
The Globers talk about refraction and other things that sound like excuses, but I just say it's a flat plane and the globe's just off. It's just a bad assumption. But the main thing is we need a way to invalidate, or falsify the ball. And this math kind of gives us a way of checking what we quote unquote expect to see, if anything. I think people try to counter that, on a flat plane you'd see forever, but we don't even see forever down a hallway. Eventually the ground ramps up, the sky or the ceiling appears to ramp down, and a line forms in the middle, one would expect. You wouldn't even be able or expected to see forever on a flat plane. A horizon would eventually form if you're close to the surface anyway, one would expect. If you want to see beyond the horizon that forms, you got to get higher and get a wider viewing angle. If your viewing angle is wide enough and high enough off of the surface, then the surface is no longer in the way and you can see much, much further. But if you're close to the surface, a horizon will tend to form.
£450 for a Nikon Coolpix P900.
Yes. We've invalidated their curvature with the use of cameras and long distance imaging. With infrared, you can see even further if you're high enough in a plane. One dude says he's seeing up to 1,000 miles in a plane with infrared.
Dude, I'm tripping with Japan. I didn't realize Japan was so small. Is there a big difference between the P900 and the P1000? Sam asks. Big difference.
They have different abilities. One is more versatile than the other. The other is better for infrared. The 1000 is better than the 900 for infrared, and the 900 is better than the 1000 for versatility and lens exchangeability.
Infrared is becoming very popular nowadays, huh? Second hand, man. Buy it second hand. You know? Who cares? How much can you get it for second hand? Let's check. €200. Hell yeah. The basic difference between the P900 and the P1000 is the zoom, basically.
Yeah, but I also think that I know that the 1000 you supposedly can't change out the lenses.
Oh. More pictures. Now we have
I've got a 900. I don't think you can change the lenses on the 900 either. It's just built-in zoom.
Don't forget that you need to buy also a tripod, a very good quality tripod with it.
You're still hot, Mike and Leo.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to fool you. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever.
True.
It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Social criminals, these people in the space program, nassholes I call them. I have a very low tolerance level for stupid bull. Every one of those items is provably untrue at one level or another, but we believe them because they're pounded into our heads from the time we're children. That's what they do with that kind of stuff. They put it in the heads of kids. They pound it in there because they know kids are too young to be able to mount a sophisticated argument against these kind of ideas. And so kids, and up to a certain age, by the way, kids are going to believe everything a grown-up tells them, everything. So kids never learn to question things. Nobody questions things in this country anymore. Nobody questions things. Why? Americans have been silenced, bought off and silenced by gizmos and toys. And as a result, no one's ever learned to question things. Kids who want to learn to read are going to learn to read. Much more important to teach children to question what they read.
Despite what you might be thinking, these two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red. All right. Please raise your hand if you believe the red circle is larger than the blue. All right, very good. Now, before I said anything about these two circles, what was your first instinct? Equal, right? Because they look equal. And the reason why they look equal is because, in fact, they are equal. These two circles are identical. Yet I got just about every one of you to raise your hand and say that they're not. So what did we learn? That you can be manipulated like that to believe in something that goes against your natural instincts. Just imagine as a child you're taught that the blue circle is larger than the red. If you say it enough times, you convince yourself that's the truth. If you're told the lie enough times, it becomes part of your reality. And if enough people are taught that lie, that the blue circle is larger than the red, well, now it becomes part of the culture. And if that culture then passes that misinformation along to the next generation, well, now it becomes tradition. Now, The Matrix is a story. It's a story. When told enough times to enough people, it becomes part of that culture. It becomes the tradition. And this story is being told over and over every day.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
What's up?
Yeah, lies become traditions, man. What? Yeah, man. My grandpa knew it was a glove. What? Yeah, he flew airplanes in the. It was definitely a glove, right? He flew airplanes. That's it.
Coming in a little low.
Yeah, I was talking low. Sorry, I'm in the hills. Maybe it's fucked up here. I don't know.
What is this glove you speak of, Flat Earth dude?
Some people. I went too far. Some people flying airplanes, therefore globe. How do airplanes work on a flat Earth? Fuck, come on. I love some people's logic sometimes. I'm like, what? Are you kidding? Okay, that's logical.
Hey, wait a second. Airplanes don't work on a flat Earth. They fly over a flat Earth.
There you go.
Otherwise, they'd be just called ground planes.
You mean trains?
Oh, you guys are talking about some long distance photography or visual.
We were talking about that a little bit ago, yeah.
Yeah, I was listening. You said it was like 350 miles somewhere in China or something.
Yeah, there's a spot that it was in that article, but
Okay, I'll check it out later. I'm driving, but I just go back to Jay Tolan's infrared, where he demarcated the lakes, the mountains, the states. And we could give him 40,000 feet, but he was seeing 1,200 miles at 40,000 feet, man, which is, as you know, that's going to debunk the globe straight away.
Marconi. It's another one.
Marconi. Marconi, that was a little not Dead Air Davish. That was really bad.
Sorry, Dave. You were coming in and crackled.
I was just saying, if you account for gravitational refraction, it's still a glove. You're incorrect.
Oh yeah, gravifraction.
Don't make me laugh.
You gotta always remember gravifraction.
Gravifraction, man. It's in the Urban Dictionary. Check it out. Gravifraction. That's hilarious. Platelets. Anyway, the Jay Tolan, my favorite, because it's modern. A lot of us could replicate it if we had the right gear, man. He had some really nice camera there, man. That Sony he uses. It's like an A5 or 7, something, I don't know. That camera they used to make movies in Hollywood with it. It's like super high def, 4K. Fuck, incredible. And then he put the infrared on that bad boy. Woo! Cameras aren't cheap. The lenses on those are more expensive than the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Dave, what camera did you use to capture that apparent satellite obscuring the moon?
That was P900.
900. Okay.
Yeah. 2,000 millimeter equivalent zoom, which is a pretty big lens, man. Woo.
P900 will go down in history as the original globe killer.
No doubt
Also.
about it. But what I loved about, Jay Tolan, like again, the demarcation of the landmarks that we're looking at it from 40,000 feet, seeing 1,200 miles. I think the 8 inches per mile squared works up to like really super accurate up to like 1,000 miles. After that, it starts to dip out a little bit, but calculations get a little weird. But anyway, I think love to have that kind of setup that Jay Tolan uses. It costs a couple, maybe $1,500. If you add the computer in there, maybe a couple thousand. I mean, you can hook that right up to the computer and you can see what you're doing right in live real time on a big screen, which is kind of cool. Can't really do that with the P900. I think that the chip on the Sony that Jay Tolan uses, it's like, I don't know if it's 32 megapixels equivalent. So it'd be like twice as sharp as the P900. Woo! Talking about some resolution. Yeah, that's why he sits there in his videos and goes, "Look at this incredible flat Earth. It's incredible. Damn." Yeah, he's got an interesting style to his videos. It's incredible flat Earth.
Ah, gee.
What? What happened there?
What's up?
You all right?
Yeah, I'm okay. There's a dilemma that I have with my work.
Did you find something you lost? Mesmerized by?
No, it's just a catch-22 situation. That's why I said, "Oh, geez." I need to delete a product image because it misrepresents a potentially available component, but that component, it's not available, but the picture itself portrays a necessary aspect of the product. So I can't delete the image without deleting a necessary portrayal of the quality of the product. So it's a catch-22 situation.
Wow.
And about 0 people care about that in this live stream right now, but you're welcome for the explanation.
to sort of relate it to the subject matter, just imagine if you're tasked with we falsified the globe, so now you have to go through the internet to delete every globe image.
Oh boy, imagine that as a job. That would take more than a lifetime.
Oh yeah.
That would if you employed all of Google worldwide on that task. I don't think that they could. I don't think that they could do that in a reasonable amount of time.
It takes several years for a whole team doing it, so who knows?
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to throw this idea out there. I wouldn't actually want anyone to ever do that, to delete all the images of the globe, fake ass images, because I think we should remind people in the future that a lot of people were fooled about this. It's a similar kind of reasoning of why I don't think we should tear down statues of people from the past, even if they're bad people. Like, why not just, bring a field trip of students over there, and, point out to them and say, hey, this guy was a terrible guy. He did this and this and this. Try not to do that in the future.
It's a good point.
Yeah, you got validity to that point out here, though. Because even if you want to delete something people used to believe, you're still participating in censorship, right? Kind of. Whatever.
Right. In some kind of side door way, your censorship, you're censoring. Hey, if you want to
not really analogous to what gospel's dealing with, because if he has a false image that he's selling a product, he needs to delete it. I understand that.
Well, yeah. It's the data sets that he's dealing with. It's photoshopped.
It's actually not a photoshopped image. It's a component on an item that we sell. That specific component, the emblem, no longer exists as part of an option. So it makes people think that there may be an option that isn't actually available. But within this image, it portrays a different view of the item being sold that is important. So it's a catch-22. I appreciate what Dave did in trying to draw a bridge between my silly personal situation and the actual relevance of the server. That was a good effort on your part, Dave. Thank you.
He's always Dead Air Dave's on it, man.
Identify the source and origin of things. They can make up their own mind afterwards. If you want to be an occultist, you have that prerogative. But if you are going to be an occultist in this server, I'm going to point out that it is associated with the origins of the heliocentric lie. The occult teachings birthed heliocentrism. So you make up your own mind on if you like that or not. There you go.
Centrism. Great.
Heliocentrism.
Wow. What's the definition of centrism? Centered?
Yeah. Centrism, like the quality of being in the center.
Right. I love being in the center, man. Why not? Especially
Yeah,
with drums.
that's called egocentrism. Me in the center.
I was in a drum circle last Saturday night, and I was in the center of the circle and hearing all the drums around me, like super stereophonic, you know? It's pretty cool.
Her emblem photo edited to have the brass appliques because this is still a great image.
Hey, when I
All
checked in, I jumped on. There was somebody at BC, man. I don't know. Check in.
Oh yeah.
I saw somebody in there. I just came here.
Quetzal's in there right now.
Okay. I'm driving, so if somebody wants to. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. I'm in the wrong lane. Oh no. Oh no. Yep.
Make sure you're obeying all traffic laws and operating your motor vehicle safely, sir.
Yeah. 2 hands on the wheel. 10 and 2 o'clock. Isn't that? That's what I learned in school. 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock. Boom.
Is that the only thing they didn't lie to you in school about?
I think so, man. I don't know. They switched it though. Now it's like you're supposed to be down at like 4 and 8 or something like that.
Are you saying the science of driving has changed?
It did. At least for where your hands are supposed to be on your wheel, your steering wheel.
I've come to realize that parallel parking and backing up is not, it's not something that you have to worry about as far as being lied to. They basically told us the truth about that one.
I think so, man. I'm a pretty good parallel parker. I've been to the beach in the summer. You got to park.
Can you parallel park on a curve?
What?
Can you parallel park on a curve?
Good
Yes.
question.
It's hard. It's harder.
It's much harder.
It's a lot harder. At least if the curve is facing you, as if the curve is hugging you, or the curve. Sorry, not curb. But if the curve is hugging you, or that you're on the inside of the curve, and you're trying to parallel park, it throws things off. It's super hard.
Your wheels are going to touch that curb.
Yeah. No, the irony is parallel. I think I get your joke, but there actually are places where you park in town centers where there's a roundabout and also parking on that roundabout. That's an example. So I actually have experienced parallel parking in big old roundabouts that are. Anyway, you get it, and it's tough.
Yeah.
But I've never traded paint, and I've done some really, really tight. Washington, D.C. is probably the worst that I've ever experienced in squeezing an SUV into a spot. Tell you what.
I bet if you were in a selected public clown, they'd give you 2 spots for your vehicle.
Oh yeah, well, you don't even have to park it yourself. They just, they have a man for that.
I guess some animals are more equal than other animals.
2 legs good. 4 legs bad. Did anybody listen to the audiobook of Animal Farm? I sure did.
You do a great sheep.
Yeah, I'm just mimicking what I heard in the audiobook. It's a good one. The audiobook of Animal Farm. It's probably on archive. That's probably where I heard it. Let's see here. Animal Farm. It could be on YouTube too. Audio, clickety clack.
When you become somebody that believes we live on a flat and stationary plane, your sense of humor tends to change a little bit. You start asking yourself what a pirate would say about the radius. What do you come up with? And he would go, "Arr!" See, you get that strange sense of humor.
Yeah, we laugh. There's a lot of inside jokes and flat earth, and only flat earthers get it. It's funny. Yeah, you can, but you have to have a bit of history in the flat earth community. Yeah.
What you do is you walk into NASA's headquarters and you go up to the front desk and you go, "Do you do space travel here?" And just see what their response would be. Or outer space travel here. See what they say. There's no punchline there. Sorry, I didn't have one.
I'm trying to come up with one, but
Yeah, it's definitely not the one. The one they have some audiobooks on YouTube, but that's not the. I found one by Steve Parker, but that is not the right one. I can't remember who the voice actor was. Stephen Fry? Maybe it's Stephen Fry. Yeah, Stephen Fry. That's the one. Here, I'll post in the chat. Copy video.
the reason they changed your hand position for your driving was because of airbags. You want to be down below the airbag. You don't want your arms flying into your face when the airbag goes off.
I mean, is 11 and 1 really comfortable for anyone? Doesn't that just make you feel anxious?
10 and 2?
Well, even 10 and 2 or 11 and 1. I mean, do either one of those? Huh?
Yeah, I'm on a. Yeah, they're both comfortable. I mean,
Isn't the normal way to drive is like one arm out of the window and one on 12?
Yeah, I mean that works too. Typically I'm resting an arm on the side. I'm usually at like 9 o'clock with one hand, and my arm resting on the armrest of the door. That's my default position.
I like to just like have both my hands basically in my crotch and just my thumbs on the steering wheel.
Gotcha.
That's pretty cozy too.
That could have gone in a different direction.
I mean, not directly in the crotch, but down there relaxing. Not my arms not over my heart.
Hands on your crotch, one knee on the wheel.
Right, man. Somebody's gonna clip what you already said. Nothing you can do about it now.
I mean, the knee on the wheel works too.
Carry on. Sorry.
Oh yeah, YouTube. I'm not promoting any way of driving. This
is not medical information.
Exactly. This is not exactly. That was what I meant in the driving sense.
I get in my car, I just go car on nearest coffee shop, and it takes me. I don't have to do anything except just listen to the radio.
A fully automated car, huh? Cool.
Yeah, when I was a Glober, I had more money and I was smarter, so I could afford it. Now that I'm a flat earther, you know, I just live off the time when I was a Glober. That's what.
Yeah.
That's what not Professor Dave said in a 12-minute video. The 10 things that all flat earthers believe or flat earthers say. He goes, well, if you're, if you're, you shouldn't procreate. That's the one thing he said. Flat earthers shouldn't procreate. And then he said, if you're rich enough to have your own plane, which you won't be, so it's like, okay. And then if you keep a job long enough, you'll be able to do this. It's like, okay, not Professor Dave. Thank you very much. You're a very kind and giving soul.
Professor Dave, the multi-time college dropout, the double college dropout guy,
the double master's dropout guy, the double time.
Fucking cock.
Hey, Professor Flat Earth dude, you drive careful because we don't want to lose your professorship.
Right. I don't. Got one hand on the wheel.
And I think we're going to give Gospel a one day permission to call himself doctor. He's done the dissertation, and he's Dr. Gospel. Dr. Gospel.
Wow.
Wow.
But then again, Dr. Gospel would have to tell us what his dissertation was about. So
it just so happens that my first and middle initials are DR. So this was an early. This was an early interest of mine to pursue a doctorate, and then I was disillusioned shortly after my master's degree, where I determined that the entire system was compromised, and I had no further interest in accomplishing any further studies.
So you have your master's, so you're technically a professor, Gospel.
Wow.
I like it.
Professor.
I like it.
Qualifiable.
At least you're a professor. You're not a not professor.
Or it could be Professor.
I'm eligible to be a professor. I have never been a occupational professor. If that makes sense.
I think that the University of North Dakota is just waiting for you to.
Yeah, right.
To come help them out.
I don't think they let me hang out for more than a week.
And if you got
last night, Gospel, you were. I don't think you were here, but we got somebody was putting pictures of your governor in the live stream voice text.
Okay.
I guess they all think she was pretty hot or something.
Oh, that's South Dakota.
Oh, is that South Dakota? Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's Right. Doug Burgum is not exactly an attractive man. He's really vanilla ice cream and as boring as it gets, which is just fine with me. The less machismo, awkward, he's just a really boring and plain dude that tends to lean towards just really basic, simple constitutional rights. So he's unexciting to most people, but that's not a bad thing necessarily. He's not maybe unexciting in that he's not overly what's the word for it? He lacks not gumption. It's the word that means you want to move up in life. I'm drawing a blank on this silly word.
Ambition.
Yeah, thank you. He lacks political and social ambition, which in my opinion, that's actually probably a good thing. Yeah, it probably means he's less manipulatable, something like that. Less easily manipulated.
Generally speaking, politicians, the less they say or do, the better politician they are.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I bet your good governor appreciates oil at $119 a barrel because
there's North Dakota's really suffering.
Really?
Yeah, because they shut everything down up here.
Oh.
It's artificially.
How dare they?
It's artificial. Yeah, they got the pumps running at like, when you go on a YouTube video and you can change the speed down to like one quarter.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's like when you go by the pumps up here. They've got them running at super slow trickle speed.
Wow.
And yeah, man, there's more than likely there's just unlimited oil in America, and seriously, it's just unlimited.
No doubt about it.
And it's all artificially throttled, hardcore, and there's a whole thing going on with Union Pacific Railroad and what's the gas station? One of the biggest gas stations in America.
Mobile.
Exxon.
It's not Exxon.
Mexico.
They make up whatever the gas station parent company this is that I'm drawing a blank on. They make up 60% of all diesel exhaust fuel cells, and Union Pacific has made this proposal in the last couple of weeks to do this weird thing where they're going to reduce the amount of raw materials in order for the manufacturing of diesel exhaust fuel by 40 or 50%. And anyway, it's a really I wouldn't say circumlocution because that's not the right word. It's very roundabout way of harming the entire logistics sector and transportation sector, because the industry requires these things, and therefore when the constituent parts, it's not the fuel, right? It's the diesel exhaust fuel. When that gets limited and throttled in availability and there's mass shortages of that, then there's other weird things that wind up happening. It's problem, reaction, solution stuff in the making.
Well, last week I talked to a guy who was talking about diesel trucks. Nowadays, you have to have not only the diesel, you have to have this other additive.
Yeah, diesel exhaust fuel, DEF.
Okay, and you mix the two as they're driving along, I guess.
No, it's in a separate. It's in a separate tank. It basically.
It's a separate tank, right?
Yeah.
They're both getting shot into the engine at the same time, and apparently your engine will not just run on just plain diesel fuel. You have to have this additive. There's a big shortage of this additive. There's a big shortage of it, or they're throttling that shit back. So, and diesel's, I don't know, $7 a fucking gallon out here. I don't know where you guys are, but it's expensive.
Yeah, they call that stuff AdBlue of you, and it's like, you got a low tank indicator. If it hits that, it just stops the car working. Car doesn't necessarily not run without it. It's just the car will just turn off if it doesn't have it. That's all.
Yeah,
it's a computer thing.
It's all artificial. It's all manufactured crisis stuff. You just literally watch it happen.
Yeah, we're watching this manufacturing of shortages and of course, inflation. Fuck. Woo.
Not only do I have a car that will go to the coffee shop when I tell it to, I also have an electric car. So ha 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 ha.
Yeah, I mean, don't laugh too loud.
I don't, but I just want to rub it in.
Because you do know that that's the same car that with literally a button or probably even a spoken word, they could shut down the entire network of all of those cars instantaneously and simultaneously. Like you couldn't, it could just be instantaneously shut down, deactivated.
Well, aren't you the
the bearer of truth, man, is what he
Well, I like the concept of the the electric car and everything. I think it's the way to go in a lot of ways. The torque, the silence, I don't like. I mean, I've looked into exhaust, the components of exhaust. I think that there's well, yes and no. There's pros and cons. I like the idea of the electric cars. I don't like the idea of monopoly stuff. I don't like the idea of the overarching control. Now, the same is true for everybody's cell phone. The same is true for a lot of other things in our life, and that's frustrating. But on the other hand, what are you going to do about it? And how are you prepared to cope? And not cope in a negative way, but like, what are you going to do if anything like that does happen?
You sound like the Grinch that stole my electric car. How dare you? How dare you?
You're welcome.
I wish
Jimmy Lucky didn't go into the bus.
I wish I could sound like a 20-year-old girl from Europe.
How dare you
steal my future? You stole my future.
Well, here's the thing. You're sitting in your car without any knowledge whatsoever of the potentiality that they could just rug pull you. To use the metaphor of the rug pull. You're unaware of their ability to rug pull you. You're on the side of the road or in the middle of the road. It could pull you over. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Whatever the case. And you're sitting there going, oh my gosh, what's happening? And then you do everything that you can, and you're just like, oh my gosh, I can't use my car all of a sudden. And then a message pops up on the screen. You have been deactivated. The authorities are on the way, blah, 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 whatever. Right. And then you're like losing your mind in confusion. Maybe you just run. You do whatever you do. Right. But if you already know, I think a lot of the time when you have an expectation for certain things that could happen and then they happen, like I'm gonna drive through this area. I could get a nail in my tire. You get a nail in your tire and you go, oh, I got a nail in my tire. Oh, gee, right? Oh, it happened. Oh, that stinks, right? But you knew it could happen. Your emotional response is going to be way different than when you're driving on a freshly paved road. It looks as crystal clear and clean as possible, and then all of a sudden, nail in tire. You're like, what? What is this about? You freak out and you're angry because, good grief, it's a freshly paved road. It's beautiful. This shouldn't have happened, and you're trying to like rationalize how and why it happened. I just think that good old-fashioned phrase. Expect the worst, hope for the best, and plan for both. I don't know.
How dare you, Gospel? You stole my future. I'm 19 and I've been Time Person of the Year, and I'm everything and you're nothing. So don't steal my future. Leave me alone. Save the planet. Yay! Mother Earth. Yay!
Not my mama.
I love these climate people, man, when they're $1 million homes and flying around in their jets and yachts and Yeah. You kidding me?
All right. Well, I got the name of the mosquito insecticide that my local town uses.
Yeah.
Permethrin SFR. Permethrin. I've not heard of that one. I'm gonna have to. So this is the benefit of going to your town, your local city or town meeting.
Yeah.
You can get
It's nuggets.
information and help. I said, hey, I'd like an MSDS on that mosquito fog they've been spraying. They're like, yeah, we can get that.
How are they administering it? By
A fog via a machine driven behind a truck that's pumping out a big fog.
Got it.
Permeates the air. It soaks into the grass, allegedly killing or destroying the eggs of the mosquito, which it doesn't kill any of that living insects, from what I understand. Somehow it only destroys the eggs, but I am about to look up the MSDS.
Check it out.
Permethrin. Man. Here we go. Maybe. All right, here we go. No physical hazards. Interesting. Wow. Highly toxic to fish and aquatic organisms. Hey, for anybody else that lives in an area where they do mosquito fogging, here you go. That fraud. Just FYI, this is.
They still do that? Mosquito fogging?
Yeah, where I live, yep.
Wow. Close your windows.
Oh, yeah. I'm reading the MSDS right now. Low oral, dermal, and inhalation toxicity. Minimally irritating.
I bet it's good for your liver and your organs.
Drinking the raw liquid is not a good recipe. No, it really stinks when an MSDS says no data available on a specific thing. It's like, guys, are you kidding? Is this a joke to you?
They're doing it for the children.
Yeah, well, I'm specifically interested in its effects on gardens. Like, to find out what this stuff is. It's how it dissipates, how it decomposes, whether or not it remains persistent in the soil, or there's little potential for movement in soil or entry into groundwater. What?
I remember when I was a child, they used to do that, and the smell of it. I remember being outside when they passed with that thing.
Yeah, I've heard people tell stories about when they were kids. They were like, "Yeah, we used to play in the fog cloud." It's like awkward. I mean, it's apparently not highly toxic or anything. It's just it is a poison. So
If it's poisoning the mosquito, is it poisoning other animals, birds?
apparently, fish. It's extremely toxic to fish specifically. And I
Wait,
wonder.
fish are supposed to eat mosquitoes, larvae, and stuff.
Oh, thank you for mentioning that. I didn't make that connection, but that makes a lot of sense. That it affects the mosquito larva somehow in a targeted way, but then fish eat that.
And then we eat the fish.
Yeah.
The circle of life.
No. Marlow species. I've never heard of a category of fish, marlow. Take a really, really smart fish enthusiast to know that, I suppose. I've heard of brackish. Obviously, there's saltwater fish, there's freshwater, and then there's brackish. But marlow, Marloe, it says marlow species are often more sensitive than freshwater species. Avoid contamination of the aquatic environment. How weird.
Jimsy.
Bro?
The video you posted about the sun and the object above, have you figured out what it does? What that is?
Well, me, myself, I can kind of picture that it's actually the sun and a reflection of the light on the clouds.
You mean like a projection?
You know, when you have a flashlight and you can bounce the light off a surface of water, you can see both the light and the reflection.
Right. And what do you think this other sun is somewhere?
The only thing is that the circle of the light that we see is not that bright as when we see the sun, right? So it might be some sort of phenomena with the cloud at the moment, right? Like, I guess it could be an effect of whatever the light and all of the medium that is in between the observer and the light. I think it's a reflection of the light. That's what I think. on the clouds.
Could be.
Yeah, because remember, since the light is going through between the observer and the huge flash of light, there is how many hundreds or who knows thousands of miles of light going through the air, right? And it's causing a reflection that the observer is looking at from that angle.
Oh, this lady has 1.2 million subscribers.
Yeah. Would be nice if she zoomed into that top part of the light. I guess she's using camera, mobile camera or something. But yeah, I mean, it's just an interesting observation. Just trying to figure out what's really going on. If that's if that sun is above the real one, and there's a projection is going through something and showing the bigger one down below. On the lower
Somebody said, sorry to cut you off, Quetzal. Go ahead.
No worries, no worries. Go ahead.
One of the person's answers is it's a component of the sundog.
Okay.
Yeah, they do tend to have orb-shaped parts.
Aren't they usually horizontal with each other from apart? The sundog?
Well, I think that the sundogs are typically best seen during clear sky with lots of cold upper atmosphere, cold ice crystals in the upper atmosphere is supposedly what is ideal for a sundog. If I'm not convinced that that's the right explanation, though, but something along those lines makes sense.
Well, as you can see, between the observer and the light, there's a lot of activity, a lot of air and clouds and stuff. So it could be an effect of, like a reflection of light from the sun above and the lower medium, that is all the particles in the air reflecting the light. That's what I think. Because when you see before she zooms in, you can see this huge. How do you describe when the sun doesn't look like a circle? It's like it's not. It doesn't look like the sun. It's a whole
glare. Or was it?
Yeah, glare. A big glare of light, and that glare is on the clouds.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's the camera being exposed that way, though. If you use a filter, it probably show the real.
I like Vladdy's answer.
Who's Vladdy?
Vladdy.
Oh, Vladdy. So you said Vladdy.
Go ahead, Vladdy. Say that again, Vladdy. We're gonna hear you because of myself.
China's new son? Yeah. Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Far now.
But there's days that if there's a lot of clouds and stuff, you will see the sun like it looks when she zooms in. Like it looks like a kind of dimmer. So yeah, it looks dimmer. But when you kind of look into it, there's a lot of atmos between the observer and the sun. So I'm almost certain that that's what's going on. You see the actual sun above, and then you see a reflection of the light on the clouds, just like a sunspot. You're looking at a sunspot on the clouds.
Mm-hmm.
If you were above, right? If you were like above the clouds, you look up and you see the sun, and then you look down and you see a hot spot of the light on the clouds. But you're looking at that from below.
Yeah, I understand what you mean.
if you start going up, up on a, let's say in a hot air balloon, you're gonna see that spot, that flash of light that is reflected in the clouds. You're gonna see it staying on the clouds, and then you're gonna keep going up, and you're gonna see the sun up in the sky. But still, the reflection of the light is still gonna be on the clouds if you go fast enough. Let's see if we can. I've seen images of people like high altitude balloons where you can see the sun and you can see this huge reflection of the light on the clouds. People call it hotspot or.
Oh, yes, the hotspot.
I'm pretty sure it makes sense. It makes more sense than a second sun.
You mean it's an easier answer, or it actually makes more sense?
It does make more sense. Because everything adds up to being a reflection of the light, for me, at least for me, it adds up for that. When we put together all of the variables, the light being reflected on the clouds makes sense.
I think, yeah, if it's reflecting through the, you know.
Oh no, I think I found
barrier.
something.
That might be possible, yeah. I think you can do a similar demonstration with a small-sized flat Earth with a dome. Then you have a flashlight. From a certain distance, you can create that little sun inside as well. And that, flashlight could be the one outside as well. This so-called sun, or whatever you call it. Source of light projecting through the firmament. That's a possibility, yeah. We can easily demonstrate that. But who knows? This Cosmic Wipes channel has quite interesting videos. I noticed. Venus Earth swapped.
I think I can hear an echo. Yeah. Who am I echoing in?
It's probably me.
Just a little bit.
Um, see if I can find that video I was talking about.
Is it possible that something like this is happening?
Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about. In the bottom, the hot spot.
Yeah, but the cloud deck or the spreadsheet is blocking the top sun. I don't know how you would see both of them at the same time then.
Obviously the cloud formation on her video and this one is different. You can see clearly it's a different kind of angle, obviously, because this is above the clouds and she's below the clouds and the light is shining through. But there is something like this happening. She's looking at the hotspot from below the clouds or sideways.
Uh-huh.
Got him.
Yeah, like I said, might be possible explanation, but it doesn't really set with me, that one, as the only one. Let's see if there's another one.
Bro.
You guys figure it out. I'll be back.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
what do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has
that's
ever
not what
been in
they
space.
mean. They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay, if that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts. Okay, that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of hundred miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right. If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit. And I'm sorry, as an astrophysicist, to me space is the large-scale structure of the universe.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said.
Does that mean that ISS is not in space?
I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go, and this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's mind. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys, and the last time they went was 1972, and they just all happen to be Freemasons. Out of 7.8 billion people in the world, only these handful of people say they've been to space, and that's what your whole belief system lies upon. These 24 guys, what they say they seen. Freemasons. And no one since then has been beyond low Earth orbit because they lost the technology to go back there. They never lost the technology. They never had it. And as long as they say they lost it, can't none of these new astronauts try to go there, and that's their excuse, so they never find out there's a firmament. You can't go anywhere beyond what they call low Earth orbit. So, after 90 years, we're still only able to go in the same spot Auguste Piccard went in 1931. And that's because you can't go any further.
Hello, family. What's up? Family? Hello?
Howdy.
Yoo, what's up? Where is the channel in the server to play music and sing?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool Aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh. Oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. It might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. It might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
You're in a fight with somebody and you hurt him, the objective of the fight is not to back off and let him recoup. The objective is to smash into oblivion.
But the law says if you made a mistake, you rescind.
Whose law said that? The law of the United States?
Yeah.
Or who controls the law of the United States?
Legislatures?
Yeah, legislators that have their own agenda. Laws mean nothing. You give me the currency of a country and you can make all the rules in the world. And that's all that matters. Who's in control? That's all that matters. Who's in control? That's all that matters. Who's in control?
Do you know it fucking rains diamonds in certain planets like Jupiter and shit?
What?
It rains diamonds. Show him. You believe that shit they tell you, right? If that shit tell you it's true, you believe it, right? If that machine, that shit that these geeks made tell you it's true, you'll believe it. I don't know if it's true, but those geek motherfuckers told me it was true. Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh? We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet, only by people telling us, but we really don't know where we came from, who the fuck is our purpose here.
I'm not going to go for that. You're not going to tell me that on a round planet, though.
How do you know that? You never been out of space, nigga. Go ahead. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Now, listen, I'm a 3rd grade, 4th grade dropout, and I know this shit.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Tell me I live on a spinning blue ball, off of which somehow I don't seem to fall. If I'm flying through space at incredible pace, why don't I have to hold on? I think it's a lie, I can tell you just why. The reasons are many and plain. If you think there's a ball off of which you don't fall, I'm afraid you're quite clearly insane.
For thousands of years, the same stars do appear, the very same place in the sky. Were we hurling through space, this could not be the case. We would see a new sky every night. When I stand on the shore, I see many miles more than I could should I stand on a ball. We can see miles away, 100 miles only on a plane. Can this be real? There's no place called space, there was never a race, and they never put men on the moon. It's all made for TV just to fool you and me. Should I buy it? I'm just a buffoon. Satellite dishes are always suspicious, they never point up to the sky. They point to the side, radio towers hide. I'm sure it's just one of their lies. As forgeries go, they set the bar low. Just 3 photos of Earth that they claim. Photoshop clouds shout the truth loud. None of them look quite the same.
That they went to the moon, I believed it too soon. Now it's clear they had something to hide. You don't bring a car anywhere up that far, play golf and to take a joyride. The sun, moon, and stars really aren't out that far. They move round this flat disk once a day. Place we call home is all under a dome, just like our forefathers did say.
There's no place called space, there was never a race, and they never put men on the moon. It's all made for TV, just to fool you and me. Should I buy it? I'm just a buffoon. In the great void of space, a rocket can go any place. It would sit there and spin with no distance to win. The idea's absurd, it's all fake. There's no place called space, there was never a race, and they never put men on the moon. It's all made for TV, just to fool you and me. Should I buy it? I'm just a buffoon.
Day after day, alone on a hill, the man with the foolish grin is keeping perfectly still. But nobody wants to know him, they can see that he's just a fool. And he never gives an answer, but the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head see the world spinning around. Well on the way, head in a cloud, the man of 1,000 voices talking perfectly loud, but nobody ever hears him or the sound he appears to make. And he never seems to notice, but the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head see the world spinning around. Nobody seems to like him, they can tell what he wants to do, and he never shows his feelings, but the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head see the world spinning around and around, spinning around. And he never listens to them, he knows that they're the fools, and they don't like him, but the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head see the world spinning around.
33, you need to remove that image. I could remove it for you. I'm just trying to make sure you do it so that you understand. PSA 33.
Can you remove it, please?
Yeah, I was doing a countdown. I think I'm going to go ahead and ditch this guy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, old dude. Makes perfect sense. Yeah, I don't know who gave it to him in the first place. I've seen a handful of his other
Very quiet tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're lacking Globers, that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have any left, I think.
Right. That would be great, right? If that would be the case.
Someone said we only got the bottom feeders left, and I said, "Is it the planktons?" Oh well. I mean, I'm talking about the real Globers, not the LARPing ones, whatever.
Does any one of you do a specific sport or sports or something like that?
Sports?
Yeah.
Disc golf, bro. Disc golf.
Just golf?
Yeah.
Hey, that's a great one. That's actually one of the most fun, I would say.
Yeah, I like ping pong and disc golf. Those are my faves.
Oh wait, I thought golf. What is disc golf? I don't know that one.
Oh, here. I bet you there's a... That's a pretty funny GIF. It's an awesome GIF.
That stuff. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's disc golf.
Oh, we
That's
have that
cool.
here as well.
I still remember when I was a child and I was introduced to a boomerang the first time. I was like, what? That's magic.
Yeah, in the early 90s, early and mid 90s, there were a lot of boomerang Nerf boomerang toys. There was like a triple handled Nerf boomerang that I remember having. Nerf. So it's not just the curved one. There's other designs. See if I can find the one. Yep, there it is. A lot of children, whatever, from the 90s will remember this.
Oh yeah, I remember that my brother had one.
Yeah.
There was also this. Oh, sorry.
And this one here. The Turbo Screamer. This is the exact one I had. I had the orange one. I don't think I had the blue or the black one, but this is the one I had, the orange one there. That is the one. 1992. Yep. That's the one.
Hey, Gospel.
What's
Sorry,
up?
I never make it. But the only thing is that's the same day I go to church. So it's like, is it possible for me to get there in time, and then still
I got
be
you.
part of what you guys do?
I got you. Hey, I sent you an MSDS on the mosquito fog spray that they're spraying around here. Well, I didn't send it to you. I put it in the chat. I can send it to you, though. Not that you necessarily care, but,
Oh, no, I do. Why? What is there something in it that we shouldn't be inhaling?
Not really. It's from what I can tell, it's not really bad, but you definitely don't want to like go up to the truck, dip your cup in it, and drink the stuff. It apparently can pretty much just kill you if you drink it. But in the form and concentration that they fog, it's not extremely harmful from what I can tell, but it's weird. The one thing that I found that was very unusual, not unusual, but just concerning maybe about it was its toxicity to fish. And somebody was pointing out that might be because the fish are eating the mosquito larvae that have been poisoned. I don't know, though.
That's interesting. So they're putting it in the water too, then, huh?
Well, it's just a fog, it settles wherever it settles. So,
Well, I haven't noticed. The freaking mosquitoes are bad where I'm at over here. So hopefully they do some more spraying, man. These mosquitoes suck, man.
Yeah, they do. They do.
And they're only that way because of our intrusion into the habitat, really. Because North Dakota used to be full of trees. And you had dragonflies are what eat mosquitoes.
Dragonflies and bats.
We don't have any. Yeah, we don't have any dragonflies up there. I don't know if you noticed that there aren't any.
Yeah. There definitely were down in Iowa, but not up here. I agree.
Because that's the thing. I mean, they usually roost on like tall, either really tall grass or trees, and there's nothing here for them to hang out on. They're not going to sit there and fly around all day. I mean, they do fly around for a long time, but it could be because of the weather too. But I mean, it wouldn't be that because there's places where it's cold and you have dragonflies seasonally,
Yeah. May 27.
Well, these people are talking now. It was just the music by a couple hours ago.
Yeah, no, it's been a quiet day today. There's not been very many people to talk to. I just sit here all day. Every now and then I ramble to myself, and that's moderately entertaining to some people. But I, after a while, feel a little uncomfortable just rambling. So I just stop talking until the next person is ready to talk about something. You have a lot of flower. Please, do you have what is this? They need to come to the Quetzal. They need to come to the BC. That's the whole point of this place. Maybe you, Deepak. You got questions? Great question. Oh, Quetzal. Gotcha.
Did somebody call my name?
Yeah, Deepak, I said, do you have any questions?
Oh, no, not at this moment. I just joined. I was just thinking I'd be in the middle of a topic, or sorry, you guys would be in the middle of a topic, and I'd catch up on it just by listening. But
oh, nothing real important whatsoever. You know, we do a lot of shooting the breeze when there's not anyone here that doesn't already know that that the curvature was falsified.
yeah, I've heard a few talks. I've not been that active recently on any Discord servers. Just been busy with other stuff. I don't know if you've gotten any recent like drama or anything here with people like joining and I don't know, masquerading as like a flat earther and then turning out to just be trolls, essentially.
That has happened over and over again throughout the years.
That's a regular thing.
Yeah. I was saying if it's happened recently. So
Yeah, I mean, nothing that comes to mind in particular, but I'd say sure that happens every couple of weeks, probably.
I'd say like every 3 days.
yeah. So do you guys know of this guy called like Bart K? Has anybody heard of that?
No.
He does. He did a bit of debunking of the flat Earth. He's actually not.
How do you debunk a falsification?
I think it was. Sorry. I think it was proving how the Earth is a globe. I think it was that. That was his title of the video.
So he measured curvature then?
Sorry?
So this guy measured curvature and demonstrated that how to measure curvature?
I don't remember the kind of the context of the video and the details it went into. Let me see if I can get it up.
So basically, he was talking about space, really. He never really focused on the Earth, right?
Oh, do you know Bart K?
I was asking me, from what you remember, like, you know, just like from what you remember, what was his main point of examination?
I can't remember like with any degree of useful specificity, other than I remember him doing some geometric measurements of a kind of globe, a diagrammatic globe, and that's about the extent of what I remember it to be.
Yeah, it's like when you're playing with Legos.
Yeah.
You can make anything, bro, and you know, with models and math.
You guys,
pretty amazing. But we usually just stick to like demonstrable reality. You know what I mean?
Has anyone like done a live stream or a YouTube video on like debunking Professor Dave Explains? You know, he's on a.
There's nothing to debunk.
Okay. There's the thing. Have you guys seen that video? 10 challenges for flat earthers.
Oh yeah. More than once. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it? Sorry.
No, I was just saying. I wish I could one day sit through. I don't know one's analysis of one of these videos.
There's probably 2 or 3 analyses right down in the information rooms in the server down below. But with that said,
is it that video where Professor Dave uses, for example, a droplet of water to prove curving water? Do you mean that for 10 of facts?
You're asking?
Yeah. I can tell you, man, he is not even a professor. Did you know that? He just made that up.
So what is he? Just a doctor?
He's a dropout, bro.
He's just a freaking dude. He's just a dude.
He's a two-time dropout that doesn't like chemistry or physics, but pretends to, and has a really big YouTube channel as a result of grinding really hard as a shill on YouTube. Oh, what do you mean he's a shill? I don't know. He's a shill for disinformation. Anyway, you would probably want to go down. Let me find out what room this would be. I think it's the
Watch the last video in the live stream voice text. Deep Arc. He admits himself not to be a professor and a dropout. So trust me, this.
So he actually, sorry, I zoned out from it. He actually came to this server.
No. He himself published videos of saying that the professor title is just made up. But on the other hand, if you noticed in his background, he always has the sun curtain where you have the sun depicted on. It's typical for people who worship the sun in a Helio religion or in a there are different kind of religions, but he definitely is some kind of chill. Like he defends his religion, and he is even showing you that he is an open sun worshipper. Otherwise, he wouldn't have that curtain all the time in his background. So trust me, this guy is 100% a reality denier, and he's and on the other hand, he's also a very unreasonable guy, because I literally saw a video where he was just insulting a flat earther that he had a conversation with. So he just acts like a little kid because he knows he's wrong. But that's the other story.
Yeah, that's why I started off with falsification, which you seem to ignore, as if it's irrelevant that something has been falsified. Maybe you're not familiar with what falsification means. Let's say you claim to be 9 foot tall, all right, and then we measure you, and then you're not 9 foot tall. Your claim would be falsified. And then if you were like, well, did you see so-and-so's video about how they debunked your falsification? Wouldn't that be really weird?
Yes, it would. Like I said, I'm still learning myself. Do you understand? Like I need to have like the full context of both sides to understand it with enough dimension that I could like properly rule out, in my mind at least, the globe Earth model. Which again, I'm not.
So the thing is, oh sorry, I'm just saying. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is, what you just need to understand to make your life easier and to maybe, get a clearer view of more faster is to understand that the only thing that Globers want to keep out of the conversation is the reality and the fact that we have measured the supposed curvature rate and it's not existing. Okay, so if the numbers that are given to us through the heliocentric model are not aligning with reality, we have falsified their claim, which then makes everything else they want to claim obsolete. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if we then start, if we have no curvature, it doesn't matter if we then start talking about what the sky is doing, what the sun is doing, what the stars are doing, blah, 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 all this stuff. It's all about flat or not flat, right? And if there's no curvature, it is flat. So if we measure it flat, it must be flat. That's the whole story. Everything else around it is just things we can talk about, but it's not necessary the very point that we want to make people understand. And trust me, many people refuse to see that falsification that is established by us crazy flat earthers in order to go back to topics which have nothing to do with it, because it's the only straw that they're holding on to is all these things like, yeah, what about other planets? What about the sun? What about blah blah blah? You know, they don't want to talk about the very fact that it's measuring flat. So if you understand this, you're gonna have an easier time instead of, you know. I'm just trying to clarify it for you.
I do get that position because a lot of what I can remember from Professor Dave's videos. I mean, I just skim watched a few just to get a sense for kind of, I guess, the elements of his argument or so-called evidence was. And yeah, he did seem to be focusing in on, as you just pointed out, extraneous stuff like how just the stuff you explained, like the sun and all these geometric measurements that seemed, I guess, too complicated for what he was trying to argue. I mean, yeah, this is going back a few months, and currently post smoking a doobie, so I'm a little bit mentally unsharp, so I can't remember too well the exactitudes of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But that's all I can remember. It's just he was arguing for the globe, Earth, but just with a lot of extraneous, complicated details. Yeah.
Yeah, and through the complication of things and through their, you know, weird way of holding on to topics which have nothing to do with the Earth measuring flat, they stay in their religion. You know, it's just cognitive dissonance, trying to find something, a branch that you can, you know, stay on in order to keep a certain belief system. If these people like Professor Dave or any other of these weird chills on YouTube would actually, you know, be scientific and talk about the Earth measuring flat and look at the falsifications, it would be a whole nother level. But unfortunately, when they do it, they just come up with stupid excuses like refraction. You know, that they themselves can't even certify it to be true or prove to be true. So it's just another way of, you know, gatekeeping.
Or promoting nonsense. More
Right.
accurately.
Yeah.
The claim of refraction invalidates the R by perverting the R value by a 7/6 ratio. And even when you invoke that perversion and accept it as valid, it still doesn't rectify the observation. It doesn't work. So even if you use the perverted methodology of nonsense, it still doesn't work.
Right.
It would need to be something more like 70/6R instead of 7/6R. It's at least an order of magnitude off, if not several orders of magnitude off. There are many problems with the anyway. That's what falsification means. It has been falsified, as in it's invalid to claim a 3,959 mile radius.
Sake, man. Shit. Shit.
Ugh. Gee. That's annoying.
Hello.
Hello.
How are all of you today?
Good.
Fantastic.
That's great. That's great. Alright, I just joined to see how you were. I have to go to sleep now. Goodbye.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. It's they must be putting through the ringer in the VC check-in. Like they go through so much up there that by the time they come down here, they're just like, oh, I'll just say hi and then I've got to go. That was too emotionally intense.
Is it just me, or 1.22 miles radio doesn't? How does that make sense?
What? Okay, so this is quick math that is applicable up to 1,000 miles. So it's the easier form that you can do on your own. So it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay. Which it can be it can be zero, right? If you're doing it from the sea level.
Nothing could ever be. It could never be zero. You need to be, 0.000 something.
Okay.
If your lens is partially submerged and you're trying to say that it's as close to zero as you can get, you still need a positive number. And then you take the square root of that, and then you'll get your number. So the square root of 1 is 1. 1 times 1.222 or 1.22 is 1.22. That's why 1 foot observer height is the 1.22 miles. However, you know, where's this?
I mean, that graph is insane. I mean, you can see the line right next to the first point, you know, the one at the today at 22:18. No, that's your time. No? That's my time. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I understand.
But so you see the line almost next to the first point.
Yeah.
The first location at 122. So that would be that would be like the limit we are able to see. I mean, that would be the horizon.
No. That would that would be the horizon, not the limit, because anything that's taller than the obstructed value, you would be able to see. Okay, but what you wouldn't be able to see is a horizon beyond 1.22 miles. Geometrically, that would be impossible.
How high, in theory, you would have to be in order to see 29 miles? In theory,
so the point of that graphic is to demonstrate the fact that you can see 29 miles from that 12-inch observer height. The island is literally in that GIF off to the right side, and from the looks of things, the horizon is even beyond the island. But it's, it just, it's a vanishing point. There's too much air and atmosphere and particulate and all the other reasons that you can't see forever. But yeah, you can see the island you can see the land that juts out, but that land is, like it's saying, about 28 to 29 miles away. So that's pretty significant.
That's interesting.
It's insane. I mean, it doesn't even I don't even understand how.
Long distance observations. There's a lot of examples, and they invalidate the claim of 3959 radius. They invalidate the claim, and when you invalidate that, the whole system, you have to return to your default, which is we see what we see. It appears to be flat, and there's no evidence of curvature unless you can provide it. But the entire heliocentric model hinges on these numbers. So you can't just act like it's an insignificant realization when you falsify them, because everything is dependent on them. In other ways, they are loosely associated to observable. Basically, data gets appropriated onto a spherical model, and the data is the data. Distances from one location to the next, and so on, which, where accurate distances can be measured. Because boats and planes are not measuring devices, for instance.
When I look into the horizon, for example, when I'm in front of the sea, and I look into the horizon in front of me, right, the horizon, it looks a lot more than 1.22 miles, doesn't it?
Do you lay down right at the water line to get yourself about 12 inches off of the water line?
Not at all.
Okay, so if you're standing in that instance, then you're talking about more like 5, 6, or 7 miles. Right? It changes. So if
dramatically.
Well, let's say you're 5'6". Maybe you're taller, maybe you're shorter, but let's just say you're 5'6". Then you're talking about
Yeah, it makes sense. It looks a lot closer when you are
about
standing
a 3. just
Yeah,
about
if you use a
3
camera,
mile.
if you use a camera, you can see more, and it's like, yeah.
Hey, Gospel, look at that gift that Justin posted. Right up at 318. 18 app.
18. Well, I think that's Logris that posted that.
Okay, well, you see that dude surfing?
Yeah.
All right, look before the camera zooms in on him. It looks like the water's at his chest, but as the camera gets closer, you can see he's on his knees. Like he can't be more than 50 yards, if that, from the camera. And the water line looks like it's up to his chest till it starts zooming in on him. Then you can see he's actually on his knees.
I think he's swimming. He looks like he's on a surfboard swimming.
Yeah, look, he's on his knees when it gets close to him.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
But look, in just that short of a distance, look how much of him is cut off until you zoom in on him.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. All the while, from beginning to end, the horizon itself is in the same location the entire time. But yes, you can tell that there's a wave that obstructs his legs, and then the wave kind of goes down as he's zooming in, and then you can see his legs on the surfboard for a brief moment. But yeah, the horizon is way, way, way out there, even as far as I can tell, beyond the island, which puts the horizon at probably 50 miles or so, 40 or 50 miles probably.
Now, doesn't it seem like, what are those called? Stations? Water stations? No, what are those things?
Oil rigs.
Oil rigs. Don't they look really close from the coastline? I mean, you're able to see them without zoom, no?
Correct. You're able to see them without zoom, and they are very big, though. Yeah.
They must be like huge.
They are.
No?
Yeah. Much bigger than a house. Like big. Very, very big.
Like a building?
Yeah, like bigger than a building. I know that I think it's 30 or 40 feet just to the bottom of the main structure. And then another, 40, 60, 80 feet or something for the main structure. And then that boom, the big tall thing, that's like even taller. I don't know, 80 feet, 100 feet, something like that. They're very big. I'm rounding. I don't know the exact height. I just know I remember hearing somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 to in between 100 and 200 feet altogether. They're tall. But the point is not the oil rigs nearly as much as the position of the horizon. That's the relevant, important detail.
It looks like the horizon keeps on going also.
Yeah, exactly. There's a vanishing point.
Like way far into the distance. Like the horizon doesn't end right there. Like it keeps on going, it seems. I mean, it's kind of difficult, right, to see. I mean,
because when you look at water,
right?
When you look at water at a certain angle, it starts to like reflect the sky a lot. So it looks like it's not there. But then if you look again, you'll see out in the greater distance, you can see it again, and then it stops, and then you can see it again. There's like multiple, it's not multiple horizons, it's how the miraging of the water is reflecting the sky. But ultimately, the horizon is above the second oil rig, somewhere
Above it.
above the second oil rig.
Yeah, I can see it.
So that's why I'm suggesting that it's probably in between 40 and 60 miles, ultimately, before all obscuring takes over.
You're not able to do this if you have the camera on the sea level, right? Because of the humidity and stuff, right?
You mean like
Because you can,
even shorter than 12 inches?
in centimeters would be like half a meter, maybe. I have difficulty counting with feet.
I think it's a third of a meter, if I'm not
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. For example, it would not be possible, right?
Give me
It'd
just
be more difficult because the guy from the camera is like standing up. It's standing on the sand.
So he's at 30.48 centimeters. That's his height off of water level.
How high?
Just over 30 centimeters.
Only. We've been looking for this like for like 10 minutes, dude.
Yeah. I've been looking at it for like 2 years. No joke.
The Black Swan. The Black Swan is the name of the concept, not this specific example, right?
This is a Black Swan example, yes.
Okay.
The Black Swan metaphor applies to this, rather, is I think the better way to say it.
Okay.
It has earth-shattering implications. Or should I say globe-shattering?
Yes.
Wow. That I could do this type of experiments here. I live like in the Mediterranean. I have no excuse for that.
Yeah, that'd be neat.
I live in a really good location for doing this type of things. And also the Mediterranean, some of the qualities of the Mediterranean is that it's very, you can get, when it's calm, it's really calm.
Yeah, I mean, there's a really small opening.
It's like a lake. You see, the waves like against the shore, it's ridiculous. I'm like, sometimes I wonder like how such a big body, like a body of water. You take a look at, it's literally like a lake sometimes. You see the waves crashing, it's like just tiny micro waves.
It's only going to be as affected by the wind, the local wind, as opposed to the ebb and flow of the ocean. Wait. Zippity doo dah.
I've been cleaning my house for the last 2 hours.
It's a lot of cleaning.
You think so? No.
Depends
Yeah.
on what you're doing, I guess.
It feels a lot different now. Clean the floor. I clean the floor every day in my house. Actually, I like the feeling of the
Me too.
of the floor.
Yeah, clean floors, good thing.
Yeah. And then I worry about the other things. Like the second thing is my desk, and then after that, furniture.
Do you need like in a concrete home, or is it Jason board or wood?
It's the floor is made of tiles. Yeah.
And under the tiles, is it concrete?
Yeah. 100%.
Alright.
Yeah.
Live like in a warm region?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Those houses is good. You could clean them. You could use a lot of water to clean the whole thing.
That's exactly what I do, man. That's exactly what I do.
That's the best way to clean the concrete house. Just water.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. You don't need a lot either. Just a tiny little bit. And a tool that I use that I don't know, I have no idea how to call it, but it's like a similar tool that you use for cleaning windows, right? With a gum thing. And I use
Like a water
it's like
pressure machine?
a water pressure? No. No, I just spread water around the house, like corners, like all over, and then I use this. It's like a mop.
It's called a squeegee.
Oh, the squeegee.
Yeah, squeegee. Didn't know that word. Thank you. Squeegee. And
that word is American made.
I'll be honest, man. If my room or my desk is not clean, I get crazy. Like I feel my mind feels like if I don't have order, like I just it somehow goes over into my mind if there's no order in the room or dirt somewhere or whatever.
I'm the same way, man.
I need to have things clean all the time. I'm absolutely like. Also, I what I hate the most is if there's like grime or something on a mouse or keyboard. Like I can't live like that, or on the phone or something. You know what I mean? Well,
Oh, guys, I just got trolled hard.
Why?
Oh, sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Oof.
Take it easy. Relax. Breathe.
No, it's bad. It's DMing. My Discord is DMing everyone I know.
Okay.
Everyone.
Oh. Sounds like bad news.
Did you gave the troll any money?
No, I didn't give any money.
Good.
Don't
Bro.
give them money, okay?
This is bad, though. This is really, really bad.
Wait, what happened?
I'm getting invites to a server called Pepe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah,
Ronnie Swolman. Who's Ronnie Swolman?
It's crypto. Yeah.
Oh.
Crypto. Yeah, me too.
I'd have Cuddles the pirate as well.
Is it what is it? Is it like a virus or something?
I don't know what it is. It's really bad.
What happened when you joined the server?
Not you join the server, but then it
Just the fact of clicking into the link.
You
is
have
kind
to
of
you have to verify the server, and then it apparently hacks you. And
pirates. These people are pirates.
wait, why is Crypto's roles getting removed? What is happening?
All right, leave the server, Bear, because maybe your mod's power it can be affecting the server. So you're gonna have to demote yourself for now.
That's how that works?
I mean, if they have control over your account and you are a moderator, I mean, you can kind of mess with a few things in here.
I don't know if that's how. I mean,
Or you're saying that you're saying that someone else's cryptos is being changing roles or something? You said something about crypto, right?
Yeah. He got trolled.
Oh, okay.
I've got a control V like 100 people in my list though.
Destroy your computer. Destroy your computer.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll just do that. Thank you.
Just use the self-destruction mechanism. Activate it.
Copy.
Goodbye, Gusto. God bless you.
Real fun.
It was nice meeting you.
Right.
Don't kill us, bro. You're going to kill us, dude. You're a threat.
Wow, you guys are weird. I'm sorry. I'm not as much in a joking matter about it.
I know. I'm sorry.
Hey, I am.
There's like people that I don't know if it's only your friends list or what exactly, but whatever the case, dear God, so many people I'm having to reply to.
So now, you have moderator limited activity.
All right, whatever.
Yeah, you and Crypto have been demoted. Well done.
Thanks.
I'm taking over now, guys. Don't worry.
All right, Jamesy. Appreciate you. Ay.
Reset your password in your account or something.
Yeah, I don't think it. Yeah.
Yep.
I'll figure it out. Just stop talking to me. Leave me alone.
If you want us to stop talking to you, you have to deafen yourself.
Oh, is that how that works? If I deafen myself, you can't talk to me?
Exactly.
Oh, I didn't realize that's how it worked.
Yeah, because the input of words that we put into your ears and head is affecting your critical thinking at the moment, and you need a lot of that to figure this out.
All right. I definitely need to it's trying to send invites in every server, and it's in an infinite destruction loop in one of the servers I'm in. Oh dear.
You're gonna get banned for spamming.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. it's in an infinite loop of error with how do I stop this?
Let's find out in Google.
No. There's a it's how you connect to servers. I'm trying to remember what this is called. When you verify a server, how do you de-verify a server?
Leave the server.
Yeah, I'm not in that server anymore. It actually kicked me out of that server right away. Yeah. It's a creepy thing. Gee, make it go away. When you verify a server, how do you de-verify? I don't know. I don't know what it is that's the cause. But I have to deauthorize and kind of like start from scratch, I guess.
Is it an actual invite that you got, or is it like a fake invite that then opens like a?
No, it uses your account to send invites to everyone that's on your list.
How is that even possible? Like, what is wrong with Discord being so easily hackable, so to say? Like, it's pretty bad on Discord side, so to say. You know, like, imagine you're someone who has like, I don't know, very important stuff on your Discord, and just because of someone who just sends an invite because he already got, you know. That's crazy. Discord really need to work on their security.
It's spreading like wildfire, man. I'm looking at all different servers. Going crazy. Seems to be spamming from people's accounts while they still have control of their account.
So gospel is gone, right?
Yeah.
It's like Neo from the Matrix.
international flavor of the Seattle World's Fair in the skies. Here are scientific crossroads that symbolize the international spirit of space, age, tomorrow.
Yeah, we're at a crossroads. I'm living in your tomorrow, and it's an international dystopia filled with man's sorrow. You can forget the delusional utopia. Sitting at your workstation, do you get the implication of your predestined designation? Syndrome, domestication, status, victimization, vocation, misapplication of man in creation. One step closer to automation or complete behavioral modification, a psychological operation on the entire population. Programmed emasculation and freedom eradication, now it's truth by declaration and character assassination. Wars between puppet nations, propaganda on every station, public lost in mass consumption of poisons like fluoridation. They fool you with the concentration, it's still rat poison by demonstration. Is Epstein's friendly relation the solution to overpopulation? With his World Health Organization and the justification, vaccine monetization for a fake infestation, complete dehumanization, medical registration, moral degradation for the elite's preservation. All based in misinterpretation, using the media centralization through the repeated indoctrination and state-sponsored misinformation. It's human experimentation, trauma-based vaccination, isolation and deprivation is not medication. For psyche fragmentation, done in desperation, a fear of humiliation, done with our cooperation, a moral resignation, and controlled publication, a scientific imitation. That's not science, bruh. That's pseudoscience. Bring up child exploitation related by royal blood relations, protected by black law legislation is all an abomination. Protecting its reputation, an aberration, deserving no admiration, leading to your predation. Fixation, inflation, deflation, endless persuasion, familial separation, and economic migration is actually an invasion. Racial segregation, CTR integration, discrimination, guilt by association, all for the acceleration of your damnation. It's just your imagination, but requires your hesitation and moral pervasion. Compliments of the Mason. So welcome to the plantation. Understand the ramification. Through our cooperation, dedication, and determination, you get the qualification. It's time for a re-evaluation, an actual verification, a graduation from animation and manipulation. Work on your cultivation and communication. Share the information with the population about the situation. This will lead to the unification and scientific invigoration. Through endless inspiration, it's a harmonization of civilization. Avoid the temptation, break the domination, have the realization and find the motivation. The invalidation of the explanation and imagination brings about a transformation. It's time for a rejuvenation of mankind in creation. This is your invitation for participation in mankind's liberation, man's salvation, a true revelation. Peace. Trace, love, wisdom, harmony. Greetings and salutation. Thank you for your participation. We share the earth in cohabitation. It's time for some in-depth communication. Now, let me tell you the situation about the flat earth revelation. But first, some rules for preservation of your reputation. We don't accept sophistry or fallacious argumentation, faulty generalization, flawed misrepresentation, needless equivocation, endless misinterpretation, baseless affirmation, or model reification, to name a few. That's not sophistication, it's sophistry or obfuscation, the cause of mental retardation, causing the need for special education. To stop the self-annihilation before the gamma radiation leads to more humiliation. Just skip the frustration. The globe deserves no dedication. It lives on indoctrination, repeated incorrect memorization, or base regurgitation of debunked theorization without substantiation. A parroting fixation, not actually education. A faulty emulation for mental domination with fallacious incantation and false information. Don't believe the visualization, accepting the globe installation to media inundation and diabolical machination. We support no such flawed imagination. We support application over theorization, real measurement over derived calculation, empirical observation over imagined correlation. Just forget the animation. This is the globe cancellation. No manner of rationalization can bring enough justification for this abomination. This backwards postulation of fundamental entropy violation. There would be an equalization and gas evacuation that would lead to asphyxiation and globe deflation. Regardless of the gradient summation, it is within expectation. More gas with evaporation and vaporization, less gas with condensation and precipitation. I can show you a citation, one of the many facets of creation. A solid flat earth foundation, how the globe fails examination. Have you heard of falsification or scientific verification? Do you really need elaboration? You saw a curve, a hallucination, or lens manipulation. What you see, a manifestation in your mind's eye, an interpretation through light localization of solar radiation. All light has attenuation or light limitation. It's an oscillation or perturbation subject to magnification and polarization and Mertz experimentation. That's it, a globe decimation. It just doesn't fit observation. They want you to believe in undetectable gyration with 1,000 mile/hour rotation. Yet we see no deviation, it's lacking validation. And mass on mass acceleration, an incorrect postulation, the down vector an average approximation, an assimilation of inverted flotation, a needless complication, the latest globe iteration maintained with medication or complete lack of maturation, and non-stop masturbation. But I forgive you. You're a victim of a psychological operation.
I have a question for everybody in here.
Go right ahead. Ask your question.
Okay, did anyone get DMs from Crypto or Gospel Bear?
Yes, from Gospel.
Crypto.
Make sure you ignore all of those. Both of their accounts have been phished or something.
Yeah, I blocked them.
Yeah, it happened live here in the live stream, so some people in here already know, but I gotta warn everybody else that doesn't know. Some type of exploit.
Okay. So, if you are foolish enough to have scanned that QR code, you are pretty much screwed.
But the second to last.
Yeah, so be aware of people trying to fish or scam using QR codes and other things, links. If it looks fishy, don't click it.
So this can be achieved by scanning a QR code? That's kind of crazy.
I went to different servers, and the same invitation has been made in other servers. It's crazy.
And since you guys aren't saying anything, I'm just gonna play some more music. They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they raise you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hoes, you get the gist then. On your own, when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, it got you working to the bone. Do you know how they raise you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise, and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, who's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds, and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't mean shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truth, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, FE baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, flat at disco. Ocha Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, make it sunny. Such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
What's up, Eagle? Got a question, Eagle?
I'm just vibing.
Just asking because I saw you unmuting your mic, so maybe you want to say something or ask any questions.
Sorry, that was a misclick. I put my book on my mouse.
All right.
We're looking for a globe. You got one? We can't seem to find one anywhere.
Yeah, only in the decoration section.
if anyone can help us out, that'd be great.
Welcome to Globe Mart. We have all the globes here. We got the exclusive rights to the globes. We are the only ones that have globes in Globe Mart. All globes come with curvature over distance.
They ripped me off on this one. I didn't get any curvature on this one.
Oh shoot! Yeah. Well, the representative probably forgot to tell you you're not supposed to try to match the globes in the store with outside.
Ah, shoot.
Oh,
this is a common problem. You know, we'll try to make it up to you. We'll give you the second globe free.
Oh, man.
They said they had a globe for me to live on, but it's got no curve. I don't know what to do about this.
The sticker was missing off the bottom. God.
That stock has been in there too long. Okay, we'll have to switch out those stickers.
If the sticker was there, then we would have all known. Damn it, guys.
Right. Hey Joe, next time put those stickers right on the outside, okay? Stick it right on stick it right there and right on the outside of the globe. No, maybe not in that country. They're a little sensitive. Okay. Stick it out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. That sounds great. Put it there.
Yeah. Just stick it right there.
Silly parents, globes are for kids. Only to play, as playthings, that is. Nice to hear from you, Drace. I haven't seen you on in a while.
Yeah, Grandma's been a little sick, so we've been taking care of her, and she's been going to the hospital, and she's back now. Things are looking a little bit better.
Good to hear that.
Can I say a prayer for her? What's her name?
Her name is Eileen.
Okay, let's say a prayer for her.
That was pretty funny with the Globe Mart store. Everyone, think of your own Globe store. Funny thing, you could go pick up some bendy water or something at the Globe store. And, the bendy water store might actually have a freezer section where they have bendy light for sale. Or lemon flavored bendy light. Sounds refreshing, don't it? are these flat earthers talking about bendy light, man? What's wrong with them?
How about gravity? Can I buy like an ounce of gravity? If they can isolate that, they're scientists. I can buy some, no?
If it was real, should have been able to isolate it.
Much was the thing, right?
Don't be late. Never forget to isolate. Not meaning yourself.
Of course, if they're all at gravity, I'll take some dark matter.
Why don't you step into the light? We'll let the people decide.
How much is dark matter going for an ounce?
We'll let Gemseed decide. I see Glad Flubs in the house. Hey there, Glad.
Yeah, yep. I am about to go pick up my car. It was getting fixed or getting, like the real expensive tune up and check up and all that, and then 4 new tires. So, yeah.
That's always good when you get those kind of things done, right?
Yeah, hopefully I won't have to do it for at least another year, but I'll probably do it at 6 months. Not the tires thing, but the rest of it.
I'm sure that whole deal's not cheap.
No, almost $2,000 for the whole kit and caboodle. And that's cheap because we know the family who has an auto repair place. Right. They're called the last name of the family, then Tire, right? And so they're real good with us. So I probably saved a few hundred with them. So that's nice.
Zoom.
Absolutely. Yep. How you doing, Sonny? You okay?
I'm doing all right. I had a moment there. I'm kind of like taking it easy right now. I'm resting.
All right. Taking it easy. I hear it, man. I think 2 things people should always try to do more in their lives is take it easy and drink water.
Lots of water. I've been chugging tons of water. Just gotta, yeah.
And it's 2 things that if you think about it, not hard to do, especially the water thing.
Yeah, because you could just start little by little, start 4 ounces at a time, half a cup.
Yeah.
Like some people, yeah.
Yeah, if you really spread it out, it's not even like you're drinking a gallon. You could take small amount, a chug here or there, and if you do it enough times in a day, oh my God, I'm at a gallon. It's crazy. Anyway, thanks for checking on me, Sonny. I gotta go get this car, but I'll talk to you guys here in a bit.
Yo, Sonny.
Yeah. Thanks.
Can you just I'm not here to bash on anyone. I'm just trying to figure out, basically figure out how you guys think. Can you maybe just explain how on a flat Earth model the Coriolis effect would take place?
Get him, Sonny. Get him.
Okay, is this only you want to know? Well, Earth is not in motion.
It's already not observed doing what it should do anyway, so what's the problem?
Yeah.
If it's not in motion, how does the Coriolis effect take place?
You think it
only
does?
Only in the minds and paperwork of someone that believes it. It doesn't occur in reality.
Coriolis effect, yeah, it does. That's what
When have you seen it?
No.
When have you seen it?
You can see it in the difference between hurricanes and cyclones.
This is some kind of secondary correlation that's not a correlation. It doesn't have anything to do with the conversation.
Why not, though?
To be fair, I haven't heard of hurricanes and cyclones in a long time, so
Me neither.
But we could go, yeah, you could explain that to us, please.
So,
what?
No,
in the southern hemisphere, cyclones rotate.
Okay, hold it.
Hemisphere.
I got to stop you right there. You said hemisphere. You're going to need a sphere for that.
Yeah, so the first thing you got to do is measure some curve before you go into talking about hemispheres.
Right. So we need the curvature measurement. It needs to be a direct and physical. So do you have the curvature measurement?
Everything outside of Central Africa, all right? There we go.
Okay, great. There must be curvature there. So can you give us that curvature measurement?
What do you mean curvature? It's just on your on your app. Everything behind, I would
On your
say.
globe that you imagined. Listen, you need the curvature measurement, or else you're not getting off the ground at all. You need that curvature measurement to start the whole fundamental claim. It's supposed to be a
No,
ball.
I
and
don't, 'cause you can observe.
Listen,
No.
okay, so motion. You want to know about motion?
No. Can I just quickly finish? In certain
Okay,
parts
go
of the
ahead.
world,
Mm-hmm.
tropical storms only spin clockwise. In other parts of the world, it only spins counterclockwise. Why?
Okay, how can you validate this, please?
Yes, I can pretty easily with weather maps.
So,
Yeah, let's grab the data. Let's see if that's the case.
Are maps reality?
The cyclones and hurricanes are, high pressure, low pressure systems that are interacting. How do you have that on a globe without a container?
Well, gravity is the container, isn't it?
No, it isn't.
Oh, there you go, guys.
You're also going to need curvature to start that little song and dance
Yeah.
there. But we'll just start with the curvature measurement first, and then we'll get on with the rest of the conversation.
Yeah, Eagle, gravity was supposed to make the Earth into a ball. What happened there?
Yeah, we need the ball.
It doesn't seem like there's much gravity going on around here.
Here's one thing about gravity too: you cannot demonstrate it physically. There's no experiment you can perform. See, with something like electromagnetism, you can do things to isolate variables. With gravity, you cannot take gravity out of an equation to see what happens with the experiment and then put gravity back into the equation to see what happens with the experiment. We can't remove gravity because we don't know what the fuck it is. So we can't experiment on it. We can't even see it, touch it, smell it. There's nothing. So gravity isn't a force. It's just an idea and it's hijacked relative density, buoyancy, and fluid dynamics are really the way that things work in this place, if you truly break it down. Thank you.
Well, of course, gravity is just a reification of a story called The Globe.
That's true, yep.
While you're completely correct, you can still argue from within the premise of what he is trying to claim, that gravity can contain gases. We can just test that claim, and that's not true. At ground level, gases will escape. So they're not contained or held down by any gravity. So that theory of his stands in opposition against the second law of thermodynamics, so I give him no hope.
Yeah. Plus, the positive claim is that the Earth moves underneath objects above the surface. So where does this happen with dragonflies, butterflies, hummingbirds, other types of? We'll leave the aerodynamic birds out of it. But where do we have motion under helicopters, drones, anything like that?
Don't they just create lift with movement of parabolic shape?
How are they adjusting for the change in velocity with altitude? One, and why is it never occurring? Why is it not measurable or witnessed?
What is measurable?
Yeah, why is this thing that you not actually observed? And why should we have to explain
Why is
that?
Coriolis ever measured or witnessed? You can't observe it.
The Coriolis effect, yeah, you can
Where
witness
do you
that pretty
tell me
easily.
where you observe it in reality, in nature?
In tropical storms.
No, it's not. Listen, buddy, we're talking about
You personally?
The surface of the Earth is in motion. There's easy ways to detect motion of objects or surfaces. You can tell. You're going to use the secondary correlation of storms, which have all kinds of dynamics going on. It's not. We don't live. Come on, man. Get real.
What? I'm trying to argue sensibly.
Well, why don't you show us? Why don't you show us that cyclones only go one way or the other, and then we can talk about that.
Yeah, show us that first.
Well, that's not the only problem.
Let me go back to my YouTube searches. I have a video here.
Coriolis is what you see when you're on a moving thing, while something else has a straight trajectory. So if you're moving and that other thing has a straight trajectory, you're gonna see a curved path for that thing. So that's what Coriolis is. I don't know how that applies to a cyclone, because it would be you, the rotating body, that would experience the Coriolis effect when looking at something going straight.
There's a pretty good example of a weather map for cyclones and hurricanes.
Okay. We didn't ask you for a map. We asked you for a measurement and reality of this Coriolis thing you're talking about.
Yeah, now the thing here is what Elijah was trying to tell him is he doesn't understand what Coriolis is. So I would like him to try to articulate what Coriolis is and then try to connect that to the cyclones he wants to.
It's a pattern of deflection. So
The Windy website, great. So all of that digital effect on a screen, that's reality?
I would hope so. It's like I am an actual person, but I'm on your
screen. Hope so. Great.
So you need to take a little bit of time and look up Coriolis and look at videos from educational institutions. Because
I am. I'm on National Geographic.
Because it's not actually deflecting anything. That's just an optical illusion from within the rotated frame. So you're arguing for weather systems going in circles, where that's an actual deflection, when you're talking about an apparent deflection from within the rotated frame.
What? Say that again.
You're talking about actual Coriolis is an apparent deflection from within the rotated frame. So you throw a ball over a roundabout, and as you lie on the roundabout, the ball appears to curve in the air. But in reality, the ball did not curve at all. The ball went straight over the roundabout, and you rotating underneath the ball made the ball appear to curve to you. That's an apparent deflection. That's not an actual deflection.
Eagle, have you ever read, I'm not a big fan of Wikipedia, but have you ever read what it says about Coriolis force? It says in physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion with a frame of reference that rotates with respect to an inertial frame. So it's a fictitious force.
Exactly. It's not. It's not though.
Yeah, but that's what it's saying.
Can you send me that quickly?
Yeah, it's Wikipedia. I mean, do you need the link or can you just Google it yourself?
I would like the link.
Sure.
Yeah, and still we have a major problem because we're missing the first part of your fundamental premise. Earth needs to be a ball.
So, right. So it further says a fictitious force is also called a pseudo force. A Lombarд force, an inertial force, is a force that appears to act on a mass whose motion is described using a non-inertial frame of reference. So we're just talking about assumptions here. It's not reality.
So all you have to do is take something like a drone.
Doesn't exist.
Which we have, and if it's left the inertial frame of reference, if it's not in motion, it's not in motion. We have video. We have actually a drone footage of a drone off the surface, and the moon and the stars are moving in sync and with each other, in sync with each other. The ground is not moving.
Yeah,
So
I would also like you to watch this National Geographic thing, because that's what you cited earlier, which talks about the Coriolis effect, and he clearly says it's an optical illusion from within the rotated frame. So
It's
you
an
just don't
optical
have
illusion, but it still lands at a different spot than you anticipate it to land.
It would not cause things to go in a circle, so that doesn't work.
So, but let's say the globe is real, right? If you were to stand...
No, we're not going to beg the question.
We're not doing that.
Why do you guys
real?
So how
to reify
am I supposed to see your viewpoint from your stand if you can't see my viewpoint from my stand?
You test your own model.
Our viewpoint is reality where the ground measures flat. Why can't you just join us there?
Yeah, we all used to have your viewpoint, so we all understand it. We all went through this and understand this fundamentally on a deeper level than you do.
And Eagle, we already established the fact that Coriolis is a fictitious force. So everything we would talk about this topic would lead back into the inconsistency of the model itself that you're claiming, which leads to everything being fictitious, talking about the globe and its specifics. So why not just talk about the things we can observe in reality and the measurements and the proofs that you can do for yourself, which will lead to understanding, rather than just spinning around in circles talking about fictitious things. I mean, isn't that like better use time to actually learn something that is there in reality than just making assumptions?
Can I say the same thing about you, though?
Oh, hey man, we're trying to establish the conversation based on things which we can prove for ourselves, which within the frame of the reality that we live in, right? So Coriolis and this we have already confirmed. You have read the article yourself that it's a fictitious force. So we don't want to talk about fairy tales here or assumptions or anything that people prefer to be a made-up story. We want to talk about what is actually real and measurable and scientific, not that pseudoscience, you know?
Okay, the simplest way I have proven the curvature of the Earth on my own is I live very close to the ocean. I go stand on the coast. I take a very big panoramic photo of the
panoramic. You're not getting the real thing.
Yeah, let him finish, please.
And then I squish the image down, right? I take the sides close to each other, and boom, I can see a slight curvature.
Okay, here's the problem.
That's
the horizon's
nice.
too far for it to be globe curvature, so that's not what's going on in your pictures.
Right.
Did you know that?
Simply not true.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, the horizon is way too far. I mean, magnitudes of orders of magnitude, 3 to 4 orders of magnitude.
Yeah, your globe would have to be 6 times the size you say Jupiter is in one of the main observations that we use here.
Why can you cite that reference?
Well, I can just show it to you if you want.
Yes, please.
Check the voice text. Take that in. So that horizon was supposed to be at 1.2 miles on your globe, right? It's seen somewhere around 10. To get a geometric horizon of that distance, the Earth would have to be... Well, just let me finish explaining. No, I didn't. But the Earth would have to...
yourself.
What?
You do the maths yourself.
This is the globe math that we're using and comparing to this observation.
Did you do the maths yourself?
The maths are given to us by the size of
Are you
the
not
Earth,
hearing?
okay?
But then I can't believe you. That's the same point.
It's the globe math.
You didn't do it yourself.
It's the globe math.
Yeah, derived from the radius claim of 3959 miles.
What are you not getting? What are you not getting here?
Is that the wrong size, Eagle?
Well,
Is the globe math wrong?
I'd say so. Looking at this horizon, wouldn't you, Eagle? Your horizon was supposed to be at 1.2 miles there. It's somewhere around 10, and for that to be geometric,
Exactly.
globe would have to be
Did
6
you take
times the
those
size
measurements
Michael says.
yourself?
2.5 meters.
We are using the globe measurements, Eagle. The
not asking about
globe
the globe.
measurements, Eagle. The globe measurements.
I love it.
I'm asking about the measurement taken from the two objects.
We're taking them from the globe.
What measurement from the globe are you talking about? There's no measurements of the globe.
No. I'm talking about the one oil rig to the second oil rig from point of view of camera.
Get something straight here. The oil rigs are just there as distance markers. That's the only thing they're there for.
Listen,
but did
Eagle.
you take those distances yourself? That's what I'm asking.
They're known distances by the corporations that put them there. They're anchored in the bottom, in the sand.
Yeah, those corporations probably believe in curvature and globe.
The oil rigs is not in question because it's an established fact, the distance to those oil rigs.
Yeah, look on Google Maps, Google Earth, look everywhere you look.
Oil rigs it's not an agree or disagree genre. It's a fact.
Just like they know the distance to the island off behind the oil rigs, too.
It's over 29 miles.
Yeah, there's another observation at that same place where the horizon is somewhere around 30 miles out.
Did you take
so
that
now your globe has to be.
Google Earth?
Hey, can you just hold on and let me finish the point before you come back? So now your globe has to be about 3 times the size you say the sun is for that horizon to be geometric. Now what are you going to do?
The guy that just sent that in voice chat, get that from Google Earth, bro.
Those are the measurements.
What's your point?
Are you going to doubt those measurements? Those are straight measurements. Those are solid measurements. And yet the globe says we're not supposed to see 3 to 4 miles, and we can see over 20.
Yeah, so game over for the globe and game over for your little horizon thought experiment.
Yeah, and I have a.
That's why we have to go to baseline every time, guy. We have to go to the baseline.
I have a short 30-second video that shows the camera setup, and it's over, done with. Game, set, match.
Okay. I have to go because I kind of have school tomorrow.
Oh, so now we have the evidence, and you don't want to look at it. Now you have to go.
You can send it to me. I'll still look at it.
No,
well, let you know that you found out that the Earth can't be a globe.
It's still loading.
And then he posts this bullshit guy, Curtis Buitt, talking in a hallway about around 1 in 10 Americans say the Earth is flat. Do you believe this fucking shit? Eagle, you're a fucking prick. You know that? Stupid, dude. You're fucking stupid.
Eagle said he had to go to school tomorrow. Actually,
Unbelievable.
He has to go to an indoctrination center tomorrow. It's not a school; it's an indoctrination center.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Let's just be honest with these kids that come on here. They are being indoctrinated. Then they think they can come talk to flat earthers and humiliate them. They cannot.
It doesn't matter. He said he was using sense. He wasn't. What sense was he using? Now listen, think about this. Every single time somebody brings up a point for the globe, it's always not the globe. Interestingly enough, Coriolis, not about the surface moving. Aristosthenes, not about the surface itself. Like on and on and on. Every little parlor trick they have, that's all it is. Whatever the guy in the shed with the balls, the torsion balls, like, not about the Earth itself. Okay, great. Can anybody think of one single thing where they use the actual thing in question?
No. But I know which sense he was using. He was using nonsense.
Man, no, he did not send this Curtains Bouton video, or whatever his name is.
Yeah, that's what I was talking.
No.
Dude, what?
Oh no.
What?
He believes that guy over the evidence that can be proven.
Sticks and shadows. What is up with sticks and shadows lately?
It's like they're really every single one of them are drawing the short stick of like like they're who they're trusting as authority is going way down. I mean, next it'll be Bozo the Clown said so.
And the sad thing is, every time we get to the real deal, oh, I need to leave. Sorry, I just
Exactly. That's like, as soon as it triggers in their head, oh, I am wrong. I gotta go.
Yeah, I gotta go learn some more propaganda at school.
So Coriolis guys is basically saying when you're up in the air, which is motionless, the ground below you is moving at 1,000 miles per hour. Is that correct?
That's 100%.
So what? And I don't make this up. I give this credit to QE. So if you're flying from Raleigh, North Carolina to L.A. and you're going at 500 miles an hour, and let's say the Earth is spinning, at around 800 miles when you get up a little bit higher off the equator or away from the equator, that flight, if Coriolis is correct, should take 90 minutes, but it takes 4.5 hours. Therefore, Coriolis is debunked.
They can't.
No more
conversation.
That's not Coriolis, but it's a valid point. It's just not Coriolis.
Okay.
It would be if it was moving.
No, it wouldn't be, because you would have to be moving and something else would have to be traveling straight.
Well, yeah,
Or independently.
your airplane is going 500 miles per hour west, and the Earth is coming at you at 800 miles west. So it should take an hour and a half to get to LA, but it always takes 4.5 hours.
You should just be able to hover.
Yeah, exactly. You should be able to hover and wait for LA to come to you.
And you could never reach those destinations the other way.
Right.
Possible.
Yes, I've always heard your globy normies say that the air above the Earth is moving with the Earth. Therefore, we don't notice it.
Yeah.
And Coriolis says that the Earth is moving, but the air is not. Therefore, we must compensate for the Earth moving while the air stays,
Okay.
stagnant.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but check this out. Like, notice how even when you start talking about it, in order to get the concept in your head, everything else has to stop. Everything. So no more hydrodynamics in the air, fluid dynamics, whatever, all that swirling, all that motion, not all of that has to stop. I'm sorry, it never stops. It's not going in one direction. It's not stacked up upon itself. It's not any of those things. Their whole entire little fairy tale, everything else that's happening in reality has to stop. Crosswinds, everything.
Everything has to stop except the Earth spinning, right?
So just notice that when they start talking about it, anything having to do with this conversation, they have to stop everything else. Well, unfortunately, everything else doesn't act that way.
Except their spinning globe, right?
They say it's like in the back of a train. It moves with the train.
Yeah. Yeah, my wife, when we started talking about this 4 or 5 months ago, she's under the impression that the air above the Earth spins at the same, the same as the globe does, the land below. That the atmosphere, all spins together at the same speed, air and land included, and it's just like, and she's a normie, but they can't understand that that the Earth, what the globers are saying is the Earth spins at 1,039 miles per hour at the equator, less as you go north or south, and that the air stays stagnant. And so it's like, okay, whatever.
Great story.
Yeah, if it stays stagnant, then how does the Coriolis come in?
Yeah, so just imagine that very thing you just said about what they're saying about this thing, and then put in surface crosswinds. See how that works for you.
I think most normies, which are the majority of people, just assume that the air above the earth is above the ground is spinning at the same speed as the ground is, and so they assume that everything's moving together, and then that's what they assume. Starting to believe you have your globe normies that have been indoctrinated, brainwashed, and programmed their whole life, and they really haven't given it any thought at all. And then you have your paid shills, and the paid shills are the one that keep the normie globies in line, like not Professor Dave.
Professional shield Dave.
I had been a month now. I think I had my first granddaughter, and I've been doing everything I could long distance, 800 miles away, to stop them from doing anything the CDC recommends to my new grandchild, my baby girl, to do anything to them. And I think they did something to them before they left the hospital, and we're up on 1 month, and they're scheduled to do something else, and then in 2 months they're scheduled to do it 4 times. And it's just like I am just beside myself that I'm the only one who cares about the health of my newborn child and grandchild, that the parents don't care. My wife doesn't care. My oldest daughter doesn't care. They just do what they're told by the CDC, and it just drives me up a wall.
They've had that comfort for so long, thinking the government is comforting.
That's why learning the biggest lie in our reality matters.
I mean, when I was young,
because then all the other ones are easy to point out.
When I was young, a long time ago, my parents did it to me. My wife and I did it to our kids, who are now 27 and 30, but we didn't know any better. And the last 27 months has told me and shown me, not told me, but shown me, that's all a lie. Do not comply. Do not obey. Just run the other way. And nobody else sees it for some reason, and it just annoys the hell out of me.
And when you try to tell someone or tell them you have the problem, it's not the government at all. It's you thinking the government has the problem.
Yep, isn't that amazing? Even when you take reality itself and put it right in front of them, they want to believe they're this imagined thing of an authority, because they've never met them. Right? So it's very odd. It's a really odd situation where somebody will believe somebody they've never met's word for something, to have a correlate, to have a loyalty that strong in light of actual reality, something you could go out and measure yourself and test yourself.
if the air above the Earth spins exactly tandem with the Earth, let's say east to west, 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, then what happens if you fly against the spin? You have to fly against that 1,000 mile an hour wind, or no? Explain.
No. It just magically goes the other way. It starts going the other way as soon as you start going the other way. That's how magic works.
Yeah, and you know those things like when the pilot's looking at the weather, he sees a wind speed of 15 miles per hour coming from the north east, let's say. In order for the Glober to start talking about this imagined motion, then that has to stop. So the pilot just has to forget about those crosswinds. No winds. Yeah, don't worry about the winds anymore. Sure. How did the wind stop? For them to talk about this 1,000 mile per hour rotation at the equator, they're not even accounting in all these other factors that go in, as such as a speed change required with elevation. Right?
It's what Sonny said just a little bit ago. He said most people no longer think for themselves. Most people let others who they don't even know think for them, and that's where we are.
So speed change not only with elevations, but speed change with change in latitude as well.
Yeah, and your distance increases the higher you go as well if you were on a ball, right?
Yeah.
It's like so easy to see that a flight would take way longer. You wouldn't be just flying 500 miles, you'd be flying 800 miles or something, depending on your height.
Well, the whole problem is you wouldn't be flying level either. It's,
Yeah.
level.
Yeah.
If you could put a rear view mirror on that for any aircraft in level flight, the horizon would be exactly horizontal to the forward horizon. What the fuck?
It's the same thing if you're running on a 440. It's the same thing. Go ahead. Somebody's echoing. Is that me?
I don't hear echo.
I just had a guy
Is he just backing up on me? He's roboting harder than I've ever heard.
It's a half an hour quicker flight to get from
Well, I got that to get from part.
Is that napalm on another account?
I don't know. No, I don't think so. I could be wrong.
It's not him?
No, it's Flatty. Flatty, you're roboting like crazy, man.
Oh, I meant Smasher.
Oh, it wasn't you?
It was Yoke Master.
Yeah.
Smasher.
Yeah, it's probably my internet. Sorry, boys. I'll just listen for a while.
Yeah, Yoke.
Yeah, he does sound like napalm. I told him that yesterday.
So basically, what you guys were talking about before, instead of taking 500 miles, it takes 800 miles because they're up, depending on their altitude on a ball. It's much the same thing as a track and field event where you're running a 440 yard around a track once. But if you're in the first lane, it goes a lot quicker than if you're in the 8th lane, that you have to stay in the 8th lane all the way around. So it just takes a lot longer to get around because you have more area to traverse. Is that kind of what that whole thing is about, the plane and the altitude on a ball?
Well, it would be a different, and it would be a difference in airspeed, but then, no, not airspeed. Well, the speed over the surface. It's not that much above the surface, but it's just a difference in all these differences in speed and acceleration would be occurring, and they want to forget about all of that too. So just catch them when they start talking about it. Tell them, ask them about those other correlating things that are happening. In reality, we know there's crosswinds. We know there's vection, convection. Heat transfer. There's energy transfer. There's all this stuff going on. Highs and lows. High and low temperatures. High and low pressures. They're all swirling, intermingling, changing. It's totally mixed up all the time. Movement.
Can I change subject for just a second and ask you a question about their lunar eclipse? That'd be okay, Sonny?
I'm sorry, what'd you say? I'm kind of.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to change the subject on the group, but I had a question about a what if on their lunar eclipse. Can I ask it?
Oh yeah, just go ahead and ask. I'm not in charge. I'm kind of wandering around. I'll be scattered here in and out, so I'm listening in the background.
If the sun is what they say it is, 93 million miles away, and this great big thing in the sky, and the moon is 2,000 miles in diameter, we're told. If light moves in a straight line and the sun would hit the moon, and the moon is 2,000 miles in diameter, wouldn't we have a 2,000 mile diameter on the Earth from the shadow? In their world of
No, because there's an umbra and a penumbra. So like if you put your finger against the wall and then put a light behind it, you'll have a shadow, right? In normal cases, the shadow will be a similar size to the finger, but when you mess around with the light, bring it closer and farther, it makes the finger change in size. So it has to do with the distance from the lights that will change the size of the shadow. And there's like an umbra, which is like the very center of the shadow, which is darker than the outside of the shadow if you look at it. And they're saying that the umbra is the one that's hitting the Earth, which I think is let's say 70 miles.
So obviously we know they're lying to us about the sun. That we know they're lying to us about the moon, but they're not lying to us about the umbra and preumbra.
Well, they are, because when I saw the eclipse, it just turned red. How is the sun? How is the moon blocking the moon? How is the Earth blocking the light from the sun, blocking the light going to the moon? If it just turns the moon red, how does that work? Obviously, it's not blocking it; it just turns red. So, it doesn't make sense to me.
Yes, something's going on there that nobody knows because nobody's been up there to check it out.
The Indians, they call it Rahu in the Indian tradition.
Thanks for the answer.
You heard about Rahu covering the moon?
I haven't, except you just said it right there. That's the first time I've ever heard of it.
Yeah, the Vedic traditions, the Hindu religious people always believed in Rahu. A black sun would cover the moon in the eclipse, and had nothing to do with the other sun.
I just find it interesting how the Globers never question the fact that their sun and their moon are the same size in the sky. One's 93 million miles away and one's 238,000 miles away. But the moon, when it goes in front of the sun, is the size of the sun. And, what's the chances of nature, Big Bang, evolution, of that possibly happening? And nobody ever thinks about that.
Yeah, so look up Rahu and Ketu about those dark objects, but I also have video on my channel about the shadow thing, the shadow subject. I'll post that in a minute here.
Not Professor Dave, just assumes that if we assume, flat earthers assume that's not the moon, that's covering the sun, there must be something really wrong with us, mentally. And it's just like, well, you assume we've been to the moon, you assume outer space travel is possible, you assume all those things. And so if we tell you that Apollo never happened and we tell you that outer space travel is not possible, we still assume that it's the shadow of the Earth covering the moon. And it's just like, they just assume because they've been taught to assume.
We'll have to start with their first assumption. That's that the Earth is curved, so that we're going to need that curvature measurement. And then they can move on to gas pressure without a container.
What XO said last night, he said, the next time you get a Glober, say next time you get Matthew in here, just ask Matthew, Matthew, have you ever gone out to try to find curvature of the Earth? Have you ever personally gone out and said, I'm going to go find curvature, with my own eyes? And let's see what Matthew says.
We've asked him, Many, 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 many times. You know what his answer is, right?
He would say, I would guess, it's way too big to see it with the, with your empirical evidence and observation.
No, that's not what he says.
What's he say?
Here's what he says, and if I'm wrong, he could correct me, or anyone else could correct me. He said it's not necessary to. What? No, I'm not going to, and it's not necessary. The
Well,
reason
'cause-
it's not necessary is because he says that he has enough other information that leads him to believe, quote unquote.
I see. So he's not. He's going that direction instead of saying it's too big to see, even though Bill Nye says, a boat going over the horizon, we can see with our own eyes, and when it disappears, obviously that's Earth curvature.
So no. So what Matthew says is that the fundamental claim, this positive claim of the globe Earth, that the Earth is a ball, is not necessary to look at that.
Not necessary to look at the Earth there. You want to measure. Damn it.
He might not like what he finds, huh?
You might not like it. Dude, BC check-in's bumping, man. What's going on up there? Some of these
we're enticing them in. Hey, Kenny, what's up?
What's up?
Is there a party over there?
It looks like it, man. It looks like there's a couple of people over there.
They're all flat earthers.
Are they?
That's a party. Yeah.
What? What do you mean they're all flat earthers?
Yeah, they're all flat earthers. Moderate.
What the hell are you doing up there? Freaking Mongos.
Don't you hate it when they have a party and they don't invite the rest of us?
It's all right. There was a Discord hacking going on or something earlier. I heard Gospel Bear and Jamsey, maybe a couple other people were like, there was some kind of hack going on there with Discord. I don't know. So they might be up there trying to figure out what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, I had someone send me a mail and a DM we know that got kicked from Discord from using the mobile app. So I'm glad I don't use the mobile app. I couldn't log in. I couldn't get past the two-part authentication. Probably just because I'm like, I don't know. I'm not dumb, but sometimes things elude me. I'm like, fuck that shit. I won't even mess with it then. Plus, I don't have a phone that's good enough to use it.
Right.
Hey, shout out to Yoke Smasher. Yoke Smasher, because he's my first recruit to Discord 24/7 Flat Earth. So shout out to Yoke Master from Seattle. Nice to have you here. Nice to have you here.
OG Flat Earther.
Yeehaw. Hey, cool. Yoke Smasher. All right.
Yeah. Scramble some eggs,
Can you hear me
man.
now?
Scramble some eggs, baby. Put some cheese in those eggs.
Hold on, let him speak. Can we do a mic check?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, pretty good.
Great success. I'm on Wi-Fi at work, so sometimes it chops out. But yeah, I'm just listening while I paint a wall.
You're in the great Northwest?
Yeah. I'm across the out on the thumb on the west coast of America, or of Washington.
That's where I used to live.
Nice. Yeah, I'm near Paulsbo, Bremerton.
Oh my God, I lived in Bremerton and I bought a house in Silverdale.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't still have the house. I wish I did now. It's because it's a half acre in Silverdale, right when it first started, before the big boom.
Yeah.
There in the 90s. I mean, yeah.
Yep.
Now it's like $500,000 to get a trailer here. So.
Shoot.
Fucking the coolest thing I ever did in Seattle, man, was took a boat ride on a Chris Craft cruise on Lake Washington, man. And
nice.
We started on one end and then ended up like right near downtown there, and all those cool houses. We went by Bill Gates's place, and all those cool little boat fucking people over there, man, and living on those houses right on the water, man. It's cool as shit.
Yeah, we got a 20 to 30% mask ratio here still. Everybody just masked up.
Oh shoot, that's bad.
Ridiculous. What a bunch of numpties.
It's not the place to be these days.
So they stole our word, woke.
Yeah.
Mooched our fucking word, man.
That was quick too. We said woke like 3 times and it was gone.
It was gone, man. And I used to come in here and go, I love talking to all you woke people. And now that if I say that now, it's like, oh, really? You're one of them, huh?
Yeah.
It's like they just robbed us of our word, one of our words, man. Fuckers. Bastards.
Wokeism. The belief that you can just hijack the other party's words and completely change the definition of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, they still didn't catch on to just use the word awake though. So we can still use that.
Right. That's true.
Flat Earth dude, are you on Mars or is that my internet?
We can use that one. I don't like it. It'll probably cut in and out here and there. Is it not working right?
You're good now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sometimes it takes a minute to catch up or something.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hey, Yokemaster, if you ever want to know anything about the flat Earth history of the Cherokee and the Blackfoot and the Cheat Indians, Flat Earth dude knows all about it.
Nice.
So if you ever want to know, just ask him. Private message him or ask him on here because I learned all about him listening to him.
Yeah, and make sure they were Hebrew speaking. So yeah, that part.
That's
that
right.
in mind. Proto-Hebrew.
You can learn a lot from us, Tony.
Speaking Cherokee.
Cherokee people, Cherokee pride.
Speaking Proto-Hebrew, yeah.
Woo! That's good. Oh shit.
Yeah, I live like a mile from a reservation up here, and they are the most sold out on all the regulations and lockdown stuff. And I'm like, don't you guys remember smallpox blankets or any of that sort of end of your history?
Right.
They remember, how to fish and kill whales and do canoes, but they don't remember how to stay away from the government.
Or they don't remember that when they came over from Europe, they put them in the mines to dig out gold and silver, so the people who came over from Europe could take it back to their puppet masters. And while they were working in the mines, they worked them literally to death. And nobody thinks about that. They just the people that came over from Europe to get the riches to take back to Europe absolutely just worked the natives who were here already to death, literally to death, so they could get stuff out of the ground to take it back to Europe.
Yep.
What if I told you guys that the story we were given was only the smallest iceberg of what actually happened? What if I told you guys that the first slave trade was Arabs, and then it was other Africans, and then it was people from Europe, and then it was China, and then after that the Native Americans enslaved blacks, and it's the Cherokee specifically had slaves, and there was different groups over here, right? And some of them won favor, right? So there was 5 civilized tribes, but there was 500 other tribes, right? And it's like some of them were like completely wiped out, and then others like joined together, and then some of them like joined the white man. And it's really interesting to think about. But the most important thing to think about is that it's like everybody has slaved like Africans at one point. But think about it like this. This is what I'm getting to. A lot of the slaves in Europe were from the Americas. Like they went over to Europe in the boats as like, captured slaves. And then they became like part of the civilization. Like they, eventually got freed in Europe and like became part of it. Like what was going on there. Anyway, I find that really interesting that not a lot of people talk about the natives being brought to the Europeans for slaves. But yeah, I think that was happening a lot more than Africans were getting enslaved. Because think about it, like how far away is Africa? Like why would you want to go to Africa to get some slaves when hey,
right.
I'm almost done. Why would you go all the way to Africa when there's like slaves here in the Americas? Anyway, I'm done.
Larry just reminded me of the Twilight Zone. Imagine, if you will, your history being 100 degrees wrong, or 100% wrong.
180 degrees.
180 degrees, 100%. Yep.
Well, if you're black, it's not wrong for you. But if you're white, perhaps, but not if you're black, and you were brought here as a slave, your ancestors. So, the fuck you guys are talking about?
I can agree with that. Absolutely. The people who own the gold, who rule the world, write our history.
Yep.
I like what that one guy said. He said, "What do you think? Like, I owned a bunch of your stuff, and I owned you guys, and I just lost it, and I'm like here in the trailer park with you? Like, no, man, I've been poor the whole time. They took my shit too, bro."
Where's my reparations, man?
Are we going to share this plum or what?
Yep. Yep.
Somebody told a story, and then that person told a few other people, and then the rich, the rich people started to spread it. They made it into a textbook. Once it made it into a textbook, Rockefeller bought it all out, put a globe in every classroom, and the rest is history.
Yeah, Rockefeller's history, his narrative, his explanation, his medicine, his education, his diplomas, his degrees. Like, think about it. If you went and like
his doctors.
Yeah, with the snakes and everything to let you know, so you weren't wondering when you got the pearly gates. Like, oh man, what happened? It's like, did you see the snakes outside of the building, bro? It's like, oh yeah, I saw that. Like, that wasn't a fucking hit.
That was a clue for you, man. Oh, lost you guys. Just dropped out.
Yeah, Yoke Smasher up there in Seattle has a bunch of great places to go for flat Earth photography. I mean, he just got a wonder of islands and land out in distances that you can go be on the west of a seashore that's actually inland and look west and look at other land and prove that 3 mile geometric horizon at 6 feet elevation height is total bunk, is total lies, because he can see islands out there 20, 30, 40 miles that the sun moves away and sets on the other side of, and it just debunks the globe just right there in nice little Seattle area.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get a camera soon so I can just actually record some things and start making YouTube videos. And the Northwest isn't really utilized for flat Earth shots, I've noticed. We got a canal that's like 40 miles long that I think I could get a shot. But yeah, any distance you want to find pretty much is right here.
So I know this is a little unorthodox, but I really trust that guy named Jim that used to come around here all the time. The guy that got pissed off and disagreed with us all the time. But he said, basically, this thing you can buy that, attaches to your camera, and it's like a ridiculous scope for a couple $100. But the P900s are so cheap now that it might just be worth it to get a used P900. But that's another option too. There's scopes that attach to your camera.
Nice. I will look that up.
They supposedly, and I saw it about 3-4 months ago, but I'm landlocked here in Dallas, so I have to go 350 miles to Galveston to prove it to myself. But there's this $65 10 power magnifier that you can put to your iPhone, any iPhone you want to. It goes right over the iPhone, and you put it over your lens. It's 10 power, and you can get a $25 tripod to put it on. For less than $100, you can put 10 power on your iPhone, and I guess it's really, really good. I mean, you can't trust maybe some of the shots they show you online in their webpage, but it's for less than $100, you might be able to do 10 power zoom and really have some fun with it.
I heard you can get a lens for your iPhone that clips on. It's 60 times power. That's what I've heard. Somebody was talking about it.
So yeah, if you guys got the iPhone 13, it's got a really good video camera. It's the best in the market right now, let's say. So if you had, something similar, one of the older iPhones, it's not really so much about the resolution, it's about the reach of the zoom, but the resolution helps when you get the end product. But yeah, you can go to Corpus Christi, dude, and you can see Ingleside on the Bay, for sure, while you're in the water.
Yeah, that's one place I really want to go. It's 500 miles away. I really want to go. I already know the Earth is flat, flat and stationary. So I just be proving it to myself, and I already know. So it's just if I lived where I did for 20 years, which was about 150 miles away from Lake Michigan, I'd be up in Benton Harbor, which is 62 miles across from Chicago. I'd be up there and I get a nice little hotel in case the weather wasn't